exits, unbeaten runs and Drogba domination were take-home points of yesterday's action here on the virtual pitch in West London at the tournament which everyone wants to win. It's the competition that turns boys into men and separates the good from the great. One of the most elite competitions on the EAFC calendar is here, the eChampions League.
And he could be coming in with his first shot. That's what he's going to do.
Game, set and match.
This group there was like a crazy roller coaster.
Finds the back of the net.
It's just so tough. Like all the best players in the world, 41 best players in the world are here.
Oh, Drogba can head it in, but he can also do that.
It feels like you have to defend the trophy. This is the first stage and every stage will be harder.
Yeah, I feel pressure for me. I want to be the best player in the world, so I need to win.
Goals everywhere. Goals everywhere.
Group A is done and dusted. Headline news text is out.
It was a surprise. Nobody really expected it.
Huge upset.
Many players, it was called the group of death. Now I'm going through and he's out.
Well, this is day 2. Anything can happen here at the eChampions League. And to kick off proceedings, these two are joining me. Brandon and Gravison, welcome. Yesterday was pretty fun, wasn't it? Let's talk then about exactly what happened yesterday. A couple of unbeaten streaks, which we like to see. Do you think that will happen today as well, Brandon?
I'd like to say so. I mean, what performance was yesterday? Emre Yilmaz defending Champions League winner looked really strong. PH's in, the dominance continues. But as we saw there, the headline news, Tech's been eliminated. No one's safe.
Exactly. In terms of that, Tech's going out, that was a shock exit. Do you think we might see any more shock exits today?
I don't know. It seems like a tough position for Nicolas at the moment because he just scored a point and he's not playing well. And he was supposed to be playing the two weak players that are not weak players, of course, here in the Champions League. But now he's facing two big opponents. So let's see what happens. It's going to be tough for him because Tech was out and Nico is just on the edge now.
Are you counting him out? He's a former eChampions League winner, of course. Are you counting him out, hey, Grav?
No.
Can't.
No, I'm never counting Nico out.
Can't, can you? The Iceman.
You can't count him out. In that last game as well he played, I know we'll come on to it soon, he was like 3-1 down, came back and drew the game 4-4, but he's got 2 big games still to come. 2
big games. Anything can happen. We did see a shock exit yesterday. Let's hope Nicolas doesn't do the same as Tex did. Well, these are some of our players and arriving a few hours earlier today. That's Umit. Remember, he was a world champion a couple of years ago. Mark Marley, our only British player left in it. Those 2 French fanatical players, the Levy from the Bundesliga as well. So many names. Manu Bashir, a world champion in his own right as well. It's just
big names,
absolutely stacked. I don't know which game to watch, but for you, we have so many, so don't worry about that. And we get to rinse and repeat, don't we, again today. Exactly what happened yesterday, but just with 4 different groups for you to enjoy. But don't take my word for it. Here's Ryan to tell you all.
Welcome to the eChampions League. The top talent from across Europe have qualified through their domestic league success, and now they're ready to light up the stage. Here's the lowdown. The tournament unfolds over 3 major events in London: the group stage, the knockout stage, and the eChampions League final.
Oh, it's so clever!
Now let's talk groups. It's split into 8, which feature a single round robin, meaning each pair competes against all others in their respective group. Finish in the top 3 and you're off to knockouts. Finish top of your group and you skip the round of 32 and fast track through to the round of 16. It's a golden ticket. So lock in, because the road to becoming the next champion starts right here, right now. Let's go.
Well, I have to admit, we've been a bit lazy today. We've done no work yet, but the players, they've been busy. They already had 2 rounds under their belt. We're starting off again at round 3 here today, and a lot's already happened, hasn't it? Shall we start with Group E then? And our world champion is in this one. How's he been getting on, Grav?
I mean, he's struggling at the moment because he has not been playing well, but in this group, Foma and Manu Bashir, we were expecting them to do big things, and I mean, they haven't dropped a single point. Di Fernandez, who did a great job in the La Liga FC Pro, is well in the 3rd spot. But as we mentioned before, Manu Bashir, I mean, he's been playing amazing. Now Ivan Nilsson and Nerven has been a little bit behind, but still they are alive in the competition, so they have to grab a win, because if not, they're going to be out.
Exactly. Well, we can jump then straight over because we have so many groups, so many matches. And Manu actually is just listening to all the chat as well. He likes what he's seen so far from
Hello, Manu.
his competitions today. Group F then, you can see it up here. Talk of the town, really, from this group is Johnny, isn't it?
Absolutely. Well, after the form we've seen from him in the virtual Bundesliga, he didn't lose a single game in those knockout tournaments. Let's not forget the fact he's like 6'7" as well. You can't miss the
Giant.
He's had a great start, played one game, won his opening tie. Lucas Leckel, though, as well, of Olympic Lyon, obviously lost in that grand final in the E-League One recently, but again, a player in form. And then Luco Negua, top 4 in the E-Serie A. It's a lot of work to do for those bottom 2 players there, especially when you're not taking maximum points, or at least 3 from your first 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. Group G then. This is the one that we were a little bit shocked, weren't we? Grav alluded to what's been happening there. Nicholas, he won this tournament, didn't he, before 2 years ago now. A loss and a draw. What's happening over there?
The thing is, he lost against Bransha and he drew against Triptorex, which are supposed to be the weak players in this group, but now he's playing Keturdilo and Levi Finn. Levi Finn, who eliminated Anders in the Bundesliga, and Keturdilo, who did an amazing run in the League One. So Nico's going to have it tough, because to go through, in my opinion, he has to win the 2 games he has left, because if not, I do think Keturdilo and Levi Finn are going to grab some points, probably Branch as well, and he's going to be out.
Is that one of the most difficult groups, Group G?
Probably, because you might start with some games that are not easy at all, and then you're playing Levi Finn. I mean, he's the guy that eliminated Anders again, so.
I mean, they're all tough, because I'm looking straight away up there to Group H, and you've got another former world champion in that one as well. There's world champions, there's eChampions League champions, ePremier League champions, wherever you look. Umit's had a good outing so far. Disappointing, though, for our last Brit, Mark Marley there. 2 losses next to his, Brandon.
Absolutely, after his teammate Jaden obviously crashed out the tournament in that disappointing last round, and we saw Atletico Madrid take that final spot. That's not the start he would have wanted at all there. Obviously 0-2. That's how the table lines up. Nat Tuabea coming into form at the perfect time. Obviously made the grand final in the La Liga FC Pro, losing to the hands of Nicholas. Umit, you feel like this is the tournament, or this is the trophy that's missing from the cabinet, and it's a tournament that I know for a fact he's certainly got his eyes on.
Yeah, exactly. There is Umit there. Well, he hasn't won this one yet. Obviously, we have just started work, but I feel like I can hear someone's stomach rumbling over there. Have you missed lunch already?
I mean,
Graf?
at Spain we have lunch at 3 o'clock, you know.
Oh,
That's
well,
us.
You're actually late then, aren't you?
Yeah,
so,
but I did have some just eat. I just called him because I needed to get some food. I mean, I'm hungry and I need something, so let's see.
Just stopping the show with his lunch. He had Greek last night. What is it?
Have a smell, because I ordered paella.
What is it?
Paella.
I think it is. It's very fishy. Right, you can take that away and you can eat that one. And whilst you do, we're going to hand over to some more members of our team, because Ryan and Rich, what have you got for us this morning? Can you believe it? He's eating paella on set.
Is that a paella to share, or is it just for one? Hopefully so. Yes, welcome to the Analysis Corner here at the eChampions League. And before we get into what we've seen so far today, we're going to talk you through the draft requirements. These are what the players have been given to work with, Ryan. Thoughts on it?
Yeah, 50 million coins throughout the squad. I think it's a healthy budget. And of course, the restriction with UCL items only and a maximum of 3 icons.
And we're going to talk in particular about those UCL items, because yesterday we looked at the icons, we looked at Drogba. Today, it's all about Toni Kroos. He's in 41 out of 41 teams. He's a guaranteed player in every single team, and he is pretty spectacular, to be honest, in the middle of the pitch.
Yep, I think there's a clear reason why he's in all of the squads. Of course, your eyes get drawn to the passing stats, pretty much maxed out in all of the important things. Defensively, 98 interceptions. He's got good pace as well for a Toni Kroos item in-game, a substantial boost.
Composure, reactions, dribbling, and the play styles.
That's
really
the key.
nice.
That's the key part. In my opinion, 2 of the best play styles in their respective category. You've got long ball passing plus, and also anticipate plus defensively as well. So for me, he's perfect all round.
I think what this Toni Kroos item gives you is a lot of reliability in the middle of the pitch. The clip that we've picked out for you, we're just going to let this play on, because it's what Toni Kroos does best. He opens up the pitch for you. As the ball comes into him now, we'll just pause it here. You can see the runner. He's looking, actually, for R9. He's made the run on the far-hand side of the pitch. But you've just got so much ability in Toni Kroos that pass there, you're playing it with no fear that the ball's going to go out of play, that it's going to lock onto this defender here and get intercepted. He's always in the right position at the right time. Just knocked it off there. We'll get back to it because I'm not finished. We'll let this clip play on, and as this ball goes over the top, it's actually Gvardiol. It's the furthest man away.
Yep.
And as it comes across Ryan, we see a little bit more of Toni Kroos.
Exactly. Once the ball gets to him here again from the recycle, he can stop it perfectly right here. He's got a few options in here. He can either play it across here. You've got Didier Drogba here. You've got Arne and Ronaldo both in the box. As we said, you can play it on the floor, aiming for Didier Drogba, but he's not the most nimble as his play carries on here. You can see Toni Kroos, which is a familiar theme right now. Just a little dinked pass into Drogba, headed down onto Arne.
That should have gone in.
It should have gone in. It was very unlucky. It's very scrappy. Don't get it wrong, but it was a well-deserved goal from Riptarek in this game.
Yeah, Toni Kroos is the man on town right now. Every single team he is in, 41 out of 41. You're going to see a lot of him, just as you're going to see a lot of a former world champion here this weekend. Umut is catching up with Casey right now.
Yes, I am here with Umut, previous world champion. Now, Umut, you have so many trophies, but eChampions League is not one of them. How are you feeling in this competition?
Yeah, of course, I want to win every game. I want to win every trophy, and I didn't win the eChampions League so far, so it's a big tournament for me. I think it's also, after the World Cup, the biggest tournament in the whole year. So I'm really excited for this tournament. Of course, I want to win it.
Now, talk to me about that first round against Marley. 4-0 victory. Massive win for you. Good start. Is that giving you the motivation you need for the rest of the rounds?
Yeah, of course. It's really good to start good in the day. I think I did. So it was a good start. I played really good. 4-0, I didn't concede any goals. So I'm really happy about that. But I also have to look forward for the next game. It's not done yet. So I just have to focus for the next 3 games.
One last quick one for you. Biggest competition in your group, who is it?
I think everyone is really good in my group, but if I would have to pick one, I would say Nacho. He was runner-up in Spain. I think it's one of the toughest leagues, so he's really good.
All right, Umut, well, I will let you get back to it. Good luck today. Back to you, Rachel.
Thanks, Case. Yeah, I'm sure he's looking forward and looking this way as well, looking at that trophy, because that is missing from his cabinet, isn't it? But he's got a long way to go to get his hands on that. But let's bring you up to speed then of our main matchups for you. Manu Bashir taking on Fuma. That's one to watch, isn't it? And then on the other side, we have Johnny unbeaten in the Bundesliga. He's up against Luco Negua.
Well then, here we go. Day 2 of the eChampions League group stages in London. 12 players went through to the knockout stages next weekend, just yesterday. And amongst that as well, there was a couple of shots in there, such as Manchester City and Tex not finding a way through. Ryan Purcell, we do it all again today, but this time, 21 players in the mix. Only 12 of them could also make it back next weekend.
Yep, it's a big one. 2 fantastic players to kick off the day as well with Fuma and Manu Bashir. Had the pleasure of watching Fuma a few weeks ago in France, winning his domestic tournament. Again, 4 in the bounce. Manu Bashir had the slow start to the season in the FC Pro Open, but he's picked himself up domestically, got his spot in the eChampions League, and he's got a point to prove.
Well, the one thing about these 2 players that we know already, Ryan, from this group, they're the only 2 players that are unbeaten. They both won 2 games. You can pretty much argue they're already on their way through to the knockout stages. But there is an extra point to play for and an extra position to play for in the group stage. And that's topping your group, because if you top your group, you go straight through to the round of 16. You skip around next weekend, which a lot of players have been saying is so important.
So important. Piazin emphasised it yesterday, so did Emre Yilmaz. They speak about how important it is just to skip that round. And when you think of it, I'm sure you mentioned it on the desk, it's 4 rounds. If you skip this round, it's 4 rounds away from getting your hands on the trophy. And of course, just cementing that spot is the all-important thing for these players this weekend.
Well, you're right to say for Fuma, FC Lorient, he's been so loyal to that football club, and what he's been able to achieve in the last 4 years has been ridiculous. As you said, he's been the E-League 1 champion 4 times on the bounce as we jump straight into our first game here from the Champions League for the 6th year it's run. And we are kicking off the action in Group E. Of course, Di Fernandez of Cadiz from the La Liga FC Pros also in this group. Thomas Oema, Bayern Munich in the virtual Bundesliga. And Navin from the Extra Klasa. A handful of our FC Pro partnered league. That's how you get to this eChampions League. You have to perform well in a partnered league, and that's why this tournament has been so competitive, Ryan, because you're getting players that are coming through to this knockout stage, or the group stage, I should say, that have played well for a long period of time.
Yeah, the level is so high, and here's Fuma on the attack. Good defensive work there from Drogba for Manu Bashir as he can spring together and attack. But as you said, the level between all of the players involved in the group stages, every single group has players that are able to beat one another, so it just makes a lot of the games very unpredictable.
Of course, as Ryan and Richard broke down at the start of the show today, it's a 15 million coin budget in these teams. If you are wondering what the restrictions are that these players have to follow, 3 icons maximum. Didier Drogba being one of those main icons, as we saw yesterday. Involved in pretty much everything in the air and going forward. Another of those icons is Cafu with that whip cross towards the back post, where if you want to spend some coins, R9 also is a viable option. Fuma. His first real chance to get forward now. Finds Thierry Henry, who is one of his icon choices in the final third. Plays the pass into Mbappe, interchanged a couple of times. Andrea Pirlo. Ousmane Dembele might look to fake his man inside, although he did get a team of the season recently. Unfortunately, that item won't be able to be used. It would be one of his earlier Champions League promo items, Ryan.
Yeah, exactly. It's an option that a lot of players might have as an impact sub, but for Fuma, he likes the pace on the wings, the step over boost you get from Mbappe, from Thierry Henry, from Ousmane Dembele, especially with the play styles added onto that, is something that you always associate with him. And Manny Bashir's on the attack here.
That's a bit of a fortunate bounce back in the air. The 9-9 on a half volley will put PSV Eindhoven in the lead with Manny Bashir, current world champion. I'm not sure the flick down there from Mbappe, but he won't care. Let us know as well at home if you are watching. We have got the Twitch chat in front of us. One pro player that you are backing to go the full way in the Champions League. Remember, we are here in London for the next 3 weeks. Next weekend, we're back for the knockouts on the 29th of May, which you at home can attend and buy tickets for. We'll have our final eChampions League final. And this isn't the only game that's underway. We've also got Johnny against Luca Negua. And it's no surprise the tallest man in this space scores from a corner.
Yeah, you see the camera has to pan all the way up just to get the full shot of Johnny, but he started as he meant to go on today. He's, for me, one of the players to watch in this whole tournament. I think he's a guarantee to make it to the knockout stages, and he's somebody that definitely will have his eyes on the complete prize to win the whole thing.
He's so in form as well, Ryan. This tournament couldn't have come at a better time for him.
Yeah.
In case you missed the virtual Bundesliga, he played 16 games in total in that tournament in Cologne during the weekend. He won 14 of them and drew 2 of them.
Yeah, defeated him on the way as well to lifting the trophy.
Mr. Dory in the chat saying, watch Ekman do something. Well, look, he surprised me yesterday. Made it through to the knockout stage. There is updates over here. Lucas Lekl of Olympic Lyon finds himself 3-1 down to Kosu of Finland, who came through the eFootballsliga. He's not had a great start. He's only on 1 point from 4, but that win there could completely turn it around for him. Remember, there are 4 games taking place at the same time here in the Champions League. We'll do our best to give you the lowdown from all the games. It just feels like in these group stages, Ryan, nothing's really gone to plan or to the script. Other than PH and Emre Yilmaz yesterday, there's been upsets, there's been scores, there's been points dropped that I didn't expect coming into it.
Yep, Nicholas, earlier on, we had the pleasure to watch behind the scenes, watching the game unfold. He ended up drawing late on against Rictorek 4-4. He should have lost. I watched that game in its entirety. He 100% should have lost that game, and he's got himself a point on the board out of a possible 6. With 2 games left, he needs results to fall in his favour, but if...
Nice turn.
Oh, good goalkeeper movement. If he doesn't win those next 2 games against tough opponents, then I believe it's Levi Finn and Ketadilo who find himself out of the Champions League already. Good defending there from Manny Bashir. Had to follow the run there after the player lock from Fuma with Thierry Henry, who looked to be in behind.
25 minutes played here. Again, let us know who you are backing to go the full way in the Champions League. Some love for Serrod, who's had a decent start. Not as good of a start as Manny Bashir is having. 2-0 he leads with that trademark power shot. And it is the current world champion who might be on his way to go 3-0 in this grouping. We'll see again on the replay. Green into the top corner. No one was stopping that.
It's unbelievable strike. Richard Buckley will love that. The power shot used in all its glory. Again, with power shots, you have to manually aim them. So it's not easy as just a regular shot if you have assisted shooting on. You have to aim it perfectly into the corner, and also adding in the mechanic of time finishing for Manny Bashir. He makes it look easy, but it's nothing of the sort.
Well, a few players were saying yesterday, Ryan, that just with how different the speed of the game can feel at times at LAN compared to being at home, you don't always get the time to tee up the power shot, of how long maybe it takes mechanically in the game to trigger the button and to wait for the timing of the shot. But when you get space like that, it will fly, won't it?
Yep, great defending again there from Manny Bashir. We do have another game going on. We spoke about Johnny from corners, and it was a response from Luka Negwa to equalise with Didier Drogba, no other than the man of the moment, the marquee player up front who's been scoring a lot of the goals this weekend.
As we join again, Manny Bashir has put Fuma into a position that he hasn't yet had to be in the eChampions League. 3-0 down in 30 minutes. We'll see again on the replay. A ball roll into the Trivella. Forget any icon in the use of the attack there, Ryan. It's about getting your midfielders on the ball and getting them forward.
Yeah, Luka Modric, I'm surprised that went in, but it was a great build-up play from Manny Bashir. Fuma was losing in his previous game against Di Fernandez, managed to overturn it, but 3-0 down against the reigning world champion is not going to be easy to overturn.
.32 minutes played here. Remember, it's 9-minute halves. There is a long time left to be played. I'm sure Fuma can come back flying. Ousmane Dembele, there's one. You simply can't count out the four-time French League champion. And his former teammate sits behind him in Stingray. And you may have seen him in the Premier League earlier this year representing Liverpool. But once upon a time, those two were teammates last year. And they won the championship together. It's a friendship that still continues. There is a goal back for him there. It's half-time in our other matches here in the Champions League. Let's have a little jump around and see what's happening. Kosu, 3-2 he leads. Lucas Leckel has got a goal back. There's about a minute left here before the half-time period happens. There is one more chance to be played here. Let's just stay with this for a quick second. Ronaldinho, which barely anyone has been drafted into their teams. Is Kosu about to find another one before the break? Mbappe doesn't fancy a shot. Dinks in, and I think there's an offside call there. We'll leave the game and let's go somewhere else for a split second. 5 goals there. What a save that is from Donnarumma, who keeps out Di Fernandez from finding a fourth in this one. What a start this one is for the Portuguese player of Cadiz.
Yeah, this is a huge game for both of these players, vying for third spot as it stands in the group stage, third and fourth respectively. Di Fernandez winning his first game, losing the second against Fuma, so they both have 3 points. So a win here would give him that cushion of at least 3 points from second place, which is a huge thing.
Well, there's been another goal in our feature match as we've left the game. Of course, there has been. Fuma against Manny Bashir. Which way has it gone? Fuma, he's just pulled himself back into the tie, Ryan. Minutes later.
That's why we speak about the effectiveness from corners. You master them at home, you put theory into practice at the LAN events, and it can turn a 30% chance into an 80% chance. Going back to our other game, Johnny, a superb ball over the top. First time from Mbappe. And he restores his lead, Brandon.
No Drogba inside there. What's more crazy, Ryan, it's their debuts in the Champions League, Johnny and Luka Negwa. They've never played in this tournament before. And look at how impressive they've been in their respective FC Pro leagues. They are looking dangerous. 2-1 there, Johnny leads. Back to this feature matchup. These two players are 6 points from 6 at the moment. They have been unbelievable. Manny Bashir was 3-0 up in 30 minutes. Fuma might be able to actually find an equaliser before half-time, which would just go to show how many goals there could be. Henry does well. Nice little step over X. He gives the acceleration boost. Is he going to win the battle? Goes back to Drogba. It's a gift. It's a 3-3. I think that's a 13-minute comeback.
Wow.
This is the eChampions League. These are the matches that are delivered. It may only be the group stage. It's crazy to say, but 3-0 is not a safe scoreline.
That bit of dribbling with Thierry Henry before he went into the step-over boost
was incredible. Managed to get round him. The rapid plus play style kicked in. You could argue a slice of fortune when he got the ball to Drogba. I thought Manu Bashir was going to tackle him just before he managed to get the shot off, but Fuma's turned this game on its head.
Well, let's jump back across to this game that we haven't actually seen too much from. It's Ivan Ilson of Luxembourg, who came through the Orange League, up against Nerven of the Ekstraklasa of Poland. He finds himself 2-0 down in this game. This is a real battle between these two because they are desperate for points. They've both not picked up any so far in the group, Ryan.
I think for both these players, it's a must-win. If you want to give yourself any chance of finishing top 3, you have to win this game. A draw does none of these any good. They need to get 3 points on the board and then try their best to progress. And of course, this is the one group with 6 players. All the other groups have 5, so that extra game could come into effect very, very importantly as Ivan Ilson tries to get number 3 here. Great build-up so far.
Well, this is the second time Ivan Ilson has been in the Champions League. I remember for quite some period he was this youngster coming through in Luxembourg and he was picking up some crazy results. I'm sure he had a few crazy weekend league typical challenge records as well, but it's not been an Champions League to remember so far for him. He has to turn around. It looks like he's in the moment there. Back to this one now. This is live. Johnny leads 2-1 at the start of the second half. We speak about different stances of players, Ryan. Luka Negwa's actually got his elbows on the table.
Yeah.
Look like he's about to eat dinner. Not play FC 24. Long ball over the top. This finds Johnny with his Didier Drogba. Look at the exit there. It deserved the goal if it wasn't for Donnarumma. Nice piece of trickery there from Mbappe. Keeps the ball, sells a couple of players short. Was he Wesley Sneijder on the pitch? Lofted into Drogba. Just doesn't knock this Donnarumma.
That goalkeeper movement from Luka Negwa was insane. Moved the goalkeeper across the line. Didn't fully commit to a side. Just nudged him over slightly and it just about prevents it from going in.
Wesley Sneijder, Ryan? Thoughts?
I've seen him a couple times today. I don't think yesterday we saw him at all. But today I've seen him in a few of the squads.
I mean, let us know at home. Who would be one hero that would be in your team if you're in this competition? Remember, you are allowed to use UCL heroes. Would love to hear from a few of you at home. And Mbappe will put out another shot. Corner to come in now for Torino. There's Drogba, you know where it's going to go. Donnarumma does well. And let's jump back over to Fuma against Manu Bashir. We saw a 3-0 to a 3-3 there. What's the latest now? It's just kicked off. For the start of the second half. I mean, I expected a turnaround at some point, but not in 12 minutes, Ryan.
Yeah, Fuma's someone I respect very, very highly, but along with Manu Bashir as well. I'll be honest, I didn't see a comeback. I thought Manu Bashir would pull away from it as quick as possible, but Fuma's done incredible. As you said, to overturn the deficit that quickly against somebody of Manu Bashir's nature is unbelievable, but here he is.
Watch out for that traditional whip cross that Cafe might offer. Instead goes inside, finds Drogba and he'll look to drop the shoulder. What a tackle that is from Cancelo, who was pushed to the floor.
One thing about Drogba, though, as I mentioned, he's not nimble at all. It's just those areas you would rather the ball in the air, maybe for a knockdown or just to bring it down from a dinked pass. It's just having him twist and turn. He doesn't have 5-star skill moves, so it could be a little bit predictable when trying to find space in the box.
Well, we've had so many goals in the first half, it only made sense to bring someone else in just to take the rest of our voices a little bit. Case joins us now. Case, what on earth are we seeing here? What's a start to round 3?
Oh my goodness, what a start that is. I think that we all expected Manu to come out strong, but never count out Fuma because he is such a skilled competitor, and now this game has been turned on its head.
Absolutely. In case you missed it, Manu was 3-0 up in 32 minutes. Fuma came back in just 12 of them. Before half-time were all square. Toni Kroos pumps that into our 9. And you are looking at the replay there. Don't worry, we're not going back to remove the goal. How important is that, Ryan, after you give away a 3-0 lead, to then get back in front?
It's huge. It's huge for your mentals going into it because it's very easy to be debilitated and of course, worrying about what could happen. Your mind sometimes drifts away from thinking, oh my gosh, I'm about to give away a 3-0 lead. How ridiculous does that look in these moments? I'm going to reflect on that when the game's done. I'm going to be upset, but to manage to bounce back in the game is incredible. And he's on the attack again here. Wins it very high up with Toni Kroos. Anticipate plus play style.
Cut back maybe.
Finds Drogba again, not someone you want when the ball's on the floor. Tries to get it in the air.
You want it there though, don't you? A simple 1-2. That's 2 examples there, Cage, as well, of just the perfect use of those midfielders. You see Toni Kroos, Modric, just a little ding ball over the top.
Yeah, that's all you literally have to do. Float it over the top, and Drogba is right there for the taking.
It's the beautiful ball. That's why me and Rich went over on the analysis earlier, just how important. I know it was related to Toni Kroos, but just in that sequence we showed, that ball over the top, we see Umut do it a lot, especially in this domestic league, the virtual Bundesliga, earlier on in this season, and a lot of players have started to pick it up a lot more and implement it in their game.
You saw Manu enjoy that one as well as he looked up. He knew exactly what he wanted to do there. A little dink over the top, sold 4 defenders. And Drogba knew exactly what he wanted to do. Let's jump around and see some scores elsewhere if we can. Remember, there are 5 games on at the moment here with the Champions League in this round 3. Let's go to Lex against Kosu first, because we left Kosu 4-3 up in this game. It's 4-4 here as well. Lex needs points here, because if he doesn't, he's going to be dragged into that rat race at the bottom, Case. Yeah, that is a situation that Lex definitely does not want to be in. I'm actually surprised by the scoreline, because I think that, speaking to other pros, Lex is one of those most feared players, especially online as well. No one wants to go against Lex, and so 4-4 scoreline there. Great for Kosu.
I remember competing over the years. Lex is somebody that is frightening. It's very surprising that this is his debut at the Champions League. He's somebody that you'd associate with always reaching latter stages of important tournaments, but he just never found his way into this illustrious competition. But now he's here, I expect him to reach the knockouts, I'll be honest. He might be the best Guendouzi lookalike I've ever seen as well. I mean, you saw it, what, 2 weeks ago? Yeah. E-League 1. Narrowly lost out in the finals. Lost, but so good, isn't he? His teammate Kurt Adalo also on this side of the bracket. Back over here, 5-3. You saw Di Fernandez of Cadiz made a big move this year to go and play in the Liga FC Pro. That's how he got his ticket to this tour with a top 4 finish in Barcelona. Let's go to Johnny against Luca Negua. Of course, there's been another goal from Johnny, and all of them have just come from either a set piece. 2 of them come for a set piece. One of them just a long ball over the top. And every goal he'll score, it'll give you a big celebration as well. SC Paderborn's virtual Bundesliga champion in his first eChampions League leads by 3-1, looking to go and beat it in the groove. Manu Shaw restores a 3-goal lead again. So many goals, so entertaining. Honestly, this is one of the probably better games that I was anticipating for today. I thought it would be a bit closer. It's been very, very end-to-end, back and forth. But Manu, he's able to pull it out, and he didn't let those 3 goals from Fuma get in his head, because a lot of the times when you give up 3 goals after being so far ahead, you know, you could be down on yourself, but the confidence is back and he's looking very good, especially with kind of a rough start to the season for him. Yeah, exactly. I don't think that replay gave it justice, to be honest. If you watched it back in its entirety, it's just a triggered runs. But hold on, we've got a replay here that came by the way of Lex in this game, overturning a deficit. He's now 5 goals up again, 5-4 up against Kosu in that game. As you mentioned, Lex would want to get 3 points on the board. He doesn't want to get dragged into the mix of potentially not making it through the group stage. But I was mentioning that goal from Manu Bashir, just the triggered runs. When you recycle possession, you want to make sure your midfielders, sometimes they're caught behind the strikers, so then you have to get them in position, whether it's a player lock or a triggered run. And he done it perfectly there with Modric and Toni Kroos.
Well, let's jump back to this one now, because this is Lex's second game in the group stage, as he won his first one 4-3. For Kosu, this is his 3rd game. He has to take something from it if he wants to stay in the conversation still, because if not, it will be 1 point from 9. And he will be looking to the heavens for a point. This is a great ball over the top. Lucas Lekor could really punish him here. João Cancelo does find loads of space, but he just needs a runner from somewhere. Donnarumma's in the air there, does get handed, and this could be a gift. Oh, he's blocked it. I think he's on player. Shot on the line is Cancelo, the ball, the shot from Pedri. Still not dead though. There's another wave of Olympique Lyon pressure comes through. Pirlo does so well on his own. Andrea Pirlo, ball roll. And it's the Italian goalkeeper that stops the Italian icon in support. We should go. How did that not go in? That was almost a gift.
It was a gift. I thought it was going to score. I thought it was destined to find the back of the net. The dribbling there with Pirlo was great. Technical plus play style coming into effect. Into our other game, Johnny up against Luka Negua. Very high press there from Luka, still a long way to go in this game with a 9-minute half.
Well, as it stands now, it would be Johnny and Lex that would stay top of this group, both with 6 points in Group F. Goalkeeper movement there was rather interesting there from Luka. And it would mean, sorry, that Luka Negua would be on 2 points. Goal back for Fuma, of course, as traditional Mbappe into Didier Drogba that gets the goal back from. Surely we're not going to see another 3-goal cushion thrown away. Well, let's stay with this one for the last 15 minutes because we saw a 12-minute comeback earlier from Fuma. You would like to say that this time round, Manu might be a little bit better at defending that lead.
I would hope so, especially with only around 15 minutes left in the game. That would be very disappointing on Manu's side if he were to give up those goals. But Fuma has scored plenty of goals in all the competitions. I've seen his trophy cabinet, by the way, and so many trophies, it's insane.
Cafu. Still for Manu Bashir, who just delays and delays and delays with the fullback before finding an outlet. I mean, it wouldn't be the end of the world if he was to lose this game. Fuma, he's still on 6 points from 3 games he's played. He will definitely be, you'd argue, in that top 3. Musiala. Ball rolls away, finds Henry, who looks for the little step over exit, which gets blocked and denied by Manu.
Oh, what a step. It's a huge defensive step there to try and get the ball. Again there from Manu Bashir, wins it perfectly back.
Final 8 minutes. Keep an eye on Cafu, who'll continue his run on that far-hand side. What a ball, it's just opened up, hasn't it? Drogba, is there a one more pass available? Didn't really want to go there, but had to play to Modric. He recovers again well. Let's see this chance come in. Into corner, there's been a goal quicker, let's go and see it. It's come from this game here. We said that Kosu needs points. That could be a big goal to solidify an extra point for him on the board. It keeps him in the conversation in this group.
Smart play from Manu Bashir. Doesn't need to whip the ball in and risk losing possession. Just recycles play, waits for bodies to get out of position for Fuma, who actually loses the ball here. Fuma could spring an attack together, trying to get bodies forward now.
4 minutes to find 2 goals. I think Manu should be able to see this one out.
Yeah, I agree.
What is it about these Dutch players that play in the Eredivisie, the Eredivisie, that it seems like it's their weekend, really, isn't it? They're pulling away. PH in 4 games unbeaten yesterday. Emre Yilmaz, teammates.
Hold on.
Finish that is.
Hold on.
Thierry Henry with that finesse that we've been speaking about. We saw it yesterday so many times. David David might not have gone unbeaten. He topped his group as well. And I mean, if Manu Bashir holds this one out, I can confirm he'll be topping the group as well.
It's not over yet. Couple minutes plus added time for Fuma to try and get back a miraculous comeback twice in this game against Manu Bashir. It's a huge moment. That finesse shot that we've seen a number of times. We saw it yesterday, even with Tex in his first game. Always seems to find the target from distance.
He's going to get another chance, you'd like to say, if he can get the ball. Can Manu Bashir hold on for a minute and a half? Let's see. A minute left, plus additional time. Is it going to be 9 points from 9 for the world champion as it stands at the moment? I mean, this could be his best ever eChampions League run. Chance to break away, Mbappe, he might just have the legs. Is that Pirlo with the back post waiting if he wants to find him? Doesn't need to, he's being smart with the ball, he's looking after it. Or is he?
Oh,
gets the ball
he's
back.
Fortunate. He's fortunate.
And that
should go back to the keeper, yep.
Do him here. It's Manu Bashir that wins 6-5 and an 11-goal thriller between the two. He remains unbeaten in the eChampions League group stages. But there are other matches underway still. Handshake between the two players, ultimate respect between them. I can pretty much guarantee that they'll both be going to those knockout stages next weekend. Let's jump over here then, Johnny. Last chance of the game. He has got a 2-goal cushion. Doesn't really need to score again.
He's going to do the same. Game management, keep the ball. Doesn't need to score again. Of course, goal difference is a key factor in group stages. But if you're winning your games,
if you're top of the group,
you don't need to worry. Yeah,
difference.
you need the points. Points first and foremost. And Johnny's trying to guarantee those 3 points against a player that could rival him for that top spot.
Well, we got a full-time result as well between Lex and Kosu. I'm pretty sure it was a draw between the two. So points dropped there for Lex. A point guaranteed on for the side of Kosu. Luka Negua does score, but I think he knows it's too late. It's 14 seconds in game time left. It's a goal that you're probably going to see quite a lot this weekend. The aerial plus play style coming into its true effect again.
It's a bad result though for him. I'll be honest, on paper he knows now this will be his third game, 2 draws and a loss. Of course, putting him on 2 points in this group. What could save him though is the fact that Kosu drew against Lex or defeated Lex in that game.
That's what I'm saying.
That's a big result.
This group will be Johnny on 6.
Lex on 4?
Lex on 4. Luko
on 2.
Negua will be on 3 because he's going to get a... Oh, sorry, he's not going to get any points in this game. But will be on 2. Kosu will be on 2. And then Ricard, who obviously not played this round, will be playing the next one, will also be on 2 points as well. So that third spot, and even second, is still very much up for the conversation.
What's crazy for Ricard is that in the group stages, I've seen from the past when I used to play myself, is that you can win without playing. In a sense that if results fall your way, it puts you in good stead to try your best to bounce back, motivate you, knowing that if you can just get a result from your next game, your future in this tournament is completely in your hands.
No, absolutely. As we said, that's only 1 round done here, as we said, from a really difficult Group E and F, as we said. Big result for Manu Bashir, and I believe he's joined by Casey now.
Yes, I am joined by Manu, who had a massive victory over Fuma. But you are 3-0, undefeated. Did you think that game was probably going to be your hardest of the day?
Yeah, I think so. Fuma is, of course, probably the best player in the group, best opponent in the group. If you look at like the big achievements and stuff like that, he won the E-League 4 times. He qualified for the FC Pro Open, and yeah, of course, the other opponents are also good, but they don't have a CV like Fuma. So both being on 6 points felt like a massive game, and I'm happy with the way I played as well. So yeah, big win.
So do you think you can get those wins continuing in your next game against Ivan Nilsson?
Yeah, have to. I think if you are 3-0, there's no reason to think that you're going to lose or something. So nah, I'm happy.
All right, one last one for you. The last time we chatted, you were in a much different mindset. What has changed between the last time, which was FC Pro, which you weren't too confident?
Yeah, so last time FC Pro was the first event of the year, and I didn't do well in the first week, so that made it almost impossible for the second week. But then, yeah, I had to grind out until the Eredivisie finals. I knew I had a good chance of getting to the World Cup and eChampions League, and I gave everything for it. And I think, yeah, even though we didn't win the final in the end, I was happy with how I performed in the tournament, and gave me massive confidence to go on and still have the belief that maybe replicating last year is possible. And yeah, as of right now, I'm feeling super confident, winning against Fuma in such a manner. And yeah, hopefully we can win 2 more games so we can guarantee first place.
All right, well, I will let you get back to it. Good luck. Hopefully the wins keep on coming, and I will send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Case. Yeah, he's good at grinding out things, isn't he? Grinding out that game there. I mean, what on earth? 3-0, 3-3, 6-3, 6-5, almost went 6-all there. How did he manage to keep calm, composed during that matchup?
I think it makes sense because I think FC is a game of momentum in a way. It's like football in a way because, for example, the Real Madrid against Manchester City match, you score a goal, then your opponent scores 2 goals, then you score another goal, and it's always back and forth. And in a way, FC is really similar because you're not going to play 100% all the match, but when you play at your top level, you got to score goals. And Manu did that. He scored 3 goals, then he conceded 3 as well. But for me, the key moment was that 5th goal. That 5th goal was huge.
I think he also, you can see the stats there on your screen, he had more of the ball. And when Grav was saying there, when you're in those sort of spells of playing well, you have to score. He had more of the ball, so he had more spells to score, which sounds like really strange, but when it's such an evenly contested game, like both of those two could go on and that could be a final.
Yeah, for sure.
Genuinely, like they are so good. So when you're in those really tight games, they knew exactly what they're getting into. I had a little chat before they both kicked off and they just said, yeah, look, we're both really good. It's just going to be a 50-50 game. Like, we're just going to enjoy it. And I think there's a lot of mutual respect there between them.
Especially with the hug and everything.
I know, I love that. Both really good. We're going to enjoy it, and we enjoyed watching that as well. We have a MasterCard moment of the match from that one as well. Of course we do. It had 11 goals in it. Who did it come from?
It came from Manu, and what a goal it is. This was the 5th goal, so when we picked this, we thought this might be the one that puts him away. We had other ideas, but it's that play on the edge of the box, and that pass right there is perfection. It's lovely weighted, over the top of the defence. Typically, you see a lot of balls played into Drogba, and he then has to head it down, or he then plays the second sort of bounce pass off him. That one, it was perfect into his stride and an easy finish.
Yeah, especially because of the tactics. Sometimes, let me go all pro on this.
Do, please.
So, sometimes the depth is so high and you're using 70 depth and it goes automatic, the offside traps. So in that moment, he knew the offside traps were coming in. Just a beautiful, beautiful, just triangle touch. The timing was amazing, and then the finish was there. But it's just all the tactics, instructions, sometimes they matter so much.
You said a lot of players are starting to use this as well. Umit started using it, and now obviously the likes of Manu. Are we seeing more players use it because of these class players having it in their locker?
Probably. I mean, I would be using it if I'm competing.
Well, you should, because Manu then, he's used it and he's got 9 points. So if you don't use it, you know, maybe you're not going through. But Manu then, 9 points out of a maximum 9 so far. Remember, Rich, so this group is the stacked one. It's got 6 players in this one.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think also Manu, he was the one Eredivisie player not to play yesterday. So he's probably looking at his mates going, well, you've all breezed through. I should probably do it as well. Got a chance to have a quick chat with them at the hotel last night. They're all together, probably 15, 16 of them, down in the lobby, just sort of chatting, going through the games, and they look a real force right now.
I mean, I remember back in 2021 when I was competing with Nit and Adriman, they were playing really good. I wasn't playing as good.
You felt left out.
Yeah, you kind of do. So I do feel like Manu just went to sleep like, okay, tomorrow I got to do the job, because if not, I might be a step behind.
Maybe he felt like he was late to the party, but when he got to the party, well, didn't he deliver? Right, well, the party continues, doesn't it? After this short break, we get to see groups G and H in action the first time on the broadcast as well. Johnny, a reminder as well, he just won his matchup. We'll see you in a few.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, welcome back then to day 2 of the eChampions League group stages. We've had round 3 already in action. We have another set of round 3 fixtures as well, all looking, remember, to make it through to those finals on the 29th of May in London, just a few days as well before the Champions League final at Wembley. And one of those players that I think we should talk about now, because we can't really write out of potentially getting to those finals, is a dark horse, I'm going to call it, Levi Finn. What do we make of him? Talk to us about how he actually got here, because it was quite a tale, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we had the opportunity, didn't we, to be in Cologne, Germany, where they were doing walkouts, which we've never seen before in this space. But a player that's really just been coming on in his career as well. He's got better and better and better. He made this tournament before playing for a club called FC Hansa Rostock. Now he's back again for obviously RB Leipzig, but in very different form. Yes, he lost the final to Johnny, but Johnny's in fine form at the moment. And I feel like he definitely goes through, Ryan.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think it's easy for him to get overlooked, though. Being part of RB Leipzig, you've got Umit there, world champion. You've got Anders, the world prodigy. Everyone talks about him. So it's very easy for him to fall under the radar a bit. But he defeated Anders to get here, so he's someone that you have to keep an eye on.
Yeah, that was the big storyline, wasn't it? The fact that he defeated Anders, everyone expected, possibly hoped as well, that he would get here. How was he able to defeat his teammate Anders? What does he have that was allowed him to get over the line there?
I would say it was his pressing. He completely nullified Anders from start to finish. I think the scoreline was 3-2. I believe it was an aggregate, but it wasn't a close game, I'll be honest. I felt as if Levi Finn dominated that game from start to finish, and just the way he was decisive, dictated the tempo, kept possession well, forced Anders into offensive mistakes. And if he can do that today, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Big match-up next, though, hasn't he? Ketadalo.
Yeah, plays Ketadalo. One thing we know about both these two, they both won their first games in this group, and you'd have to say out of all that group, two of the probably favourites that should be going through, as we saw in that Manu Fuma game. Just give us more of that. 11 goals would be nice.
I love all the goals, exactly. Manu as well, 18 so far today. Loads of goals coming in, left, right, centre. Well, we had something actually yesterday in the chat, didn't we? We're doing this guessing game again. We love this. The chat love it. You guys love it. You're teasing everyone, aren't you? We have an Easter egg for you guys to guess for the eChampions League group stages. The challenge, of course, is to score a finesse shot with a player from a certain league. Maybe it's La Liga, maybe it's Premier League, maybe it's Serie A. We'll be dropping some hints along the way. You guys have been dropping some hints. People have been guessing. Have they been getting it right or wrong on the chat? What is the vibe? Are they getting closer, are they not?
We've been confirming a lot of wrong answers as well. We can confirm it's not the second Spanish league, it's not the Polish league, it's not the Saudi league, it's not the MLS.
What was the most rogue league that people threw out there? Come on. Who went completely rogue?
Quite a few, to be fair.
Trying to think.
Maybe I shouldn't have asked that question.
There's been so many, honestly.
Did you guys get it before we actually gave you what it was? Did you know it? Are you good?
The chat helped me out a bit. Someone in there was saying the correct answer.
Are you good at these games, though?
No.
Don't lie.
No.
Not really. We just get given the answers, don't we?
Are you good at nations or are you good at league? What's your strong point?
I'd say league.
Yeah,
League?
I'd say the same.
You're not very good at the countries?
Depends. If it's I'd say the more
You two are
common
well-travelled too.
He is.
In Europe.
In Europe. OK, well, let's go back to this one then. We can see the boys getting ready. Ketadalo, Levi Finn over here. Got massive matchups. That Umit sitting over there as well. We haven't spoken that much about him. Obviously, Case spoke to him. Umit, he's never won this one. A sign of things to come, obviously. You know, he's kind of been going under the radar a little bit. Back here, where he needs to be. Is this his year to take another trophy? It'd be nice in his collection.
I mean, this is all he's got left to play for this year as well, which we have to talk about when we were covering these leagues in various different locations. If you didn't make the grand final in a lot of these leagues, you didn't qualify for the FC Pro World Championship. So for some players, it's an eChampions League and an FC Pro World Championships, and for some players, it's this and this only. So this is your only chance to win the trophy. So for him, all his energy and all his sort of focus has to be on this.
Makes things even more difficult, does it, Ryan?
Yeah, I think it does, 100%, just because you have to come off the fact that you're not going to be at the World Championship. For him, that would be the ultimate aim. So the fact he's not there, I think will take its toll a little bit, but he's a professional. He's won a lot in the past, a lot of prize money, a lot of trophies, so I'm sure he'll get over it.
How much does he draw on that World Championship run he had in Copenhagen a couple of years ago? Can he draw on that in these circumstances?
I think it's expectations, isn't it? But the problem is you've won, no doubt, one of the biggest tournaments in the world. So the pressure you're putting on yourself, Rachel, is ridiculous.
Well, if he knows how to deal with pressure, doesn't he? Because he was able to win that world title a couple of years ago. He's up next, as are these two players as well. Levi Finn, obviously over from the Bundesliga, taking on Ketadalo. That's a massive matchup there. Both won their first games. And then the other side, Nacho Abea, taking on the man we've just been talking about, former world champion, Umit. Big games, boys. Enjoy.
We certainly will, Rachel. Thank you very much. Round 3, jumping into the final 2 groups that we've got for this particular round, and I can't wait, I'll be honest, because I saw both of these 2 players in their domestic leagues. Graf's he's taking pictures with people here.
Both things, you know.
I was a real big fan of Kurt Adilo when I watched him at the E-League. I loved what he did. I loved the way that he played. I loved his approach play. He played 3 out of the 4 games for Olympique Lyon, and I really can't wait to see him show us what he can do at the eChampions League now.
No, especially in that final against Lorient. I mean, I think he played 3 matches, won 2 of them, so he played really well. And then in the semi-finals as well, he was playing Clermont, and I think he won a couple of matches.
4-1 overall, yeah.
4-1 and won 2 matches as well. So I do think I agree with you. He's one of those players who is always competing at the highest level. I mean, when you expect eChampions League, when you expect World Championships, you expect Kurt Adilo in a way.
On the other side of the stage, people asking, where is Anders Vergang? This man knocked him out.
That guy took his spot.
His teammate at RB Leipzig, they played against each other in the virtual Bundesliga quarterfinals, and he was eliminated, Anders Vergang, by Levi Finn. It was a great performance from Levi Finn. He completely shut Anders down. He didn't allow him the step overs. He didn't allow him the space. He didn't let him have any momentum in that game. How excited are you to watch Levi Finn here at the eChampions League on the main stage?
I think a lot, because I mean, sometimes we talk about RB Leipzig and we expect Umut to go through, we expect as well Anders to do some things, and Levi Finn might fly under the radar for a little bit, but again, he's the guy. I mean, there's this new wave of German players that are performing at the highest level, and this is the perfect example of a player that's been competing at the highest level for a couple of years, but you know, it's just a step behind Umut and Anders. So let's see what he can do, but because in my opinion, this is a perfect stage to show the people and the world that you are at the same level as your teammates.
Absolutely. Well, here we are. Kurt Adilo kicking from left to right, all in white, and from right to left in the RB Leipzig strip. Olympique Lyon v RB Leipzig, 2 European giants in the real game, and now taking part in the eChampions League. They both had decent journeys so far as well in 2 rounds, looking to continue that. I was talking with Ryan earlier on today, we were sort of mentioning and chatting about the first 2 games that you play off stream before you come into these sort of stream matches. I actually don't think draws are that bad. Yesterday, 6 points got you through. 6 points in every group would have been enough to put you through. That's a beautiful header from Drogba at the back post, putting Kurt Adilo 1-0 up. But if you could just win 2 of your 4 games, yesterday, statistically, that was enough to send you in to the next round.
And I think it's going to be the same today, pretty much, because, for example, Tex lost 2 of his first 2 games, and now you're in a tough position because you gotta win the 2 matches you got left if you wanna win the whole thing, and if you wanna go through. But then, for example, Nicolas, he was losing his first 2 games, but then he got a point, and now, if he wins the rest of the games, he'll be through. For example, Andoni lost the first game, then draw the second one, then got a couple of wins
to win out.
He was the second on the group, so I agree with you 100%. You gotta, at least, if you're not playing well,
just draw.
Just draw. Draw is enough.
I mean, Nicolas in that last game, in round 2, he wasn't playing well. He salvaged a draw. If he goes and wins his last 2 games now, he goes through. This is the other match that's taking place right now, and it's Nacho and Bayer against Umer, the Spaniard, with a 1-goal lead, representing Real Oviedo.
Let me just say a beautiful que golazo, a beautiful vamos, because that was beautiful. But again, Didier Drogba with a step over, passing to R9, Elastico.
Rebounds back to Mbappe, that's screen timed.
But yeah, Nacho was a bit preoccupied because Real Oviedo is playing at the moment to try to get to playoffs. But again, Nacho, I mean, it's obviously important that Oviedo gets to playoffs, but it's more important that you go and win your matches on the stage. So now he's focused and he's playing well, because that was a beautiful, not only a player lock, but the speed was as well. Nacho, you had the pleasure to watch him in La Liga FC Pro Finals. What a player.
What a player. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty more of him as well throughout the course of today, and maybe even into next week at the knockouts. And hey, look, an E-Liga final in the back pocket, the FC Pro La Liga. If he can go on and replicate that form, he could be in the top 8 come the 29th of May. Pirlo just stepping in there for Curtadilo to sweep up.
Nice defense at the moment, like a Curtadilo in a low block, but he's struggling. Oh, that's a poor pass.
Drogba dominant in the box. He's a powerhouse. Pirlo a little bit more artistic with his approach. R9, step overs, rebounds back to Mbappe.
Wow, that was lucky.
Saved by the goalkeeper.
But again, that's the thing you expect from R9. Because if you're using as a striker Stoichkov or maybe Cruyff, the passing is going to be good. But when you're using R9, he won't miss when he has the chance, but maybe an easy pass won't be converted. Because that's the issue sometimes as picking a striker between Henry, between R9. I mean, there's never a perfect striker, and especially with this budget. So what do you want really? A good passing striker,
plus, do you want
false 9? What do you want? A striker that finishes all of his chances? And obviously the playstyles as well.
Absolutely. Here is Curtadilo on the edge of the box. Henry. Now Pirlo, both players using the Italian. That's great feet in the box. Extra pass to Drogba. That's got to be a goal of the day.
Yeah, come on. You see the way that he just pressed R1 to just
shimmy it,
twist and turn.
And it's green.
Oh.
What do you even do? If you're defending that, what do you even do?
No, there's nothing you can do really, because you don't expect the mechanical brilliance of just pressing R1 to just not controlling the ball and then looking for an extra pass into another extra pass to Didier Drogba. I mean,
that's why I love watching Curtadilo.
It might be too early to say goal of the tournament, but a beautiful goal nevertheless.
And what about that one from Nacho Abella? Leaving Umut in his path right there. Both RB Leipzig players trailing by 2-0. Levy Finn looking to put an end to that, but Curtadilo with bodies in the way, and Henry tries to knock it and run past Soulé. That's an awful touch.
It's interesting because I don't think we've seen Andrea Pirlo against Andrea Pirlo.
Not really.
No, but it makes sense. I mean, because of the play styles, because of the way he's not stiff at all. I mean, the way he just turns and everything. Whoa. Remember watching Andrea Pirlo?
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Mbappe on the edge of the box. Couple of step overs.
Nice.
Green time. He makes it look very simple, almost Anders-esque.
We could say so, yeah. Especially because he just pressed L1 to stop with the ball.
Yep.
Now, that's the direction he wants. Step over. The playstyle gets activated.
Again, that's indefensible.
Really, yeah. Especially
when the quick step plus as well comes in.
Especially because I've been talking with the Spanish players and other players as well, and they said something that I didn't really notice. I mean, Kompany, Soulé, all the centre backs you're going to be using are probably 80 paced, something around that.
Not quick.
Not quick. So when you're facing someone as Mbappe, who has not only a quick step but 98 pace, you're not going to be able to stop step overs.
I mean, Gvardiol's look quick.
But you're using him as a left back.
But still,
yeah.
Like, that's the level. Like when we're defending against each other. Pirlo out wide.
Cross. No.
Back into Mbappe. He's a danger man. Tries linking back to Andrea Pirlo, but on that occasion,
it's interesting to see Curtadillo's draft in a way, because he's not only using Pirlo, he's using Jude Bellingham as well.
Yes.
Which we've not seen.
Rare.
Yeah. It's rare, especially as a midfield, because I mean, if it was the Team of the Year edition, yep, sure, you gotta use him. But the UCL is not that good.
Travella to the back post. There is Jude.
Penalty? No. Ref, what do you think? Rich?
You're asking the admin behind you.
Drogba, nice press by Soulé. Now, one thing I really like about the ECL is the way the draft changes everything, because we never see
the comfort zone.
Yeah. Thierry Henry. Oh, Andrea Pirlo, come on. Umut with a beautiful goal.
It's a lovely pass.
Yeah.
First time linking up around the box from Umut. Looks to get himself back into that game.
Oh. Curtadilo is having some issues with the build-up at the moment. He's lost the ball many times, and Levy will punish. Oh.
Toni Kroos fired into Pedri. Drogba in the way and just about does enough to bundle his defender out of the way.
Yeah, but the pressure's too much, I think, at the moment.
R9.
Oh, what a tackle!
What a tackle from...
That has to go on the analyst screen in a few minutes. What a tackle.
Whipped into the near post. Donnarumma takes one for the team. Gets bundled over by Drogba. He talks about Umut. Said he was 2-0 down. Not for long. Drogba at the back post, heads it back across where the ball came from and going into half-time at 2-2.
I know this is a usual topic, but again, with cross coming from Cancelo, playstyle plus, aerial plus coming for the Drogba, there's not much you can do because Nacho moved the keeper, but it wasn't enough.
This could be...
a save.
Should have been a big goal.
It could have been. And I do think Darius is struggling at the moment.
Yeah.
The pressure is too much for him to handle at the moment because he's going for the possession. The press after the possession loss every single time, and I think in those positions, and I know it's an easy thing to do, it's really hard to do. It's a really easy thing to say, a hard thing to do. It's just when you recover the ball, pass it to the wing. Because if not, the press is going to come from the midfielders, from the strikers, and there won't be much space. But again, when you're recovering the ball, sometimes you just pass it.
Drogba out wide here. He's got a lot of space in front of him, driving towards the box. Now looking for options out the back of the double step-overs. Toni Kroos picks up. Pirlo out of his step-overs. That's really nice, but just defended well there from Curtadalo. Did a bite.
I'm going to say Curtadalo is not building up well. He's losing possession, but he's defending the 1v1 situations really good. With the players switching and with the tackling.
He's got a couple of bodies on that left-hand side. Gvardiol's the furthest man forward for him.
He is fast.
Really quick.
Yeah.
Away from Cancelo with a nice little bit of dribbling. Into Drogba, Pirlo, Mbappe, reverse elastico. Oh!
What a cancel! Oh! That was close. The shot cancellation was really good, and I thought that was in.
Disgusting.
Woohoo! And this is going to be it for the first half. Curtadalo is leading. But Levi Finn, no, big mistake. I think this is going to be it, right?
Take it into half-time.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be happy with just not conceding that goal from Mbappe.
I mean, if you're Curtadalo in that situation, you scored 2.
Yep.
You then were really sort of penned back for 20 minutes.
Yep.
25 minutes, and then you have a chance. Last kick of the half to go into the lead. It would be a big opportunity.
Big. Because we just talk about this in the host desk. The momentum can, it can swift in a really quick sense. So when you're playing just against the ropes in a way, and you don't have really a chance to convert your occasions,
yeah,
you have to go.
What do you think we're going to see second half? Anything different from these two?
Nothing really different, in my opinion, because maybe Curtadalo may switch up the build-up to try to build up on the wings when he's coming the ball, but I do think Levi Finn is playing really good. Maybe he's passing the ball a bit too much inside the box, so when he didn't pass the ball and he went for the step over, it worked out fine because he scored a goal. Maybe that's the game plan.
Got a question there from Hull, from Gertrude fan. What are the team restrictions? Well, we can tell you 15 million coins, 3 icons, unlimited heroes, and UEFA Champions League items only available. We're underway for the second half. It's going to be Curtadalo getting us underway from right to left. And Levi Finn from left to right in the blue RB Leipzig strip. Taking all the space here is Andre Pirlo. The near post is open. The keeper was moved. Pedri recycled onto the edge. Pirlo now once again. Drogba with a little bit of dancing, but Gvardiol steps in.
And we're joined.
We heard a big shout, and this came from Serron with Henry at the near post. 55 minutes on the clock. Matt Marley's had a tough day of it so far.
Yeah, probably all the Ypres guys, if we're honest. We're joined here We have another beautiful Levy.
Yes, thank you,
how are you,
guys.
man? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I'm buzzing because I already made it through, of course. I'm watching some amazing games where Couture has a big chance. Yeah, the level shown here is crazy, and something that comes back every single time is momentum, I think. We seen Couture going up 2-0, Nacho Bella going up 2-0, and the comebacks are being made. I think it's a big part of this tournament. If you have the momentum, you need to take it, and if your opponent has it, you need to try and kill it. That's the thing that most games happens for me. Also, when I played, when I went 4-0 down against Hazards in 26 minutes, and I came back to 4-4, sometimes you just feel it, and then you have to take it.
We've got one of the best players in the world right now joining us on commentary. Any questions you've got for Mr. Levy, get them down below right now. We'll answer a few while we have him for the second half. But we're going to jump back into this game because it's a real tight one between Curtadilo and Levy Finn.
Have you had the chance to play either Curtadilo or Levy?
I played them a lot, actually. Couture is like, I also talk with him because the Dutch guys are pretty good with the French guys. So also Couture, Fuma, Lex, I play them a lot. Yeah, for me, it's insane. Same goes for Levy Finn. I think a lot of people sleep on his quality. I think he's one of the best players, but maybe he hasn't proven himself yet on the biggest stage, like e-Bundesliga, of course, where he played the final and beat Anders. So I think he's like one of the best players in the world. And yeah, same goes for Couture. It's just incredible.
Why do you think it's really hard to play against Curtadilo?
I think he's one of the people who's really good. That's a tough goal.
Turnaround. You talked about
that's a turnaround.
The games.
Now talking about Couture, I think he's one of the players who's really good at pressing, like high up, and he is very good with skill moves. Like not many people use skill moves this year, not a lot.
Travella! Curtadilo!
That's why it's tough to play against him. Easy.
He's got a bag of
what
tricks.
A goal. What a goal. Like so unpredictable. That's what I was gonna say. Like you don't expect the Trivella anymore after the patch, of course, like a few months ago, and he just does it timed green to perfection. 3-1.
Zero reaction.
No reaction. I mean, he doesn't even give you a kiss. I mean, he can give you a kiss, Rich, because you really love him. But Curtadilo is performing at the highest level at the moment. Leading game 3-1.
Something that's also interesting, I think, he doesn't have a coach.
Yeah, that's interesting as well.
Normally Diakite will coach him for Iligan. I know he doesn't have a passport, so that's why he couldn't come, but I think Couture is a guy who can figure it out on his own. And eChampions League seems to be his tournament. Also last year he reached the final 8.
How do you feel when you have someone, coach, beside you? How do you think is the difference?
Especially on the mental side, because when it's going well, you are playing good, you don't really need it that much. But yesterday, for example, I wasn't playing at my best. Then is where Renzo really helps me out a lot. Then it's like, just keep doing what you're good at. Well, Nacho Bella.
You heard the shout.
That's insane.
Bella's power shots, we have everything.
I have to say, this is one of the best games I've watched. Like yesterday and today, Nacho Bella versus Umut is a crazy one as well.
Levy Finn coming forward with Didier Drogba into Mbappe. Cuts it back looking for R9 in the box, but good defending on that occasion from Curtadilo.
I do think he's complicating himself, Levy Finn. I mean, when he had the chance to just go for a step over and try to just go for it, I think he had a better chance of scoring a goal. Sometimes he's overcomplicating with extra passes, and Curtadilo is really good with the player switching and then trying to cover with the tackles and everything.
On the other side, it's also one of his strengths, of course, because when it works, it's really hard to read for Levy Finn, but sometimes when it's maybe not going that well, you just need to take a shot sometimes.
How often when you're in these situations, we're talking about sort of the thinking behind the game, when you're sat there, do you even think about what you're doing, or is it all instinctive?
Sometimes you need to think about what you're going to do. For example, you trigger the left back or right back, you know he's going to get open. Sometimes you know your opponent's going to defend it, so you will get space in the middle, stuff like that. But like when I'm around the box, sometimes it's just, instinctive. You just...
Few questions here. Any tips for right stick switching?
I get that question so often. I think it's just practice makes perfect. I think a lot of people, especially people at home, just switch with L1. When you want to get better at defending.
Best tactics, anywhere where you can sell them to go? Any videos?
I won't say my TikTok, but if you want to use my tactics, just my Instagram, my TikTok, you can all find it on there.
My guy promoting himself.
There you go.
Good.
How are you usually so calm when it's so tough?
I think, especially in these 9-minute halves, you need to stay calm because, as I mentioned before, I went 4-0 down yesterday, but there's still so much time to be played. So then I always know I will get my chances, and if I just finish them, I can get back into the game. Ketur is being so calm as well this game. His dribbling is insane. Let's say decision making as well, like delaying some choices and making them sometimes.
That's a big mistake.
It's an error at the back from Levy Finn to give Curtis possession once again. Player lock 1-2 with Toni Kroos, and Toni Kroos in the way. We heard a big shout and it's come from Mark Marley. 75 minutes on the clock, a must-win game for the Brighton and Hove Albion man right now.
Do you think Toni Kroos is a must-have in all teams?
100%.
Why is that?
The long ball plus is insane, and even the anticipate, he intercepts so many balls like in the middle of the pitch. Then you just get a counter-attack because of his play style basically. And for me, he was like, after Mbappe, R9, Drogba and Cafu, he was like the next in the team.
I think it's the quickness. He wins it, and then you don't even have to think, you can just ping it straight away. A lot of players, especially in these requirements, you have to think almost, what can this person do? Have I got that in the locker? Does this person have a finesse? Whereas with Toni Kroos, he's probably one of the closest players that you're going to get to a regular team.
Yeah.
Like, he's probably quite close, to be honest, even down the pecking order. If you didn't have restrictions, like what he offers you. Curtis looking to kill this game off. A fourth goal would certainly do that.
Constant pressures on, I think, from the so there will be possibilities for Dilo to finish it off.
Brancher and Rick Torre going back and forth.
That's another crazy comeback. It was 4-1 at halftime.
Whoever wins that game puts himself in a good position in that group, with Nicola struggling as well.
Yeah, and Nico will be comfortable with a draw in that position.
A draw suits him nicely.
Would be perfect for Nico.
Well, Levy Finn's not out of this game yet. 83 minutes on the clock. R9 looking to twist and turn, a little bounce here and there, and Curtis will walk away with possession.
I think having
their space,
Levy here is a great chance.
This could be it.
Yeah.
Henri.
Fake the player look.
Absolutely.
R1 X2.
Oh, he's delayed it a little bit too long.
Just a bit
too much.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, Levy, how do you think is the best way to play against constant pressure?
I think it's especially with these teams, when we have Drogba, just going back and searching for Drogba high in the air, then he wins it high up the pitch, and then it's always tough for your opponent to like to still get the pressure on, because you will have a lots of space, because always midfielders and attackers are just staying forward, and you have like 4v4 situation going forward where it's just a step over, speed boost, and just run into space, I would say.
A question that we always sort of talk about when we commentate it. When are you starting to look at that clock in the top left corner of your Curtis Dilo thinking 88, 89 minutes, okay, I've won this game now?
A 2-goal lead, 88 minutes should be GG's, to be honest. Like, sometimes you get a +1, a +2 or +3. That obviously can make a difference, but 88, 2 goals lead should be enough.
And with that possession won back for Curtis Dilo, it will be edging towards 3 points. Levy Finn still in good contention to go through this group. However, the Frenchman right now is on fire.
Oh, Pirlo, that is a regret, I think, for me. What
nice player luck.
Good performance, Gravison. Really good performance. We have just had an absolute eruption.
Whoa.
Wow.
From the secondary featured matchup. It's come between Umut and Nacho Abella.
Wow.
Wow.
And this is where it has gone. 86 minutes on the clock. Nacho Abella with Rude Hullet.
Oh my days.
Red timed into the bottom corner.
Crazy finish, actually.
Wow.
Wow.
Screams everywhere.
Another goal.
You might be able to tell from the accent. There is a Scotsman off his feet in the form of Adam Ryan. Let's get back down to business very quickly. Curtis Dilo with a very professional performance, Gravison, to get 3 more points on the board.
3 points on the board, probably the pass through the next round as well. But you see the guy, he's just
calm, collected.
Like calm, collected, just putting on the clothes, probably picking up
Look at this.
and going.
93rd minute. Usman
Last
Dembele.
kick of the game.
Kroos.
Green timed. That's
Green
class.
time.
That keeps him alive.
It's a tough angle though. But
yeah.
Are you taking that shot?
When you time it green, everything can happen. Like, he can get a corner. We've seen in the Eredivisie corners last second of the game are always dangerous. So
we could maybe ask Donnarumma something more, because
wow,
that should have been an easy save, really.
Incredible, incredible stuff. There's still a game to be finalised. I'm just looking. Nacho Abella and Umut are still underway. Probably 88, 89 minutes on the clock. Here we go. This is it.
I really want to ask you, Levy, because I know you scored some beautiful goals in the Divisa with a power shot with Hullet.
Manu as well. mainly Manu. His power. I don't know if you watched. Yeah, you watched the game against Fuma. I don't know. I think Manu is one of the best with the power shot. Me personally, I try to copy him sometimes with it. I'm not as good as him, but yeah, score some goals because I know how he does it. It's insane. It's an insane mechanic. And the weird thing is, like outside of the box, it's even better than inside. So if you're inside the box, it's really tough to aim it. Outside the box from a volley, it just went in. If you time it green, it's almost impossible for the goalkeeper to save it.
Nacho Bayer just knocking his ball around the back, trying
1 minute left
to see himself into a full-time scenario.
Has to go forward. That he has the glitch, I think.
No way.
No way.
Pope dealing with it.
Time.
Goes long to Haaland. Pedri knocks it down.
Can he even go for the 5-3 here?
Goal difference is important.
It is. He doesn't go for it.
But this is going to be it. 3 points for Nacho Bayer.
Look at that.
Big scream.
Look at that reaction.
That's what it means.
Grav, you know him quite well. We talked about him in January this year. 4 months ago, he was contemplating hanging it up, retiring from the game.
He was thinking about retirement.
What a journey.
What a journey for him. I mean, he was thinking about retirement back in January because things weren't working out for him. But now, I mean, just not only getting to that final in the La Liga FC Pro, beating Umut in this stage.
On the other side of the stage, obviously you must have been in situations where you feel a bit hard done by. Your opponent scored maybe a goal that you think a little bit fluky, a little bit lucky. How would you come back from this? Because Umut's got games left to play, and he's not done anything yet. He's not qualified. He is visibly fuming right now.
Whoa.
How would you even try and recompose yourself? We're just going to let this sort of just look at the scenes. I mean, I've never seen him like this, really.
I've seen him like this. Mental, he's a beast. Like in 10 minutes after this, he is looking forward to the next game. Umut can like rage heavily, but he's a mental beast. He will come back for this. Luckily for him, it's group stage, so nothing is lost yet. Like he's 2 more games to play. If he just wins those, he still has a chance to finish first, because I know him. He's not thinking about going through, he's just thinking about finishing first. And obviously that's going to be tough, because Nacho beat him right now.
Does this remind you of your match against Andreas, in which you lost, but then still, all in your hands, if you win, you're going to top the group?
Actually, that one was so tough, because after that I felt like, oh, this was a good chance, because if I won that and then I won my game, I would have been first, like, secured. Then I was like Andreas, who maybe expected like the worst player in the group. In the end, I think he was really great. Yeah, that was quite a tough loss, and I was like feeling, shit, now I need to win. Against Jaden, I was thinking about the scenarios, like if I lose, I can go out, but I can go through. If I draw, I'm probably second. And yeah, that's where Renzo came to help me as well. We just went outside for a talk, just yeah, get a break and look forward to the next match again.
That's why coaches are so important, not only Renzo, but now Daniel has some minutes to try to calm Umut down and try to just tell him, you're not out of the competition. Maybe the objective of getting top of the group might be a little bit far, but still, you're playing for everything.
And we are still playing in this round right now. There's one game remaining. I believe it's between Brancha and Riptorek. A couple of technical difficulties, but we're going to get that game restarted as soon as possible. I just want to go back to our featured game between Levi Finn and Kurta Dilo. Were you somewhat disappointed with what you saw from Levi Finn?
I do think sometimes, as Levi mentioned, you don't pull the trigger. So, because the build-up was really good, the press after the possession was extremely good in the first half, but then sometimes you just work things too much, and as Levi said, you gotta shoot, because sometimes you may not get the goal, but it's a corner, and you know set pieces are important.
And we've seen the 4-3 from Nacho, which was just red time, just a shot outside the box, it went in. Sometimes they just fly in. I think Levi Finn, his build-up is always insane. Something he maybe can improve him. I don't want to give him too many tips, because maybe I will face him in the tournament. Just shoot more often.
Well, let's head on over to it. We've got 15 minutes left to play. Riptorek against Brancha. A win in this group puts you in a pretty decent position, I've got to say, when we start to sort of dissect the results. Levi Finn just losing. Nicholas is on 1 point. He's still got 2 games left to play. Kurta Dilo's flying at the top of the table, and Riptorek and Brancha, a draw is really, really hurtful for both of you. You have to try and win this game, and that's what he's exactly doing. Riptorek, green time to finish there.
He has time. I mean, 30 minutes in a 9 minutes half is still a lot of time. So he doesn't need to worry.
Also a really good mental performance, I think, because Riptrek was 4-1 up. Then I think Brancha came to a 4-4, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Yep. Now he scored again. That's strong. It's going to be a chance again for the goal on the left-hand side. Not many players now.
Nice press by Antonio Cross. Pretty passive back to Zidane. Branch is still alive.
Looking to build up, couple of step overs, takes the space, and a great save from Donnarumma. A pause cued there from the winner of the Maltese E-Premier League, representing Hamrun Spartans in Brancha.
Do you feel, Levy, that when because you're using centre-backs as Company, as Sule, who are maybe not as fast, do you think when those minutes come in and the stamina is quite low, they're a bit slower? Do they feel slower?
It is really hard to keep up with Company, Sule, especially two players like Henry, Drogba and Mbappe who have like 95 plus pace. It's so hard, so...
Can you give us sorry, Levy, can you give us a clue? Cyber Bob wants to know before we get back to the game.
What's the Easter egg Mystery Nation?
Can we have a clue? Don't reveal it yet.
Don't reveal it.
I don't even know it.
For the league, for the Mystery League.
It's a league where at the moment 3 players yesterday of that league finished top of the group, and 1 player is currently sitting top of the group. Hasn't finished yet. I think with that clue...
That's about as good as a clue you're going to get. Okay? That's about as good a clue you're going to get. Let's get back into it. 10 minutes left to play.
This is a big game for both of them, I would say. Like, they probably see each other as like, I have to beat him.
Direct competition.
Yeah, exactly. And now they both took points of Nicolas, which they probably didn't expect.
Yeah.
Win could like be so big for them.
Riptorek, couple of step overs, screen time!
Good decision. Short corner, near post. Oh, what a finish.
Goes across the goalkeeper, rifled it in the top net. Gravison.
I mean, that's just some beautiful FC at the moment, as Levy mentioned. It's not only a step over, but then deciding the other post because he saw the keeper being moved to the other post. And not only that, but the composure to green time it as well. I mean, that's a brilliant goal. It seems like the game is pretty much sealed.
5 minutes left to play.
Should be. I think that's the difference, maybe for him playing against Brancha, which is maybe not as big as a name as Nicolas, because against Nico he got so many chances, like incredible.
17 shots, I think.
Yeah, he went like 4 or 5 times 1v1 with the goalkeeper, and then maybe he was like too nervous because it's Nico, and like he choked the chances, and now he's clinical. Because he scored 6, so if you score 6, you have to be clinical.
Do you personally ever think about who you're playing against in terms of their aura, or is it just...
I would say not anymore.
You used to, though?
Yeah, when I started, I think it's normal, because maybe looking up to a player is maybe not the good sentence, but you think you have a lot of respect. I still have a lot of respect, but I also know what I'm capable of. So.
You think it's the other way around now?
I'm not buying this, because when he started in 2021, he won everything online. He didn't care about the old guys as me. So no, I don't buy this.
Nah.
Do you think it's the other way around, where people potentially look to you and think, oh, I'm playing Levic. I mean, this is going to be a hard game. Like, is there a way in which you're already winning mentally before you've even started?
I think it's tough to say from my perspective, because you never think about that. Like
you can't smell it. You can't have
I talked with it about Manu, I think yesterday in the hotel room. Like all the players who are in your group, you feel like they are prime techs in your head. Like you're never thinking like, I'm the favorite, I need to win this game, because I don't think that works. You need to take every opponent like it's the same quality. Otherwise, you only can lose basically, and that's not what you want.
Well, Riptorek will be getting points on the board. He will be getting a wing to his name. Didier Drogba with that strike across the box.
Another corner coming in for this game.
Could go out to goal difference, this group, with the draws coming in. That's a great type header from Vincent Kompany. A powering header. A little let's go from Riptorek. That's job done. And puts him in with a chance in this group where Nicolas has been struggling. If Nico loses that next game, Riptorek's in prime position to pounce.
Yeah, Nicolas still happy with this result, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Levy, thank you very much, my friend. It's been an absolute pleasure joining me and Brandon. Me and Gravison.
I'm Brandon now. No, thank you for the insight. It was extremely helpful. Good luck, man.
Thank you very much, Levy. Games are finished. We're not going to be here much longer. We're going to go straight on over because Nacho Bayer is waiting to talk us through his big win.
Should we just wave over there as well? And Brandon is here, Rich, FYI. He is with Nacho Bea and myself over here. Massive win.
Yeah.
4-3 over a world champion from a couple of years ago. And you screamed the house down, which we absolutely love to hear because everyone's a bit quiet for our liking, but you love to celebrate. Tell me why you're so passionate about
because
the game.
we are playing for our lives. I mean, it's my work. It's the money that I will pay my rent or whatever I want. So, I mean, I just did this because I feel the passion to win and everything. So, it's my work.
Bit of trash talking as well. You kind of got up and looked him right in the eyes, didn't you?
I always did the same on an important goals. When I shout, I just try to look at my opponent's face because then I see how he's looking at me and he was like...
You're scared?
Yeah, he was scared. You feel this and you must go for him.
You would be scared if he's just staring at you going, vamos, right in your eyes, and he's just staring into your soul. But massive congratulations on that win. It does wonders for Nacho, Rachel, because he's the only player on 6 points in this group. We're going to have a quick look at the goal you said you really enjoyed, that second goal.
That's Samba.
Talk to me about this. We've been saying on commentary that Didier Drogba is not very good with his feet. You changed us wrong there.
Nah, that's a not very good goal, but winning goal. I mean...
You love goal number 2. Goal number 4 you weren't as happy with.
I need to number?
I'm just... and that's what
For
you
me,
just told me a minute ago.
The second was the best.
Yes, exactly. You love that, but as Brandon was just saying, 6 points now. Everyone else in your group on 3.
Yeah.
And the fact that you beat Umut, you just said to me off camera, you know, I'm going to go and win it now.
I want to win everything. I mean, I used to be Umut, so... I mean, for me, he was the favorite for the group. Obviously, he's a former world champion. And I just beat him, so now I want to beat Encante, Marley, and whatever he was sitting in front of me, I want to beat him.
I think the great thing about this story is, Rachel, as well as Gravison and Rich were saying on the commentary desk, 4 months ago you're thinking about retiring.
Yeah.
And you're thinking about stopping playing. In those last 4 months, Nacho, you've qualified for the World Championships, top 4 in the La Liga FC Pro Cup, top 2 in Barcelona in the La Liga final. I know you lost, but still, you in the Champions League, it feels like you're getting closer and closer to that trophy.
Yeah.
Thank God you continued playing.
Yeah, obviously. I will try to continue playing until all the years, until 2030. I mean, now I want to play, obviously, because I am probably in my best moment. So I just want to continue this moment, and whatever it's gonna be, this.
What switched there from 4 months ago to how you play now?
Maybe just try to enjoy, because at the start of the season, we had a few tournaments and all the pressure was in every tournament. And I said, okay, I just wanna come here and try to enjoy. Obviously, I not enjoy when I play, but I try to enjoy and be myself and play the best as I can. And if my opponent beats me because he was better than me, I say, okay, congrats. I mean, you were better. So I changed the mentality.
Can't help but enjoy our chat as well, speaking to you. You just have a great energy around you.
Yeah.
Nacho, thank you very much. Good luck with Encante. Next matchup for you. Well done so far as well. Oh, he's just great, isn't he? We could chat to him all day. We can't, though, because we're going to tell you about something you can get your hands on as well for watching the entire group stages here at the Champions League. He's ran off. Nacho, thank you very much. Just watch along like you always do and link your EA account to be eligible to receive an award. For the group stage, you can receive a lone Team of the Season pack for 30 games, a Jumbo Premium Gold Pack and a rare Electrum Players Pack. Complete all to claim a Jumbo Rare Player Pack as well. As mentioned, in order to receive these, you've just got to link your Twitch account to your EA ID. And guys, we mentioned this yesterday, we want you to come and join us at our eChampions League final in London at Magazine down by the O2 on the 29th of May. And you can do that by scanning that QR code right now or visiting fcpro.com to get a ticket. You can come and meet the pros, meet Brandon as well. You'll probably get on his TikTok, won't they?
Yeah, I'll ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah,
I recommend coming down. I don't know. Are you enjoying yourself?
The answer will be yes, of course it will be. Right, guys, we'd love to see you there on the 29th of May. OK, we'd love to see you back here as well because we're taking a short break right now, but come back and join us. Maybe you get to see some more reactions like that from Nacho Bea. It's going to be spicy. Round 4 coming your way.
for something new. Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Welcome back then to West London for the eChampions League group stages, where we are getting closer to finding out our 24 players who'll be joining us next week in the knockouts. And one of those, a few of those I'm actually going to say, possibly will come from the E-Bundesliga, right? One of them might be Johnny as well. He's kind of been bubbling in the scene. You know him quite well as well. I believe you've played with him back in the day.
We played a number of competitive games together, practice games, but also saw him in the virtual Bundesliga a few weeks ago, and I've not yet seen him lose a game. He was, 14 wins, 2 draws in the virtual Bundesliga, won that as well, defeating a lot of top names along the way, and he started off incredibly, 2 wins out of 2 today.
How do you go undefeated like he did in a league and then come over here and continue it as well?
Yeah, because obviously the competitors, they're different.
Yeah.
Sometimes the play styles are a little bit different from each virtual league, but he's been dominant, and honestly, it wouldn't surprise me if he could go the distance.
What's been the change then from the last couple of years when he's been there or thereabouts to this year actually winning that title over in Germany?
I would say he's always sort of had that level. Maybe you could argue that maturity sort of comes into it, maybe keeps the ball a little bit more in those situations where he might be up by 1 or 2. We saw it in his previous game where normally he might go for goal, instead turn back to the corner, try to keep possessions and make sure that he guaranteed the win. So yeah, I'd say that's a key component.
He's an exciting player to watch for sure, and he's here and he's very much here to stay as it stands. So let's just bring you up to speed of his journey so far.
My name is Johnny and I'm representing SC Paderborn 07 in the eChampions League. I'm qualifying for the eChampions League about the top 4 in the grand final. It is in Germany, a tournament, and in the end of the tournament I win this. It was maybe a tough game. It's in the UCL or in the grand final of the Bundesliga. It's everywhere a tough game with Levi because he's one of the best Germany players. Kontaxa is my biggest rival in this competition because he knocked me out last year in the World Cup. I'm not nervous. I'm confident for Sunday, and hopefully I can reach the top 3 in the group and qualify for next week in London. eChampions League is for me one of the best events this year. Hopefully I can reach the top 3, and next week I'm going to London and then hopefully qualifying for the top 8, and then we will see. Hopefully I can lift the trophy in the air.
I am with Johnny, who is about to head into his next game, so we'll keep it short. But fantastic start for you. How was your first ECL going?
I'm very happy to be here in the ECL, my first event in the ECL. And yeah, I win the first 2 games and I'm very confident for the next games.
Now, we chatted a little bit behind the scenes. You did mention that Lex is quite possibly your greatest rival in your group. What is your mindset going into this one?
Lex is a very good player. Looking forward to play against him, and I hope I can win at the end.
All right, well, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you go set up for Lex, and back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, I want to talk Johnny. Let's get straight into it because he's getting ready for the game right now. It's a big game against Lex. This was the first goal. I've selected 3, 2 to showcase his set pieces, green timed header, standard procedure. This goal right here, I'm quite happy with. Just pause it as this ball goes into Schweinsteiger there. That pass is absolutely outrageous. That's never, ever on. But what Schweinsteiger's got, long ball pass right here and pinged pass. Just play this in slow-mo because that is unbelievable. And then pause it right now. That composure to hit it first time, you are so confident, you're so calm, you're so cool under pressure. It's a finish at the near post. It put him up against Luco. He then went on to get a 3rd goal from Didier Drogba from the header. He's got set plays, he's got long balls, he's got a bit of everything, and he's also 6'7", so don't start with him. Rachel, back to you.
I absolutely love that interview as well with Case. I thought she was going to make a joke there. She said, we're going to keep things short. And I thought she was going to talk about the height there. Anyway, 6'7". He's a giant off the pitch and a giant on it as well. Johnny then, he's up next. He is taking on Lex. Can he continue this unbeaten run? Well, then we've got Fuma looking to bounce back. He's taking on Thomas.
Well then, where do we start here? eChampions League, we are back over, of course, to these 2 important groups. And to be honest here, I mean, depending on how results go, we could be starting to confirm 3 players already through from one side of the group, potentially over in Group E. But in Group F, depending on how this game goes between Johnny and Lex, we could be looking at a very different scenario.
I mean, it could be completely different. It's interesting because we just had a couple of minutes ago here, Dilo playing, now his teammate, Lex. And in this position we had Levi Finn, which was the finalist in the E-Bundesliga, and now we have the champion playing over here. So it's kind of a battle between E-League 1 and Bundesliga every single time in here in the main stage.
I mean, that's what the beautiful thing is about the E-Champions League, isn't it? It's filtered in from all our different FC Pro leagues, from the virtual Bundesliga, as you said, to E-League 1, Nacho Bayer of the Liga FC Pro. What I love about this group, though, Gravison, is there is a couple of stories still to potentially unfold. We'll give you the load in on the group as soon as we can. Johnny, as we know, 2 games from 2, unbeaten, only conceded 1 goal, Gravison. 1 goal is all he's conceded. Scored 10 of them, conceded 1. He looks so confident at the moment. Lucas Leckel, as we know, he's won a game, he's drawn a game. Yes, he's unbeaten still, but you've got Luca Noegua, who's on 2 points. You've got Kosu, who's on 2 points. And, of course, Rickard on 1 point as well. 1 win for any of those players, Gravison. If Lex was to lose this game, it pretty much makes it a 3 or 4 player race.
I mean, for sure. I think Rijkaard is in a really good position at the moment because he just played 2 matches and he has 1 point. So now if he just wins a match, he'll be top 2, I think, of the group. So he just needs to get that winning, that W inside his mind, because if he does that, he'll be on the battle. But now we gotta focus about the Lex against Johnny match, because I mean, pretty much it's a matter of whoever wins will probably top the group.
He's sort of using that PlayStation headset as a hairband as well, isn't he? Which I quite rate for the Olympic Lyon player, who has been one of the rising stars in France in the last couple of years. That's what you need in your
Essentials.
FC Pro Star pack. Some headphones, a towel, a PlayStation controller. Is that a duck?
That's a duck.
Is that an SC Paderborn duck on?
Yeah, that was.
Is that the good luck duck?
I mean, in a way, yeah, he's drinking something. Maybe a mojito?
It looks pretty chill. I mean, it'd be probably as chill as Johnny if he was to go and win this game.
But yeah, you probably need some hand warmers to keep your hands warm, and then the towel as well if you're sweating. And then I guess the duck brings you the good vibes, and that's everything.
First ever Champions League, Gravison. And this man is still unbeaten. He is coming into this with such strong form, isn't he?
But as you mentioned before, not only unbeaten, he conceded 1 goal.
1 goal?
Just 1 goal. I mean, probably Lex is going to be able to score at least 3 or 4 because he's a great attacker in FC24. But again, we probably wouldn't expect Johnny to be the best defender in the world because he scores goals. But at the moment, just 1 goal conceded.
He won his first game 7-0 against Kosu earlier today in the group stage. A 3-1 win against the Italian Luca Nuega. Could be in for an early start here. Lucas Lecco. It's a great tackle if he was to be offside. What's happening elsewhere? Fuma, aiming his in over here, has got an early goal. Ties it green with Mbappe. We always joke about it, but Fuma's Mbappe seems better.
I mean, he's been using him for 4 years in League One, so it makes sense.
One thing that I think slightly overshadowed Gravison too is, especially in the virtual Bundesliga, they play a club championship and they play a normal championship. They have to play with Bundesliga players for, I'm talking 3, 4, 5 months. To come over and transition to a completely different team and a completely different squad restriction requirement, and then to play as well as he is, has been so impressive.
It is. And we can see the cross coming into Drogba. He wins the header, but no. Nothing happening here. And yeah, for sure, I mean, it's not easy to just completely change not only your game style, but also the players. And this is the group standing as we can see. Johnny leading the group with 7 points. Lex and Kosu are now drawing with 5. And I mean, Ricard needs a win, because if not, he's probably going to be out of the competition in this match.
Yeah, that includes obviously the point from this game as well. It will be 7 points for Johnny there, still unbeaten. But as this game is underway, we have also got Kosu against Ricard. I'll be curious to keep an eye on that one, because whoever wins it, there needs to be a winner from that game to just put some pressure on to the rest of the players in round 4. We've also, of course, got Ivan Ilson of Luxembourg up against Mani Bashore, and we've got Navin, who's out of the tournament. He's 0-3, but still could cause a bit of an upset against Di Fernandez, Gravison.
Yeah, Di Fernandez needs a win to qualify for the next stage, and we did saw him in the La Liga FC Pro. He didn't play that well, but he's a great competitor. So let's see what happens today.
Mbappe tries to go one-on-one up against the defender there, teases into Company, reverse and Astakos against the woodwork there. What a goal that would have been.
Yeah, but when you're using Mbappe against Lex, there's something about it. He loves it. Mbappe loves Lex as well, so that's why probably Johnny's Mbappe didn't perform as well.
Well, there's more goals from Fuma. There's a penalty from Fuma. It's a rash tackle, and it's Fuma's Mbappe looking to put him 2 goals up from the spots. Misses the chance. He doesn't score it, in fact, and Thomas O.M.
We cannot relate to that really at home.
He's reacting like he missed the penalty.
Yeah.
He saved it.
You saved it. But maybe he's not happy with the way he's playing at the moment. But again, you saved it. Celebrate a little bit.
Well, I know we are only, of course, in 3 rounds here. Sorry, in 4 rounds in total for these players. This really could shake things up. Drogba, Pirlo, Thierry Henry. Saw the idea there, didn't you? Just timed it red.
Yeah, I mean, the finesse shot, the playstyle plus was coming in, and the build-up was really good. One thing I really enjoy about the E-League One players, I mean, we just talk about this in a second because it's a great goal.
Oh, he's got in! Didier Drogba! Not with his head this time, times it green. And puts SC Paderborn's Johnny up by a goal to nil. He was off balance. And to be honest, he should never be shooting from that sort of area.
Was that a power shot? I'm not sure if it was a power shot or a normal shot. But Didier Drogba, the main man, there's a reason why he's in every single team but one. Andreas, his team, I mean, he scores goals. And not only the headers and the air plus, he scores the brilliant volleys as well. Nice goal by Johnny. He's leading 1-0.
Well, that's the table as it stands now. Johnny would remain unbeaten, 11 goals, plus 9 goal difference. And his unbeaten streak continues.
How many matches?
Technically, it would be 19 games.
Wow.
We're talking sort of land competitions here, because he played 16 of them in Cologne, Germany for the virtual Bundesliga. Drew 2, 114. And honestly, I feel like I'm even saying this now before a ball's kicked in the FC Pro World Championships. He goes into that as a real strong contender.
I'm curious to see if he's using the 4-4-1-1. I mean, that's brilliant passing to Musiala.
Again, it's another ridiculous ball forward. Finds Musiala, a player that he knows so well from that tournament out in Germany. Does get dispossessed, and here comes Lucas Leckel on the opposite side. Of course, narrowly losing the E-League One final to FC Lorient, who won a 4th World Championship there in that French league. Dinked in from Toni Kroos. Drogba offside. No, he wasn't.
Nice offside trap, yeah. It's a weird team. Johnny's one. Oh, big mistake. Company takes the ball back, but again, it's a weird team because he's using Spanish Tiger, he's using Musiala as a right back, he's using Didier Drogba. It's weird, it's weird.
Equaliser for Thomas Oem, yes! 31 minutes on the clock, Drogba gets the goal back for Bayern Munich. I remember he did that exact goal against Bayern Munich back in a very famous Champions League game all that time ago.
Nice second man press by Guardiola.
Pulls an important goal back there for Thomas Oem, who's fighting for every point at the moment. Drogba just about onside. Cancelo. Pirlo drops the shoulder, gets round 2 or 3 players. He's looking for a cutback. It's perfect. It's an even better save from Donnarumma. And Johnny just about hangs in the balance and continues his defensive form.
I think he deserved the goal in there. I mean, the build-up was amazing. The passing to Didier Drogba as well. But Johnny's defense has been on point. Nice goalkeeper movement. That's beautiful, beautiful defense as well by Johnny. And there's a reason why he has only conceded 1 goal. And there's a reason why he's still unbeaten. I mean, he's defending this 1v1 situations. He's putting the keeper right.
Oh my, what's happening over here, Gravison? Thierry Henry posted in. Fuma, from winning his first 2 games, could be on his way to losing his most recent 2 games. I know there's a long way still to be played in that one, but still, what a turnaround.
We always talk about the momentum, the penalty. Remember that? He was 1-0 up, he could have scored a penalty, and now, just a few moments later, because of a set piece and because of Thierry Henry, you're losing 1-2. So you gotta concede, you gotta score those goals, because those situations don't come easy at all, and if you miss them, you're probably gonna lose the game. Sorry. Cross is passing the ball to Pedri. Now Alexis is building up well with Pirlo. Maybe a cross. No, not this time. I think he should have went. He should have go for the. He should have went for the speed boost with Mbappe. He passed.
Well, there are 5 matches taking place at the same time here. 2 games we haven't given you an update on yet is Manu Bashore against Ivan Ilson. But more importantly, Gravison, Ricard against Kosu. I know you played in the Liga Portugal this year for Sporting Club de Portugal. That ball's bouncing around the box. Still is alive in this one. Is there a score in that game between Kosu and Ricard you can see at all?
At the moment, no. I've just seen Manu Bashore scored the 2nd goal of the match, so he's leading 2-1 against Ivan Ilson. Thomas is currently winning against Foam as well, 2-1. And at the moment, Di Fernandez is also winning his match in the moment, waiting halftime. And we don't have an update on the Famalicão's Ricard game at the moment, but it's a tough match for him. I think he was losing against Kosu.
We need a winner from that game, because there's a big 3 points there which could shake up that table. Lucas Leckel is looking to whip it in. There it is, that traditional cross. Drogba stopped in his tracks again by Donnarumma. Johnny has done very well here to survive all of these attacks, Gravison. He's just always had an answer.
I mean, Donnarumma's doing the job. He's saved 3 big chances now, and this is huge. Didier Drogba, penalty!
Dangerous play around the goalkeeper, cleared off the line by João Cancelo, and Johnny can't believe that he's not made more of that chance.
I mean, I think he's a little bit furious with the ref, because that should have been a penalty in my opinion. That's a big chance. I mean, he's gonna see the replay now for sure. He's gonna be the replay.
Let's have a look at he's gonna look back on the replay. There's the game. Thank you very much to production. We got the game here. This is the lowdown. Ricard up against Kosu. This is the table now. That win puts Ricard in this position. Obviously, Luka Nuega's still got a game to be played. Well, he'll be playing against Lex in the final match.
Yeah, Famalicão was struggling in the Portuguese league, but then Jubal got signed in the last minute, and they won the league. They won the league with Jubal playing amazingly in the first leg, but then Rijkaard did a great job in the second leg, so I expect something big from him.
Well, what was interesting about that league as well, step over exit, finds Ronaldo, is that, well, there was 2 spots, wasn't there? One had to play in the eChampions League, one had to play in the World Championship, so Yuval Belli took that World Championship spot, didn't he?
Yeah, he's playing the play-ins, so he's not in the World Championships yet, but it's curious because I thought Jubal was going to play both of them, but in a way, they wanted to reward Rijkaard as well, and he's playing the ECL.
Well, someone who's on his way to an FC Pro World Championship, not as a player but as a coach. Edu Castanello joins us now of Manchester City esports. Edu, congratulations, I should say, on Matías Bernardo yesterday. Obviously, not a full house through, but still one player through to next week's knockouts. How are you feeling today?
Thanks to have me here, it's a pleasure, and yeah, a bit disappointed for Tex, but at least it was good for Mati to make it to the next stage next week.
And you're here again today. Obviously, you don't need to be here, really, but are you just soaking up, trying to learn a thing or two and maybe take some more tactics or decisions into next week?
Yeah, I think I'm trying to see what are the results coming into the next week, because we're playing Johnny, Lex and Lucanewa's group, so which is the top 3 right now, and we're playing against the top 3 of this group, so it's kind of interesting for us to know how they play and to see different things they use, so we kind of know what is going to work for our gameplay.
We just saw a goal from Manu Bishor there, Gravity makes it 3-1. We see potentially another chance here as Ricard makes it 3-1.
And this is a great chance because we have Edu over here. This is a typical goal we could expect from Tuga, maybe from the Apogee guys as well. How does this work?
Yeah, I think in general the Portuguese players are really good with playing crosses, and we can see Cafu is running down the byline and he has the whip pass, which is a really good playstyle plus for doing crosses, and then Drogba has aerial plus, which is completely insane for doing headers. So yeah, we have a really good combination for doing the cross and then header in the ball.
Now we have Edu over here, one of the best coaches in the world, so people at the chat, please ask us questions that you want Edu to. Oh, what a goal by Lex, beautiful goal. But yeah, people at home, please ask us some questions to see what Edu can help you out with, maybe with champs, maybe with rivals, with the tactics, with whatever. But yeah, as I was mentioning, this beautiful goal by Lex.
Absolutely, I think we can all learn a thing or two from Edu in terms of custom tactics, the formations. Let us know at home what you would like to find out as much as you can. Just looking back on Matías Bernardo's results yesterday, Edu, I know we lost his first game and he was disappointed, but he had to play obviously against Emre. He was disappointed in the play yesterday by his own standards, but still 3 wins from 4.
Yeah, I mean mainly the Emre game was the one we were looking forward to, because we expected ourselves to do good after the week of practice. And yeah, I think we had a good start in which we had really good 2 chances to open the scoreboard, but we didn't manage to do it. And I think that's something we need to work for next week, which is finishing. And yeah, I mean we lost the game, but we managed to recover from that and win the other 2 games and make it with 9 points for next week. So yeah, really happy about it.
Well, we're getting plenty of comments coming into the chat now. We're going to get a few of them up. We've got one here that says, what advice do you give your players when they are down by a couple of goals?
I mean, it depends on the situation of the game, but basically we're trying to see what helps and what's not helping in the game, and also seeing what are the strong points from the opponent, because for example yesterday with Emre's game, we found that he was pressing too good in the middle, and also he was pulling out the center backs a lot, so we're trying to pull triggers so he didn't follow the runs, and then we could play at the backs, and I think it worked really well and we were using really good the wings.
And if not, you can cross, because we've seen a couple of Drogba's win, and this is going to be huge.
What is the goal? What is going on over here? Fuma? I don't know what's happened in these last 2 games, Edu. I'm sure you make a comment on it as well. I know he's had to play a difficult Manu Bishor when he was 3-0 down and pulled it back, but that's going to be 2 defeats on the bounce there for Fuma.
Yeah, I think it's a difficult situation now for Fuma. I think he's 3 out of 9 points right as it stands right now in this game. And yeah, I mean, like, he needs to win next game if he wants to have a chance to go through the next stage, which is like really important for a player as him, which was in like Pro Open, and it's always like at the top, as we always gonna see him in the World Championship too.
I had a quick question as well, sorry Gravison, from OJ11. I'd love to know this one as well. Best formation in this game, other than the 4-2-3-1?
I mean, like, this is a good game to see what formation is good, because, for example, like, we have Yoni who rocks a 4-4-1-1, and I think, like, if we watch this game, like, we can bring a really good conclusion, and we see, like, him using, like, 2 center mids with long ball plus, and I think, like, that's, like, really good for him, like, for playing this formation, because he runs with the wings and the fullbacks, and he plays a lot of passes at the back.
And he's been undefeated, Gravison, as well, hasn't he? In this 4-4-1-1 formation.
How's the streak, you said? 19?
Well, technically, it would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
19 games without a defeat. As again, we are sort of going from the virtual Bundesliga.
I want to ask Edu a quick question. Do you think the 4-4-1-1 without the playstyles could be used?
No, I don't think so. I think like the playstyle is something like which has been really good this year and added to the game, and I think that helps like to see these kind of formations work better. And yeah, like it helps also like Yoni to defend better, because like in this case, for example, like he's not having like fullbacks unbalanced as you can have on a 4-3-2-1. And also like if you compare like the 4-3-2-1 defensively like to 4-4-1-1, like the wingers come back more in defense, and like also like for covering switches, I think like the team is more open and better settled. So yeah.
Do you think that's the reason why he's probably using Musiala as a right back, because he's able to because of the wings?
Yeah, we practiced with Johnny like during the week, and I think like he was trying to find the way for a fullback, because I think he tried Mateus, he tried Musiala, and also we saw Saka. But yeah, I think like he liked Musiala because also like for playing through balls, like the body type for Musiala is like really good.
Well, here's Henry into Mbappe, big charge, Johnny, Trevella Green. And it looks like he's going to continue this unbeaten streak here with the Champions League as well. It's his first time in this European competition. He leads by 2-1. And just off the back of that, Edu, I mean, how difficult was the squad building requirements, would you say, this time round? Because it seemed like, as Gravison was saying, you were left in a position where you actually had a bit of money left over.
I think like people had clear what UCL players to use, but like the difficult thing was like picking the icons. And for example, like for us, for Matias Bonanno, it was like Friday when we decided what team to use, and like nothing that we used during the week worked. And finally we decided to use Cafu because like he's a really good fullback with Ronaldo and Drogba.
Abo is asking a question in the Twitch chat. What is your advice for a player who wants to participate in these championships, Edu?
I think like watching these kind of competitions helps a lot. Like for me back in the days, who I wanted to participate in these competitions, like I did it as a coach now. But yeah, I think like playing division rivals, for example, like getting like to the top 200 elite boards, I think like that's really good.
And back in 2020, I remember you weren't on the scene, but you were coming to the La Liga FC Pro finals to kind of watch everything. And they can come here to the finals as well, right, Brandon?
They can indeed as well. 29th of this month, you can come and get yourself a ticket. There's another question coming in as well. Thank you very much from CR Serving. What's the best way to preserve the lead as well? Because we've seen a few times players, you know, 3-0 up early on in 9-minute halves, which is a long time to be played. How do you preserve a lead?
I think like it's really important like to play down the wings and not to do it in the middle, because the pressure is going to be focused in there. And also like for example, like you see all these players playing 4-3-2-1, they play like balanced fullbacks, so it's important like for me like to stay them back and like play switches, so you control the game and like the pace of the game when the other opponent is pressing, and then down the wings you get out of the pressure.
Are you, I mean, I'm going to ask this in a few seconds because Ramirez is running by the byline.
We have to give credit here as well, Gravison. This is nerving. He's 0-3 as it stands, obviously, at the end of this game. He's fighting for a point here still.
Yeah. And this is a... Thomas
he's running away.
He's scored his third goal coming from a set piece, and Fuma seems to be destroyed. At the moment, Fuma, I think, has 6 points in that group.
He does. 6 points after this fourth matches concluded for him. But lucky enough in his group, everyone was going to be playing 5 games in there because there's 6 players in that group. It's the only group that's got 6 players in it. That's the table as it stands now. 22 goals scored from Manny Bashir. 12 points he is on. He looks to go unbeaten. He could actually be 5 games unbeaten if he was to go and win his next one. Di Fernandez is in a drawing situation. That puts him on 7. If he was to turn around late on, he would then be putting the pressure on in that second spot. But then for Fuma, He's not safe. This Thomas result really puts him back into the conversation.
We have Pedri here. Now, he's taking the ball with Mbappe. Why do you think the Eredivisie is controlling the narrative here in the Champions League, Edu?
I think like we see the team Hullit down in Netherlands like doing a really good job with talents they have been like having for years. Like we can see Emre like reading in FIFA 22, and then like Levy and Batory like back in the days, like you can tell like even before like they were able to compete, they were also like trying to make them grow and be better. And I think like that's the main one. And I think like Ajax as a football club is doing like also like a really good job. Like for example, like having Resende in Libertadores, PHC in eChampions League, and also like for World Championships. So yeah, I think like you can tell like Manu, Emre, Levy, and PHC are like top players and like favorites in every competition they play.
Corner coming now. This is Lex. He's got a big job as well in this group with how it currently stands. We can get the table up for this group. Because this is going to give Johnny 9 points. That match that we're seeing as well from Ricard against Kosu is going to put him back into the conversation as well. Fuma has got a goal back there. A time green finish from Thierry Henry. 10 minutes left on the clock to find 3 goals. It's not impossible, but
Goal difference, Brandon.
It's a big ask. Is Johnny on for a third? It's Cavani, yes. The centre-back driving forward down this left-hand side. Toni Kroos tries to punch into the feet of Mbappe, but Lex is not safe here, Gravison.
No, not at all. Let's see what happens here with Mbappe. He won't be stopped. He's too quick. Maybe a cross?
He can really do with this point. It would be a massive point if he was to get one. Mbappe drops the shoulder, sends 2 players packing. Cancelo into Pedri, tries to pull a shot away. Toni Kroos is in the way. How difficult is it, Edu, in these scenarios? What a ball that is over the top. He's done it again. He's just fired these runs from nowhere. Henry's through. Johnny puts it wide somehow.
What a miss.
How hard is it, Edu, when you're late into group stages and you're in a position where every point means so much? Do you care to look around and try and work out what's happening in other games? Or do you just look, we just need to focus on us and get the points we need to?
I think like yesterday we were in that situation. If Virgil won it like by a few goals against Emre, like we were out. So I think it's better just to focus on yourself and like not to think about like the results that can be coming. So yeah, for example, yesterday we managed to win against Feldman without caring about the results, and it worked. So I think it's like really important to focus on yourself, and then like for the rest, like there's something you can't control. So like just let it be.
Well, last minute here.
That's a kick off the game, I think.
Looks like Johnny, if he can survive this attack and pressure from Olympique Lyon's leg, he is going to be 9 points from 9. In his first ever eChampions League, we know he's already on his way to the knockout stages, but even more so now. Pirlo, Kroos, we played the 1 minute, into Drogba, heads it down, and it's cleared away for a corner, which the referee is going to play. You've just given Lex a huge opportunity. And we know how deadly corners are. You know where this ball's going to be going.
Taking short.
Intercepted, game over. Back to the drawing board for Lex. He knows what a chance it was for Johnny, though. Knockouts guaranteed. And he might just put his way to top the group as well and head straight to that round of 16. How impressed are you, Edu, by that player there? Because first eChampions League, he's coming off incredible form. How important do you think that is in terms of the leagues, the timing of the leagues? Such as the Premier League was quite a little bit before Bundesliga, La Liga, Serie A. They're so close to this eChampions League.
Yeah, there's something I was talking backstage before, and I think like that's something really important, like the timings, because like you get in better shape than maybe like the players that come from playing leagues like 2 months ago. But I think like in the case of Johnny, he has like shown like he did really good in Bundesliga, which is like for me like maybe the best league in the scene. And yeah, I mean like he's keeping to show like what he's made of, and yeah, like it's like I don't know like how many win streak he's on now, but yeah, insane.
I wanted to ask you, Edu, because obviously you yourself as a coach, you are one of those people that analyze what's happening here. Why do you think he's conceding so? He's not conceding many goals. Why do you think that's that?
I think what I mentioned before is like really important, like the formation wise, like he's having like the wingers more down and in a better position than maybe in a 4-3-2-1. And also, like, for example, I think in this game you can see it a lot through the wing with counter-attacks when the fullback is unbalanced. And in this case, like, he's not having unbalance even if he triggers a lot. But yeah, I think like the formation is like the key of not conceding, and he tries to find a way, and he finds the best way possible to, like, to score goals with long ball pass and stuff like that. So yeah, I think like he's finding the balance in defense and in attack.
And before you leave us, Edu, 7 days away, or technically 6, from coming back here again into London for next week's knockouts. What happens now? What's the preparation like for Matías Bonanno coming back to the knockout stages?
I think like we have a week, and it's like really important because like even if we find our way going into the finals, I think like this is the most important week, and I think like we need to improve like the aim in our shots because like we're not really good at finishing, and even like step up our defense a little bit, which is what I consider like the most important thing in our game style.
Amazing stuff. That's Edu, head coach, of course, at Manchester City Esports. He's back next week with Matías Bonanno, trying to take him through again to a late stage in this competition. For now, though, it's over to Casey, who's joined by Thomas Oem, who's just come off the back of a huge win.
Yes, a massive win that was over here for Thomas. Did you expect that win versus Fuma?
To be honest, not. Fuma's one of the best players in the group, of course, and I did not expect a win like this.
Now that definitely puts you back into the conversation for one of those top 3 spots. What do you need to do to make that happen?
I need to win my last game. I don't know how the others played, so I just focus on the last game, and if I win, I think the chances are not bad, so hopefully I make it.
It is down to you, Di Fernandez and Fuma, so you will be fighting for that very last spot. So I wish you the best of luck, and I will send it back to you guys.
Thank you.
Oh, this is where it gets exciting, doesn't it? Thomas there just upsetting the apple cart. Fuma, 2 wins. We thought he was sailing through. Now 2 losses. What's got to him?
I'm not sure, I'll be honest.
Richard Buckley, lost for words, doesn't know why a player isn't playing well.
I think when you sort of looked at his performances earlier, I even went over and had a little chat with Stingray, and he was just like, he's playing well, isn't he? He's playing well, isn't he? I was like, yeah, he's playing well. But he just fell over a few obstacles. I think that game there was really surprising because, no disrespect to Thomas Oem, but that's a game that he should be winning in Fuma, and Thomas Oem has just turned him over in quite a big way, really. It weren't a 1-goal scoreline, like he won the game pretty comfortably in the end. So I think for Fuma now, this 10-15 minutes, just getting himself recomposed before he maybe gets and has a look at what's coming up is really, really important because he could find himself potentially slipping out.
I mean, see the table's
really close. Yeah,
he could slip out. I mean, he's got about what? About an hour before the next one. Do you go and practice? What does Stingray say to him? What does he do?
I think the next 10-15 minutes are really important. Forget about the game. When I was chatting to Grav yesterday, get yourself away, whether that's going outside, getting some fresh air, getting the sunlight, just disconnect yourself for 15-20 minutes. Don't talk about the game, don't think about the game, do nothing. And then come back in, going, I win my game, I'm through. I think that's the mindset. He's a very clutch player, is Fuma. So I think in a do-or-die scenario, I can see him getting the result. But, I mean, that table is really good, isn't it? It's really, really tight. Manu Bashir at the top's cruising.
I mean, you talk about clutch players, yeah. Manu Bashir, 12 points now from 12. He still has a game to play, of course, because there's 6 in that, so he can get, obviously, 3 more points to add to that collection. He's been unstoppable.
He's been really good.
Why? Especially how we were saying a little bit earlier on in the season, he couldn't quite find that.
I think there was a combination of a few things early in the season. Not being able to practice loads, having an auto spot from last season's performances, I think hampered him a little bit. I think probably that realisation of, I'm the world champion, I've got it all going for me, you're doing pressure, you're doing media, you're the top of the mountain, and then you come into the FC Pro Open, it's sort of not a reality shock, but it's a kick in the teeth. You get grouped, you get knocked out. Even after the first week, you had no chance of coming back, really. So then, now you're coming into a tournament where you know you've got something to look forward to, sort of back end of the season, but this is a real momentum piece. It can get your season back on track, and if he goes and wins the eChampions League and then goes on to do some fantastic things back end of the summer, what 2 years it'd be.
Yeah, I mean, he won the ultimate prize, maybe got humbled a bit, and now is really excited. He's got that fire back in his belly, hasn't he? He's a player as well. from the Dutch leagues. So I'm going to give you a bit of a clue here. I think I've probably just given you the entire clue. Anyway, we've been going through, haven't we, guessing the league for ages. You've been saying this, that and the other league. If you don't get it after what I've just let out and after listening to this, then goodness me, someone needs to help you. Come back and join us after this break.
Have you still not guessed it? Come on. I think you can get the clue. You should have guessed it by now, but if you haven't, here it is.
It is Eredivisie.
It is the Eredivisie. The Eredivisie.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Welcome back then to the group stages of the eChampions League. You guessed that league correctly, right? Did you guys guess it correctly? You're kind of wearing the right colour, aren't you?
I was here for it. I was ready.
She was always ready. She was here for it. Guys, we'll have another one, I'm sure, next week as well, where the knockouts are here. So come back and enjoy that again. Right, so G&H, round 4, coming in hot. The talk of the town, of course, has to be the Iceman. He's sitting over there, so I'm going to whisper just in case he's listening to me. He's got a loss and a draw so far, and he's got arguably the hardest matchups still to come. How is he feeling sitting in that chair right now, Case?
I mean, I don't think anyone anticipated this start for this competition for him, especially coming off so strong in La Liga. If we talk about his whole year, though, he started off a little bit rough in FC Pro. Then he goes to La Liga, dominates. Now he's kind of back to his old ways and how he was in the FC Pro Open.
1 point, though.
Yeah, 1 point.
Doesn't look good.
It doesn't, but this is Nicholas, OK? This is Nicholas. Just going off what Casey said, he qualified for the finals of La Liga through goal difference. His group stage was terrible, but what they've done, unfortunately, in that group, Rip Torek has given him another life. That point and that 1 hour break that he's just had, let's just sit back and watch what happens.
I just said to you, though, I said he's got Levy Finn next. What do you make of that?
It is the most difficult
you said
game.
It's really hard.
It is the most difficult game. But then you sit there as well and you say, with Brandshaw, you didn't expect him to lose against him. He went and lost against him. We've expected many things at the eChampions League that just haven't happened. So you're right, it's his most difficult game, but he's had a break. Let's just see what happens.
What can that break do for a player like Nicholas?
I mean, I think it can go one of two ways. Either you get cold and the nerves settle back in, but for a player like him, I don't think that's a situation. It's his third eChampions League. He's been in this seat before. He knows exactly what to do. He has a fantastic coach by his side to keep him calm the entire time, and I think he's coming into this round ready.
Can you read his body language? How's he looking?
Ready. Very ready.
Well, he better be. He's won this, hasn't he, before a couple of years ago now. This is an entirely new tournament, though. So let's see how he's feeling heading into this one.
I am Nicolas FC and I represent Sevilla FC. I qualify for the Champions League through the La Liga, the La Liga from Spain. I won it. Win La Liga for me was very special because it was my first time competing in a national league. Was a bit tough at the beginning, but then I qualified for finals and I destroyed them, and I'm so happy for the achievement. My top achievements, the first one, I won it back in 2022 eChampions League, and I think that's the top one. Also qualified 7 times to the World Cup. I think that's a really, really great achievement. The level is really, really high. Maybe I am one of the best right now, but maybe at the beginning of the season I wasn't. But I think for achievements, I think he's the main guy to beat. I play many tournaments. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but I think the main thing is I'm still here.
He is still here and he's taking on that man, Levy Finn. And after just hearing what Nicholas said and reminding us of all his achievements, can you really write him out? Right, and the other side then we've got Seren. He is up against a big match in the form of a previous world champion, Umit. 2 massive matchups coming your way.
Well then, the Iceman looks to really show us what he can do. This game feels massive.
It is massive.
Because it's win or you're out, really. And you've just got to look. I've not spoke to Nicholas too much today. Usually I sort of try and at least 3-4 minutes just have a little chat. The only interaction I've had this entire day with Nicholas, I was stood here waiting to come out the back of that little hype piece. He took his headset off, he just looked over to the commentary position and just winked.
Tells you enough.
That doesn't tell you that he's feeling like he might do something here. I don't know what does. We saw Levy Finn, me and Gravison, about an hour ago in this exact position on the main stage versus Curta Diallo. Yep. It was a big game. He lost 3-1. I'm sure Nico and his coach Fer would have been watching that and analysing every single thing that they could. What's not gone right for Nicholas today? Because I know you've watched a couple of his games from earlier on as well, Ryan.
I watched his game in his entire duration against Rip Torek. Honestly, he got battered. I'll be honest. It ended 4-4. He should have lost that game. Rip Torek threw a couple of chances away.
6.7 XG to 1.3, was it?
17 shots to 4. It was one-way traffic completely. And you could argue, despite Nicholas playing that bad, he's still got a point. That's the thing. Whenever he's playing at a lower level, his floor is still good enough to beat some people's ceilings in this game. That's how high his skill level is. So I still back him to qualify through the group, but he has to overcome Levy Finn and Ketadilo later on in this group stage.
Well, we are underway. It's going Nicholas from right to left in that Sevilla strip. There's been an early goal between Encante and Nacho Beya, and it's fallen the Parisians' way, 1-0 after 3 minutes. And Levy Finn will be kicking from left to right in that RB Leipzig kit. Perlo, early chance, couple of step overs, looking to cut back. With Gvardiol eyeing up, that's really nice. Step over cancel, and then just couldn't quite squeeze it through the gap.
Maybe a little bit too much. It wasn't decisive enough. It sort of was hesitating around the area with the skill moves. But if he went for goal there, I think with the goalkeeper movement, it could have fallen in his favour.
That's exactly what Levy David and Gravison were talking about Levy Finn earlier. Just saying he overplayed it a little bit too much in the final third.
Yep, I think that moment was clearly overplayed. But for Nicholas, obviously has to win both games. You could argue on paper, and this is not to discredit the 2 oppositions he lost to in Brandshaw and Rip Torek, or drop points to, I should say. Those are the games you'd expect.
You have to win.
100% he has to win, because Ketadilo and Levy Finn, for me, are at higher levels than that. And here's Nicholas, here we go. Green time, great save from Donnarumma to prevent him scoring early on in this game.
We will be keeping our eyes peeled on that secondary match as well here on the main stage between Serron and Umut. Umut, after a really disappointing loss to Nacho Abella, 86th minute winner for the Spaniard. But we're looking to bounce back. Two greats on the stage, needing wins in Umut and Nicholas. The Argentine a little bit more desperate for 3 points on the board. Here's Stoikov firing his shot off Nicholas Soulé, and Levy Finn has the time to clear. A penalty given against Serron. It's Gvardiol going into the book. And Umut slaps it in the bottom left corner. Back on board with our featured game. Live action here for you. R9 in the box. Maybe should have gone across the keeper.
Could have. He's got a corner though. These are effective this year in FC 24. Selecting Drogba.
If the delivery is right, it's a guaranteed goal. The delivery is right, but company just an inch too high for Didier Drogba and clears. That's the live table as it stands right now. Rip Torek, top of the table.
Oh my.
7 points for the pole. Curta Dilo on 6, Levy Finn on 4, Brancher and Nicholas coming up the rear. That's a really that's a howler. It's a howler from Levy Finn.
Oh, it's a big mistake. I think he tried to intercept and get it back to the goalkeeper. Didn't put enough power in it. Was reaching anyway to even. It's very ambitious to even try and get that back to the goalkeeper there. Oh yeah, with
Got clear lines.
It's a difficult one. Maybe you could say try and bring it down, but then yeah, it's hindsight. It's easy to say from where we are, but. It's a chance capitalised on from Nicholas.
And look, sometimes when you're not playing well, you just need a little slice of luck. You need a little bit of fortune, and that is how that tables is starting to take shape right now.
Shows how close this group is, because all it is.
Curta Dilo and Rip Torek, by the way, that's 1-0 Rip Torek.
Yep.
Right now. The other match that's taking place, Encanti and Nacho Abella. Nacho Abella did get 1 back, so 1-1. They're the 4 games that are taking place right now, Ryan. Umut still leading 1-0 versus Serron. I have a lot of fun saying that name. Nice link-up play on this right-hand side from Levy Finn. He's had a lot of exposure down this side so far. It's where a lot of his chances have come from. Through João Cancelo, linking into Mbappe and then trying to offload that pass to R9. A lovely piercing ball from Toni Kroos, but Jude Bellingham just steals it off Mbappe's toes.
What's your thoughts on the inclusion of Jude Bellingham starting in the team? It's not been a common theme. We've obviously seen a lot of players use an icon midfielder, whether it's partnered with Toni Kroos +1, maybe a Pedri or somebody else. Jude Bellingham hasn't been a favoured choice, but when it comes to Nicholas, we know that he doesn't always opt with the player that everyone goes for.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Stoikov leading the line.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting choice. He's obviously had a lot of use with Jude Bellingham this season in the La Liga FC Pro as well. So he'll be very familiar with his game. Didier Drogba hits the upright. That could have been 2-0 to the Iceman.
It's great play there, trying to find space. The high pressing again from Nicholas. Which ball in?
Oh
my goodness, he's got there.
Pass. That's why Jude Bellingham's in the team, Ryan.
Oh my goodness, what a ball that is from Nicholas. Reverse, he wasn't even looking towards goal, just lofted pass instantly over the defensive line here. It's perfect. Drogba gets there ahead of the goalkeeper. 2 goals to the good, that's fantastic.
And I don't know if you saw that, if we get to see it one more time, the intercept plus from Jude Bellingham.
Yeah.
Stealing the ball back in the middle of the pitch, turning it over quickly. Just teased Drogba, teased the keeper off his line as well. But yeah, Ivory Coast striker who has been prevalent across this entire eChampions League, and I'm sure he will be going into the knockouts and the finals once again. Dominant in the air to put Nicholas 2-0 up in a must-win game after he only got 1 point from his opening 6. R9, Levy Finn trying to get something back.
It was actually well defended there from Nicholas. Didn't select the defender, decided to use Jude Bellingham and run back to try and cut the lane. Obviously, as you mentioned, intercept pass or intercept plus play style. Could have came into effective the pass was played.
Just hoisted up towards Drogba. He's got the pace and the aerial ability to really do anything he wants, I'll be honest, in the middle of the attacking line. Could be a counter, Gvardiol high up, but Levi Finn not really going too direct. Now he fires it with the driven pass into Mbappe's feet. Cancelo having to recycle. Toni Kroos waiting, holding the space. Has been a goal for Umut. We talked about the rebound, how he's going to fire back into this league format where you have to finish in the top 3, and he's doing just that.
Yep, that just signifies how good Umut is winning a game. This is as it stands, still in the second. Ball into Drogba, and that's a goal back from Levi Finn. Easy as that, Richard.
Looks really simple, doesn't it, when it's like that? Ball out wide, whipped in.
Whip it in, here we go.
Pirlo with the cross. Drogba wins the header. Didn't have to be green.
Let's get on target, that's it.
If we just have another quick look at that as it stands table from the group with Umut and Nacho Abella.
So close.
Because I saw a lot of 6 points.
3 points
There
as
you
well.
go,
Yep.
6, 6, 6, 3, 3. And Kante on 6 points right now. And that is because he is leading against Nacho Abella. 2 goals to 1.
Game.
Mark Marley obviously sitting out this round.
It keeps
if results go his way and a couple of draws come through,
keeps him in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for him, the best case scenario is all 4
draws. Yeah, literally, because he's got his last game up against
he's playing
Nacho Abella in the last game, yeah.
Win that game, you go through. Hopefully, if you are Mark Marley. Levi Finn getting one back in this tie. It was 2-0 for 10-15 minutes, and Levi Finn didn't really have too much to go for. That is the as it stands table right now. We talked about Nicholas being a must-win game. Levi Finn also in a similar situation.
Yeah.
A win is imperative. It puts him high up the table, puts him onto 6 points, and you go into that last game then thinking, yes, I would need to get points on the board, but also results can go my way.
Yep, exactly. His last game will be against Branch, as you saw, and the table as it stood, it would be the player in bottom. But Branch technically still...
He's got a chance.
He's got a chance. I know the goal difference doesn't favour him, but you never know. Anything could happen as Levi Finn pushes forward.
This group's been crazy. I mean, compared to yesterday as well, a fair few of them out of the groups going into the last round, we're already wrapped up.
Yeah.
I don't think that's going to be the case today. We're going to be going into this final round of fixtures with everything still on the line.
Everyone's taking points from everyone. I think the only cert we've seen is Manu Bashir.
Manu Bashir just flying through.
Flowing through, 4 out of 4. 12 points on the board, done his job, first place secured. Could have pulled over the top for Pedro, he's not going to play it. Driven pass in.
Mbappe with the heavy touch, Donnarumma rushing off his line, just getting a claw on the ball, nothing else. Nacho Abella getting one back. That's 2-2 the score right now, and every single goal, how it affects a result, affects the table as well. And Kante has to win, really.
Yep, he really does. It's a must-win game for him, just to make sure he gives himself a huge chance to try and get through. But he's up against Nacho Abella. Never say that attitude again. He's somebody that you could never rule out despite any scoreline.
It's been a really, really tantalising game, this one. Pirlo down the byline into Gvardiol. Stoikov with the first-time strike, but the fullback was just offside. Levi Finn with one final chance before the half, not to be. I think we will be going into half-time with Nicholas taking the lead. The Iceman has to win, and he is winning right now to keep his eChampions League alive. Gravison has been watching this one. He's going to bring us all the updates from this game.
Thanks, Rich. As I was just mentioning before, this is the thing with Nico. He's doing some things, some mistakes he doesn't usually do. So let's just play this, because in this chance you can see Nico just passing the ball and he's sprinting with Gvardiol. And the way he sprints, he loses possession. This is not something like Nicolas. So he loses possession, just pass it back to cross it to the striker, and then if we slow it down for a bit and stop it here, In this position, Nico should have went to press, but he didn't go to the press. And obviously, if you have Pirlo in this position, like this, all free to just try to maybe look for a shot, to look for a possible cross, he decides to go for the cross. And again, this is a big mistake by Nico, because he has all the time in the world to try to go for the press, but he doesn't do that, or try to go for that goalkeeper movement. He doesn't do it, and the cross is easily done and scored by Drogba. So 2 big mistakes by Nico. First, the sprinting with Guardiola, he should have done it, and then he didn't pull off the keeper. So those are some mistakes that we don't usually see from Nico. The safety he makes, if he corrects them for the second half, all yours, Buckley, because this is a beautiful match.
It certainly is. Beautiful analysis from a beautiful man as well. Gravison, thank you very much. We'll be catching up with you at full time. What a pleasant surprise, Stingray. Welcome to the commentary booth. You've been on coaching duties today. We're going to turn your attention to this game right now because I'd love to get your opinion on it. What's been going wrong for Nicholas today?
I mean, when you see Nico, you expect him to be top in the group. You expect him to be at the best level. I feel like he's not shown himself today. He's not really showing what he can do. He's getting results that you wouldn't expect Nicholas to get. But, I mean, Levyfin's a great opponent, and I feel like he's performing really well this game.
Yeah, I think I sort of emphasise on what both you and Gravison are saying. It's mistakes that we never usually associate with Nicholas, and build-up play and defensively as well. He's normally somebody that, even there, just switching the play, it just feels as if he's just not his usual self. And it's crazy because I saw him a few weeks ago running riot in Spain, winning the Cup and the League, and it just seems so dominant.
Could be a chance here for Levyfin off that Nicholas mistake, switching the play and giving the possession back. Recycling on the edge of the box. Toni Kroos, he's dangerous in these areas, and his link-up play is imperative. That's a little bit of a fumble, and he's gone down to ground, and the referee's given a penalty.
I mean,
it looked harsh.
I don't agree with it personally, but it was a great reverse elastico. Good dead stop, good finish.
Big
Sends keeper the wrong way. Massive goal.
2-2.
Massive goal.
We've got Stingray in the commentary position, so very similar to what I did with Levy earlier today. If you've got any questions for a former E-League champion.
Thank you.
Played in this competition as well.
Yeah.
In the previous years gone by as well. What would you say your experience is? Do you think it just amplifies like the nerves coming into a tournament like this, or do you just sort of treat it as any other?
I mean, for me and many other professionals, it's the biggest tournament of the year bar the World Championship.
Yeah.
Everyone loves playing the eChampions League. It's one of the most gutting things to miss out on. Last year when I competed, it was unbelievable with all the experience. Oh, that's a big goal.
Serron.
That is a big goal for Serron.
Serron's trying to mix this group up. If Serron gets something out of this game versus Ummet, there is huge implications, and Levyfin has just gone 3-2 up. We've got to see that goal again. We were a little bit all over the place. I was watching Ummet's reaction. He was obviously disappointed. I was seeing Serron turn around to his coach and go, come on, we can do this. And this is what Levyfin did.
Passing. Oh, it's lovely.
What a goal.
Green time as well.
That's a lovely goal from Levyfin. Turns it around. In 5 minutes, literally.
5 minutes.
We saw Fuma turn around in, 11 minutes earlier? A 3-goal difference. Levyfin's one of them players that I think doesn't get the respect he deserves.
Yeah.
He may not have shown his best ability in recent years, but every time I see him play, he is unbelievable.
And look at that table.
Ooh.
Wow.
Kurt Dailo right now on 9 points. He is in a game.
Turn it up. He's
up against Rip Torek. He's 3-2 up.
Yep.
As it stands right now. Nicholas and Levyfin. Levyfin would be in a really good position going into that last game. When you think about it, it'd be 3 points clear and 8 goals clear as well.
I think if he wins this game, he's a cert, because Brancher doesn't play in the last round.
Yeah.
It's a huge game. Levyfin will be up against, I'm sorry, Rip Torek doesn't play in the last round. He'll be up against Brancher, which is a massive game. But mathematically, if it stays the same like this, he's through.
And then you're fighting for that 4th spot. Umut wants to leave nothing to goal difference or tiebreakers. He's got one back against Serron, and that's a devastated look. After you fight so hard to get back into it, your opponent just goes up the other end and scores straight away.
Yep, exactly. And the goalkeeper movement there sort of made Umut's mind. You have to speak about goalkeeper movement, Stingray, in terms of advice. Is there anything you would give? Because I always say just not to, obviously you have to kind of commit to a side, but moving backwards is a good thing as well.
So, you know what, Ryan, just for you, I'm going to give a few special tips that I don't really give out.
You're the goalkeeper movement specialist. I've seen you in the past. We played against each other. I would say it's one of your best attributes.
You know, whenever I play games, someone call me Spider-Man in that, but but I feel like when you're through on goal or when you're in the box, and when your opponent's through on goal, sorry, you've got to kind of predict what foot he's going to shoot. If you expect him to shoot with the right foot and he's more in the centre of the box, he's not really got the angle to go near. It's all about mind games first of all.
Yeah.
But it's also about using what foot your opponent's shooting on, and just trying to block the shot really.
Question here coming in from Ben Martin. How do you prefer for this tournament as a coach rather than a player? We'll get your answer from Ben's question just after this chance comes in for Levy Finn, because he's twisting and turning and forces a corner. It's going to be delivered into the box. You know how dangerous set plays are. Drogba pulled to the near post. It's in the box and Drogba wins the flick on, but Donnarumma gets it. Back to Ben's question. How do you prefer rather than a coach than a player?
So as a coach, you want to, of course, first of all, know what group your player's in. You want to know who they're playing against. You want to see what patterns they have. So, for example, against Manu, we know he's very, very good at going down the line and cutting it back, and then a quick pass into the attackers or a quick pass into the midfielders. And that little sequence, he's one of the best in the world at, which is obviously why he's a world champion. And you try and stop that as much as you can. You try and learn as much about your opponent as possible, defensively as well. How are we going to get past him? How are we going to stop his attacks?
Chance here for Levy Finn. Nicholas has got to do a better job at stopping his attacks right now. R9 into Pirlo, green timed. It bounces up into Donnarumma's hands quite thankfully if you're a Nicholas fan right now.
Coaching Fuma, Stinger, obviously still in this competition, is he somebody that likes to be, I call it micromanaging, like in the game he wants to be spoken to, what is he doing wrong, or is he somebody that just sort of goes with the flow and you tell him, hold on a second, good step over from Nicholas.
What a tackle.
I think with Fuma, the reason why I love coaching him, he's both. He can be micromanaged or he want to be left alone. And that, for me, is signs of a good player. He knows when he's not playing the best and when he can pick stuff up. But he also knows when, let me deal with it. I know what to do. I know how I'm playing.
Yeah.
Big goal here back in this group. It's Riptore. Retimed volley from Didier Drogba. 3-3 that game right now, and that is what happens to the table. Nicholas has to get something out of this game as it stands.
Be out.
He would be eliminated if he loses this game, with Riptore getting a point versus Curta Dailo. Dinked over the top. Bellingham wins the header. Mbappe trying to flick it down, but Toni Kroos in the way. I think what's happened in this particular group, you've had obviously players not performing well, but also you look at Riptore, probably weren't the first name on the sheet when you thought about this group. Umut getting a fourth against Serron. That is Drogba going through on goal and slamming it home.
I think when you look at the group and you see Brancha and Riptorek, no offence to them, they're unbelievable players in their own right, but you see Nico, right? Yeah. And you see Nico and you expect...
It's just expected.
It's an expectation you bring when you're one of the best of all time. And credit to them.
He's onside. Mbappe! Linesman Ryan came out.
I think we're going to need Gravison to analyse that one.
That was tight. These huge moments. Can we just talk about...
Great finish, to be fair.
How good Levy Finn's been second half, by the way.
Sensational. Flipped it on his head.
We were talking in the first half about maybe a little bit lackluster in the final third, overthinking it. Overplaying it.
Yeah.
He's been really instinctive and direct in this second half.
I think that's led to his goals, though, is sometimes when you overplay certain things, I find it, this is what relates to coaching. Sometimes your coaches say, oh, Nicholas does this certain way defensively. He tries to jockey inside. And
you overload information.
Too much information, you start to overthink little things and you second guess yourself. Sometimes if you're very direct, you're decisive, you make your mind up, goal for goal, it works even better.
Yeah, I mean, what Levy Finn's doing right now, which is perfect, he's realised that he's got a lot of space in the middle to counter into. Yep. And when he's got that ball in the middle, he's then got the striker, the right forward, the left forward, even the attacking centre mid, all to lay the ball off to and have a shot in the box.
Let's have a look at some live action here from Umut and Serron. This is Group H as it stands right now. 6 points, 6 points, 3 and 3. Goal difference could be huge in this group, and Umut is starting to pull away. 5-1 now. He leads versus Serron. Encante 5-2 up versus Nacho Abella. Nacho Abella just beat Umut, and now he's suffering a 5-2 defeat versus Encante.
This group's wide open.
Yeah, it really is.
I think the issue is for Mark Marley, right?
He has to goal difference.
And he's also got Nacho Abella next.
Who has to get something, really. Yeah, it's going to be tough for him.
And if Mark wins by a few goals, or even goes a few goals ahead, Nacho's going to be doubting himself. And the goal difference is probably back to 1.
The goal here is huge in this game. Curtadalo versus Riptorek. It could. If Curtadalo scores,
good ball.
Puts him in a great position. He moved the keeper back.
That's beautiful keep movement.
Gave himself enough time there, did Riptorek. 3 minutes left to play. Riptorek, a name that I remember when I first came into commentary, he was sort of coming up.
A few years ago now, Rich.
2018, 2019. Not seen him on the global stage for a little while, but great to see him back at the top table here at the eChampions League.
Oh, big press as well. Couldn't get enough to get behind Curtadalo. Surely plays for the last attack. This is a key moment in this game. Curtadalo scores here.
If there were one thing we saw at the E-League and Ryan, it were players not playing for last attack.
Yep, true.
2 additional minutes and Curtadalo's gone forward. If he loses the ball here, he could be in a serious bit of bother.
Great ball.
Mbappe, waiting for the support, offloads to Jude Bellingham, into Drogba, back to Mbappe, Drogba looks to go back to Mbappe, and Riptorek has one final roll of the dice.
Now he's going to play for the point, surely.
He's gone forward.
Oh, it's a great ball.
Soulé versus Drogba. Soulé deals with it. Point shared between Curtadalo and Riptorek. Riptorek in a great position now with this group sort of shaping up with the teams that have taken points off each other.
Yep, but the way, if it stands the same with Nicholas losing this game, Levy Finn on the attack again. It was a replay, it's a penalty.
It's a penalty.
Uh-oh. Hold on a minute, this could be...
Drogba over it. Did Levy Finn extend his lead? He's did.
Wow.
Top left twice.
Yeah.
Do you know what's crazy? Levy Finn sat right in front of us. No, didn't even flinch. I didn't even know.
I didn't know there were a goal.
Thought they paused play.
We may be, what, 4 meters away from this featured booth station? Wasn't a sound. With that result coming in from Curtadalo and Riptorek, let's start to see how these groups are taking shape. Seron and Umut both taking off their headsets as well right now. That's going to be a full-time result.
Yep, Umut running right in that game.
Nicholas needs to... He has to win, really.
It's a must-win.
Stoikov looking to find Mbappe.
I think a draw does him a favour just because Riptorek drew, but it's still... It's not entirely in his hands. Levy Finn stepping over, look at the space.
3 back with points needed to go your way and goal difference as well. I just think it's too little too late. A 5th goal from Levy Finn would send Nicholas packing.
If you're Levy Finn, right, how do you go about seeing this game out?
I think you could probably smell blood in the water. You know he's got to go for it. You could probably see this ending 5 or 6-2.
I think it's too early to try and keep the ball. I'd go
Mbappe,
again. Go again. There we go. Done.
That's it.
Wow. The Iceman was
melting.
Looking to be...
He's melting in the bright lights in London right now.
I like that one. That's good from you, Rich, to be fair.
Levy Finn.
It's a great ball across.
Yeah.
It's a good goal.
I
think that's a realisation that I'm in a good position now.
And even if he wasn't, this sort of momentum after beating someone like Nicholas, you only can take it in your stride, and you can only get better and better.
Absolutely.
Puts Levy Finn on 6 points. I think that puts him 2nd, just behind Curtadalo on 7.
It would eliminate Nicholas.
Yep, done. We'll put him out of the competition. That would be, for me...
It's a shock. Is that a bigger shock than Tex going out?
Based on form, and obviously Nicholas has won this competition before, I would say yes, just based on that, but...
It still leaves Brancher with a chance.
Yep.
Riptorek in a good position, Levy Finn in a great position, and Curtadalo...
Oh, that's beautiful.
Is in.
Oh, sensational stuff from Levy.
Levy Finn, that smile comes across his face.
He's cooking.
I said it'd go 5 or 6. Very rarely do you see someone come back. A lot of the time, you press, the ball goes in behind, and these scorelines look a lot worse than the actual game was.
Yeah. We mustn't forget, was Nico 2 goals up? Or, I know he was winning at some point, but for Levy Finn to come back against someone...
It was 2-0, and then it went 2-1, and then he's scored 5 in a row.
So for Levy Finn to break down someone as resolute as Nicholas 6 times?
Without response as well.
Maybe Levy Finn were listening to Graveson's analysis at half-time. Took it on board.
I mean, it's all but confirmed.
Just your opinion on this. Same question that I asked to Ryan. What's the bigger shock, Nicholas getting grouped or Tex getting grouped?
I think, I don't want to copy Ryan here, but I think for the exact same reasons. You know, he's won the cup, he won the league in Spain, and in quite dominating fashion.
Yeah.
But in quite dominating fashion, he's won both tournaments in Spain. He's obviously won this event before, and you have that sort of, not that you don't with Tex, but you have that expectation that he's going to solidify himself through top of the group. Done.
Just looking at the fixtures, Ryan.
Yeah.
For that last round, he could still impact.
Yeah,
he could still have an impact on the group.
Yeah, absolutely. He plays Ketadalo in his last game, albeit the tournament being done mathematically for Nicholas to advance through the group stage.
But who's going to finish top? If he beats him, Levy Finn wins your game.
Ketadalo or Levy Finn can still finish #1 in that game. Levy Finn up against Brancher next, but it's a huge victory.
What an incredible performance. What an incredible, incredible performance. A lot of the time in FC, when you watch over the years, we talk about players and they don't have particularly a moment for the world to watch and the world to look. A lot of people will be looking at Levy Finn right now and going, yeah, he's been great in Germany for a long time.
Yep.
You've just taken out one of the greats right now. In the biggest stage possible.
Yep, stopped Anders from reaching the eChampions League finals this year.
He's making a bit of a checklist.
Yep. The giant killer, Levy Finn. A great victory, great performance. Turned the game around. Obviously a slow start. Nicholas started very, very well, but Levy Finn, for me, ever since the half-time break, when he got that goal straight after half-time, it was just dominant.
True dominance from half-time onwards. Sting, final thoughts? Big game for yourself. We're getting back in the Fuma camp. How are you feeling going into it?
I mean, I'm more nervous than Fuma is, I'm sure. I feel like when you're coaching, your nerves are so much more amplified than if you're just playing. Because when you're playing, you're immersed in it.
Yeah.
But when you're coaching, you're sitting back, you're watching everything, you're watching all the results unfold around you. And I'll be honest, I'm so nervous for this game.
Well, Sting, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much, my friend. Good luck. It's for yourself and Fuma in the last round. The action rolls on, and the giant killer is joined with Casey right now.
Yes, I'm here with Levy Finn, who just had a massive victory over Nicholas. How does it feel to take down one of the greats?
Of course, I'm very happy now, but I don't overhype. I don't overhype this win because I have now one last game today, and of course I will win that. But yeah, of course I'm really happy. Nicholas is one of the GOATs. He won the La Liga for 2 weeks. I don't know when it was, but of course he's a very good player, and I'm happy that I can beat him.
Now talk to me, because in that first half it was very, very close. What changed after halftime to get you that win?
I really don't know. Of course, how would I say? Of course, I think the penalty was good for me because he brings me back in the game, and then I just play my game. Of course, I was a little bit lucky with the rebounds. It's always nice to have, but I really don't know. I'm just happy that I win the game.
Now this last game is going to be against Bradshaw, but it will come down to the wire here. What is your mindset going into it?
Of course I will win that. I don't know how Bradshaw played this game, but for me it doesn't matter. I just want to play my best, and then hopefully I can win this last game for today.
All right, well, one more game to go. I wish you the best of luck, but I will send it back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Case, and congratulations to Levy Finn there, but commiserations to Nicholas. 1 point from a possible 9. What went wrong?
I think everything, really. I mean, the draft was weird, but he used a weird draft in La Liga Brown as well, and it worked out fine because he won. But I don't think the draft worked out fine. I think when we watch some of the Nicholas games, we always expect perfection, and maybe he's not like, I don't know, mechanically gifted, he's not outstandingly brilliant in the attack, but he doesn't concede, let's just say, random goals, and he defends well. And I do think he got a couple of possession losses which turned into goals, which is something that you don't see from Nicholas. He didn't defend well inside the box. Sometimes this happens. He still has the World Championships, but he didn't play well at all today.
I mean, even more surprising that he played so well just a couple of weeks
Yep.
ago and it went so wrong in a matter of weeks.
I mean, it's competition and this can happen. Sometimes you are at the top of your level and then it's different gameplay, different players, everything changes. You're playing against the top of the chain here. But again, he has the World Championships. But I mean, if we're honest, and he's a good friend of mine, and
Yeah.
it's tough to say, but he didn't play well at all.
Yeah, and that possibly is the difference. Remember, everybody's won their respective leagues just to be here pretty much. So the level is obviously much higher than just in the league. But you can see that as the standings have just disappeared, how close it was. So Nicholas on 1 point. He does have one more match to play, but he's playing Ketadilo, who at the moment is at top of the table with 7 points in Group G. Group H then, let's just bring you up to speed on what's been happening over there. Umit, he just got that win, didn't he, in the last matchup? It's close. 6-6-6.
It is close. It is close.
3-3. Seron, though, no more matches he has to play, so unfortunately he will stay on 3, so won't be going through. Marley, big chance goal swing could affect him there, though.
It's going to be tough for him having -4 in the goal difference, but I had the chance to talk to Umut and Coach Daniel now, and I just said to Coach Daniel, I think Encante won the game 6-2 against Nacho, so that's a good goal difference for you. And he told me, no 6-2, 5-2, I was watching. I'm like, okay, sorry.
Okay, calm down.
Yeah, sorry, I was mistaken. But that gives you the insight of a coach. He's focusing obviously on the match happening, but he's always focusing on what's happening in the other match because of the goal difference. And that's, for me, the difference between having a coach that makes the difference and a coach that maybe doesn't help.
Yeah, exactly. Nacho Bayer after that one as well. He stormed out of here. Complete contrast when he was here on the desk and he was calm and he went, I'm going to go and win the whole thing. Got the loss there, but still, as it stands, will go through. Fingers crossed. It's close, but let's wait and see.
Let's see, and he wasn't happy. I don't think he shook hands with Encante. I'm pretty sure Encante, I don't know, he threw a couple of vamos into Nacho. I'm sure he wasn't happy about that, but it's competition. I don't think it's disrespectful. It's just some spice to add to the game.
We love a bit of spice, don't we? And we love as well learning more about our players. You know a bit about us. I'm here from London. This man over here, he's from Madrid in Spain. Our players, though, I bet you want to know where they come from. Well, watch this then and come back after the break, because this is Turkish Airlines Widen Your World, learning more about where the players are from.
Welcome on board your Turkish airline flight. Oh no!
We have a big Bayer sign, and in Germany we say the Bayerkreuz.
C'è molto sole, quasi tutti I giorni, si mangia molto bene.
Where we eat pierogi and bigos.
Multicultural. In East Germany, one of the biggest cities.
This is the best place to eat food, whatever you want to drink.
I think it's the best meat in the world should be.
What's special about this village? A lot of famous places like Eiffel Tower or Musée du Louvre.
The people is kind and the beer is the best.
A lot of cornfields and in the middle of nowhere.
Pretty small town, like there is not much to do.
One of the most important cities of Italy. I'm actually living in a small town near Munich.
I'm coming from Leverkusen.
Istanbul. I'm from Bulgaria, Sofia.
I live in Germany, in Leipzig.
I'm from Malta.
I'm from Białystok in Poland.
Moi j'habite au Havre.
I'm from Grundsteinfurt.
I'm from Rome. Thalhausen.
Lisboa.
And I'm from Motherwell in Scotland.
Je viens de Saint-Étienne.
Border completed.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. it ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys the Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Well, just one more round to bring you then in this, the group stages of the eChampions League. We're looking for 24 players to make it through to next week for the knockouts. We're in a bit of a different situation here, though. I'm next to Ryan, who's going to talk us through some analysis, but he's been watching all the clips, also while he's been watching Arsenal. They won, didn't they, in the Premier League?
Yeah, important game, but there's more stuff.
More important stuff.
We'll get on to
what are we
this
going to
one.
break down then here? Because you've been looking at different goals and different passes all the way through. Is this something we've been seeing throughout the day?
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of crosses throughout the day. We've seen Drogba in more or less every single squad, and there's a reason for that, whether it's a cross to nod it down or a cross direct at goal. As we see this clip play out, it's very, very simple. It's a direct run down the line with Kaku towards the byline. However, there's something different. If we stop it just here, it's perfect. You'll see there's options that are in the box here. He could ball roll it back, try and play to Musiala, try and play for the extra pass to R9 in the box. Or what he's done here, he selected the player lock option. You click in both the left and the right analog stick at the same time. You can flick the right analog stick to your desired player. Drogba in this case, edge of the box, makes a darting run in as this play carries on. As we see a direct header in that goal, and it gives Rijkaard a massive, massive goal in this moment, because that was a big game. That was an important 3 points from him in that game.
And everyone's been doing that. Is that what you would have done as well? Play a lot, cross over to Drogba?
Well, maybe I'm a bit slow on the mechanics now, but I think
used to back in the day.
Yeah, used to way back. But player locks is something that I think is very, very key to learn, and it's something that can separate the good players from the elite players.
And who else have we been seeing using that and really kind of utilising that this weekend?
Oh, we've seen a lot of players. We've seen Fuma utilise, we saw Nicholas, despite him not having the greatest of days. We've seen Ketadilo as well, Johnny. A lot of players utilise player locks.
I haven't asked you as well, how upset were you that Nicholas ended his run a little bit earlier on, sorry?
It feels strange not seeing Nicholas in the latter stage of an eChampions League. Obviously a previous winner, but the levels, it's improved. There's a lot of players that are good enough to beat him now.
Yeah, exactly. We saw there was an empty chair there, and it's because we are going to go and hear from Fuma, another player who was doing this player lock, which Ryan just broke down for you. He's chatting to Casey.
Yes, Fuma, I noticed that you started off so strong today, but it seems like towards the later half of the day you struggled a little bit. Tell me about that. Why do you think that happened?
Yeah, I started good and now I lose 2 games in a row. I think the game versus Manu I play good, but the game versus Thomas I didn't play good and I concede like 4 corners, so it's hard to concede 4 corners in a game, so I just hope I will not concede corner anymore.
Now, this last game is a must-win situation for you, so I know there's a lot of pressure on it, but talk to me about Ivan Nielsen. What is your mindset going into it?
I know it's going to be a hard game. Ivan Nielsen is a very good player. He's like, I think 3 times in a row Luxembourg champion, so he's here. And everybody here is good, so it's going to be a hard game. I need to win, and let's see.
All right, Fuma, well, I'll let you go set up over on your setup, but good luck, and send it back to you, Rachel.
Thanks so much, Case. Yeah, this is it, isn't it, for these players? Fuma, like you mentioned, he must win this over that player there, Ivan Nielsen. 2 wins and 2 losses so far for the player in red and white. And then we've got Luka Negua. He's up as well against Lex. 2 tasty matchups for you to enjoy.
Thank you very much, Rachel. Yes, here we go. The final round of these 2 groups. By the end of play, we'll find 6 more players that will be guaranteed to come back to London again next week for the Champions League knockout stages. Ravison, you've got a fan there, because it is heating up, isn't it?
It is hot, it is hot. We needed to cool it down for a bit, because as we can see, the tension is building up. I mean, as you can see, Foma now is getting ready to play. Ivan Nielsen seems to be more chilled in a way, kind of prepared for this battle, but they both need to win to go through.
The interesting part about these games is you've got 2 players obviously playing in this round in Nerven from Poland, and you've got obviously Ivan Nielsen. They're both out the tournament, Gravison, but they still got such a big part that they can play in this tournament in just disrupting the group and stopping certain players from going through.
No, especially because in this situation, for example, Fuma has won a couple of games. Now he has lost a couple of games as well, and he has to win. And if you're Ivan Nielsen, even though it's a tough situation for you, you gotta go for the win, because it doesn't really matter how you end up, but it matters really because you gotta be professional. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and what's more exciting is those 2 players at the bottom half of your screen you can see right now. Luka Negua against Lucas Leckel of Olympique Lyon, because that in Group F for me is an even more interesting one. You've got Johnny who's run away with it. We know he's going through, we know he's topping the group. But you've got Ricard, you've got Lex, and you've got Luka Negua. Who is going to take spot 2 and 3 from that group? We're joining the game live as it stands right now. All to play for in the final round. This is exactly what we love here at the eChampions League.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is what we come to see. This is what we come to see. These last matches of the group stage, when everything can still happen. And if we have, for example, Lex out of the tournament in the group stage, I mean, who would have imagined? Not me, for sure, not me.
Well then. 0-0, 5 minutes in. Lex will feel a little bit disappointed after he lost his last game. It was a really tightly contested one. Here's Didier Drogba on the angle, Donnarumma. That one to make an all-important save. Keep in mind the headline news this weekend, Nicholas not qualifying for the knockout stages. He does crash out of his group that we just saw a second ago. This is the table as it currently stands right now. With Johnny drawing this final game, he would be on 10 points. Remember, he's not lost a single game. He hasn't lost since the virtual Bundesliga Grand Final. But this table, Gravison, will continue to twist and mix up as we go into the latter stages. I know you're looking at some of the other matches.
Yeah, I'm looking currently at the Thomas against Nerven match, because if something happens there, we're gonna see Lex being dropped out of the competition. So, I mean, everything to play for.
Big chance there. If it wasn't for a defender, it was a time green finish that was flying towards Luka Negua's goal. It's his first time in the Champions League for Luka. He represents Torino. It was a top 4 finish in Verona for him in the Serie A this year. He actually stopped Obran from getting not into the FC Pro World Championships, but to this eChampions League as well. The massive result. I think he was 3 or 4 up in about 30 minutes in that quarter-final.
Yeah, sorry, I mistook 2 French players. I was referring to Foma, no, not Lex. I'm not sure if I said Lex, but yeah, everything to play in that match. And I think something happened in that Thomas game, which we surely jump on in a few minutes.
Well, don't worry, we've got 5 games taking place at the same time here in the Champions League. We will be jumping around and giving you all the goals as they go in. Lex. Trivelares cross. Unable to find Drogba. Let's jump somewhere else if we can. Let's have a little look around of what else is going on We know that Fuma against Ivan Ilsen is just kicking off. Remember, Fuma in a must-win scenario for himself now. With him being in a group of 6, it means he has to play 5 games in total. Which in some ways is, I guess, a little bit fortunate, because if he was to end the day on 6 points, that might not have been enough.
No, I guess we'll see what happens in this last match, but in my opinion, he has to win, because I think Thomas is playing really good at the moment.
Into a ring, time green again. Cleared away into a pause now. Let's go somewhere else.
Because right now, Lex is currently looking elsewhere. You gotta focus on your match, Lex, because if not, if you're not winning this match, you're not going through.
This one's live now, Gravison. FC Lorient's Fuma, who we have to talk about as well. I keep saying it doesn't get spoken about enough, maybe because it's not seen in the international sort of FC Pro landscape, maybe. But to win the E-Ligue 4 times on the trot, this man has won his domestic league.
I think Casey mentioned his trophies. I mean, between MVPs, between league titles. Did you see the photo of him? It was like, I don't know, 12 titles?
It's like a guaranteed yearly salary for him, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
He's going to rock up in France, he's going to win the league.
I mean, it's a good salary as well.
It's not bad at all, is it?
No, not really.
And then Mata, who has been his teammate, obviously we heard from Stingray there, who's coaching behind him now. We had Montax alongside him this year. He's been able to guide his way towards that trophy.
It feels like if you want to win the E-Ligue 1, you got to play with him, right? He doesn't miss.
I think you might have to pay him to play with him, or at least give him more of the prize pool. Even Ilsen qualifying for this one from Luxembourg, coming through the Orange League.
Whoa!
Might be out the tournament. Here's Didier Drogba, who's just busted a goal all the way through. Ball roll back inside, easy as you like. I mean, speak about using the build of Drogba there to his strength. He just pushed past everyone.
He's fast, right? Because this happens for a reason. Because we probably wouldn't expect Drogba to just run all the way through. But again, he's playing against Sule, he's playing against Company, he's playing against 80-paced defenders. So sometimes you don't want to overcomplicate things. You just got to run, and probably you won't be stopped because the pace of the defenders hitting the ACL isn't as good as it could be. Now we have the cross coming into Cancelo, but Foma is able to clear it fairly easily. And now, as we can see in the group standings, at the moment, Di Fernandez has 7 points, Foma has 9 points as well. And we gotta wait and see what happens with the Thomas games, because at the moment, if Thomas wins, Di Fernandez is out of the competition.
Lofted in, Drogba! 2 for Fuma! And he was the provider of the first goal. And I just spoke to Stingray before this game kicked off. The coach of Fuma said, there is not another player in this world I would give the controller to, rather give the controller to at 2-0 up than Fuma. And in his last 2 games, Gravison, he hasn't been in a winning position. He's always been chasing the games.
It was really nice to hear Stingray talking about micromanagement, to talk about how it's different to coach a player who might need some info in crucial moments, but I don't think Fuma is that kind of player. As Stingray mentioned, Fuma may need a couple of words sometimes, a couple of tactical adjustments, but he can work out things by himself. And I mean, he's fighting for his life at the moment, and he's winning 2-0, playing perfectly FC. He's the guy, really.
Well, as we know, Manu Bashir, he's currently in a game, but he's already 4-0. He hasn't dropped a single game. He has been so impressive in this competition. That's PSV Eindhoven with 2 players topping their group, and Ajax also with 2 players topping their groups as well. 4 clubs from the Eredivisie flying their way through to the knockouts.
I guess if you want to learn how to play good FC, you got to travel to the Eredivisie, because the level is just there. Probably, I mean, I would say objectively it's the best league at the moment, right? Because, I mean, 4 players topping their group stages. I think they are the best at the moment.
And we can confirm, Gravis, some of that score by the looks of it on the table, that Manu Bashore is actually 15 points from 15. It looks like he's going to be going 5-0 today. He is in the lead against Di Fernandez, which for Di Fernandez, he is just above that line there. He could very easily drop if Thomas Oem gets into a winning position.
That's the thing, because Nerben is currently beating. Oh.
Which is mental, because obviously these players, as we said, they're eliminated.
Yeah, they're eliminated, but still, you still want to do good. You still want to grab a couple of points to just not be last in the group, which is mentally really tough.
Even Ilson just trying to find his feet back in this one. He's looked a bit nervy.
Yeah.
Lofted in, can he turn away? Yes, R9 can. He's got 2 or 3 FC Lorient shirts around him, which he has to duck and dive. Pirlo drops the shoulder so well. This is good in the box. He's going to get it back again. A couple of time green shots could have been used. Mbappe, step over, back to R9. He tries to dink it up. It falls back to R9 again. He still just about keeps the ball. Well, a shot finally coming now, maybe from R9, but there's 2 or 3 defenders in the way.
Great second man press at the moment, and this is a big mistake. We'll talk about it in a moment.
Manu Bashore, current world champion, looking to do things a bit differently this time round in the eChampions League by having one of his best runs in the competition. 3-0 he leads Gravesen. He looks like he's on for 15 points from a possible 15.
I mean, player of the group stage, right? 15 points out of 15 possible. Not only that, the goal difference, the goals scored. He's playing perfect.
He's had to play an extra group game as well.
Whoa.
And he's not looked out of place.
And the way he played against Fuma, he won convincingly. I think we could say the world champ is back.
Mbappe, drop bar, Fuma's 3-0 up, we'll leave him to it because he seems like he's getting on just fine.
I think Ivan Nilsson isn't happy at all because the player could have potentially maybe, the centre back, I mean, could have potentially maybe saved it, tackled it. He trusted second man press, which wasn't active as it should be. And that's the thing when you're not manually pressing. This can happen, as we can see in this clip. The ball gets to Drogba. And in that, I think in that instance, you gotta switch and gotta try to tackle yourself, because if you're trusting the IA, sometimes it might not be correct.
Well, someone else who's looking to get maximum points in the competition is SC Paderborn's Johnny. He's won 3 from 3 so far. He's also in a final group game. We know he's going through, but we also know that he's up by a goal to nil from this scenario here, Gravesen.
What a cross. We got to remind people at home that Rijkaard is currently playing to get out of the group. And I mean, if he loses and Lukonegwa doesn't win, he might be through.
Well, as soon as we can, we'll give you the lowdown on that as well. Lex against Lukonegwa. They are currently in a drawing position. Mbappe, not sure where that one was going.
Yeah, at the moment, Lukonegwa is drawing 0-0 to Lex.
What's the time on that one? Is it just started the second half?
Yeah, the second half just started. And Nerben is currently beating Thomas 3-1. So, I mean...
If that game ends in a draw, Gravesen, Rijkaard could get through whilst losing a game.
It could happen. It could happen. And I mean, I remember JRA, for example, in the World Championships back in 2022, it happened. He got destroyed in the last game, but then the player who was supposed to pass him lost again. So I think it was Tex. That was crazy.
This is the game, Gravesen, which is so important, this one, and of course the other one in this group as well, Lukonegwa against Lex, which is 0-0. That's approaching the 50th minute as it stands. I mean, even a draw might not be enough for Rijkaard, depending if one of those two players was to get into a winning position. We spoke to Eder about it. All you can do is just get your head down and win your game.
Yeah.
Get 3 points.
I think at the moment you start looking at other games, you're out, because you're not thinking about the game itself. And I mean, it's in your hands. If you win, you're through. So you shouldn't be focusing on the other matches. This is a good one by Cafu. No, didn't win it. The header, I mean. And it's a tough situation for Rijkaard, if we're honest, because you're fighting to go through, but then your opponent is playing the best FC, and he just wants to go on a rampage. We have someone here joining us.
Someone who knows a lot about this competition as well. 2019 runner-up, goes by the name of Dr. White. White Notch? Dr. Nightwatch. Ivan joins us. Ivan, welcome in. I mean, you were here this weekend in a coaching position. What have you made of the eChampions League?
I mean, it's one of the best tournaments every year now.
Yep.
So it's pretty special for every competitor. A lot of newcomers this year as well, so it's just a great feeling all around.
How crazy is it that we're in the sixth year of the competition now? 2019 and that Madrid tournament just feels like yesterday.
Yeah, it goes by. Of course, we had those couple of years where things went pretty quickly, but the tournament just gets bigger and bigger.
I want to ask you, because for me, you're one of the best persons in the world analyzing the game. What do you think about this Johnny 4-4-1-1 formation?
I mean, every meta is there to be broken, and he's come up with something new. I still do think 4-3-2-1 is better, but because he's the only one using it and he's the best at it, and people are not prepared to play against it, it works.
Yeah, we had
something that I found that was really interesting as well about Ivan here is that he played in the Bulgarian league where there was a spot available for the Champions League. He lost to a certain player that qualified for this tournament, but he said, look, I'm not going to sulk about it. I'm going to come with him and coach him on the way through. How was that for you? Obviously, I know you wanted to be here playing, but you said, look, I want him to go far. He's from Bulgaria. I want him to do well.
I mean, I've had some coaching experience this year, whether it's online cups, whether it's at ePrem. So it was natural in a way. I got asked if I wanted to join as a coach, and I know I can help with some experience, especially with this being your first LAN event. So all around a good experience, and we have more tournaments to look forward to anyways.
Well, we got a very special someone, as we said in the commentary booth. Any questions you got from in the Twitch chat, fire them in as Luka Negro tries to fire this one on. We are going to keep a close eye on the ending to this matchup in particular, especially Johnny against Ricard as well, because there is a spot up for grabs in the eChampions League knockout stages. 0-0 after 63 minutes. It might be our longest 0-0 we've seen.
Yeah, this is good.
And it's in! Somehow, Jobber with a flick on. There was a player on the line, but he just couldn't get there.
And with this result, currently Lex is out of the competition. I mean, this is something we definitely didn't expect coming up to this tournament. But again, set pieces. What do you say, Ivan?
I think, especially with corners, we joke in between players and coaches, and I'm sure not only. They're kind of like penalties, especially if you have an aerial attacker against no aerial defender. Even Drogba is hard to select defensively. So I think it's one thing that is an absolute necessity to master coming into a tournament.
Well, look at this now. Maybe an equaliser.
Nope.
That's the table as it stands here in Group F. Johnny, as we know, is going through in a winning position, 12 points from 12. Luka Negro in a winning position would also be on 5. On goal difference and on goal scored as well, Ricard would be in that third position, which is crazy to say in a losing position. He could still be going through unless there was to be another shake-up in the table. This must be so hard to play in a situation like this, Dr. Nightwatch, because you don't know what's going on. If you're Lex now, you're thinking, what's going on in the other games?
Yeah, you need to know what's going on around you. And Fuma, before the start of this game, because he was also in a similar contention in the other group, he came to the admins and he asked, can the refs keep me updated of the scores of the other games? And they looked at him like, no, they can't. So he's just going into that game, playing for a win, playing for a high-scoring game.
Would you, if your player, obviously that you were coaching this weekend, was in a game like this, and he paused in the 17th minute, would you whisper in his ear, by the way, he's winning 1-0, you have to go and score. You need a point at least.
Well, if you need, in this case, you need to score anyways. A loss doesn't do you anything. So,
of course, but would you edge them on and say, look, you generally you're going out right now?
I think if you tell your player you need to score a goal, I think it's kind of obvious where things are going. So you're either direct or you don't say anything.
Well, it's getting worse for Ricard over here because Johnny has just found another one here. 67 minutes on the clock. As we said, it still sends Ricard through in a losing position. He will still be going through.
I'm still going to talk about the 4-4-1-1 situation because with the long ball pass with the midfielder then to the winger, which was triggered before, do you think there's a way to stop that?
It's very difficult. I think anything except just coming to terms with the fact that you have to defend around your own box where the 4-4-1-1 is slightly less dangerous, I think. I think that's the way to go forward. Unless you want to go high press and squeeze the ball carrier and the pass maker, I think it's virtually impossible to stop those crosses, and you have to defend around your box.
In this situation, we have Lukonewa going through at the moment. Rijkaard is still through because Lex is losing the match, but everything can happen, really. And Lex is to be attacking with Henry.
Drogba.
Sule passes it to Cancelo. Cancelo is able to pass it back to Donnarumma, and obviously Lukonewa doesn't want to attack, but in a way you don't want to pass it backwards, really.
I think 12 minutes is too early to be thinking about killing the game off, especially on 9-minute halves. With 10 minutes to go, with a potential constant press incoming, I think it's very hard. You can play slower, but you cannot be thinking about killing the game off.
Well, look, if we can get side by side on these two games as well in a split second, there could also be another player that comes in to mix it. If Lukonewa was to win this by just 1-0 and Johnny was to start steamrolling and to get 3 or 4 more goals,
it could happen the way he plays.
There could also be another scenario on goal difference that 3rd and 4th place would swing. There's 90 minutes left in this one. There's been another goal in the game, so he certainly could happen. Didier Drogba from 30 plus yards out. That table will move again.
Okay,
there'll be 2 goals now. 2 goals
so
between the two.
I got a question. Is that a power shot? Is that a normal shot?
I don't think it's a power shot because we saw Johnny score a very similar shot earlier throughout the day. Left foot, I believe, with Drogba, pretty much the same position. He knows something we don't. And we know the German team, they know these types of shots. Last year there was a couple of these spots. So there's definitely something there. It's not a power shot, and it's something to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, I did see on Twitter kind of an L2 shot, which was kind of different, but the other goal was a volley. This wasn't a volley, which surprises me. I don't know. We'll have to ask him. Casey, you gotta ask him.
Well, if you're Rijkaard right now, you're trying to get some information as well from people around you of what's happening, what do I need to do, how many goals do I not need to concede? Because at the moment, Johnny is just throwing punch after punch after punch.
I think it's damage control at this point. You're not even looking to score goals. I think you're looking to not concede. I believe Feldman potentially was in a similar position in his group, where he just starts the game and he's thinking, as long as I don't lose by a lot, I'm going through. Anything more is a bonus. A draw, a win, but I must not lose by much.
And also remember, if Lex just gets a goal and he's in a drawing position, the table completely changes once again. It's going to be an exciting last 15 minutes now. Let's jump into it here as we look to conclude 6 more knockout spots for next week's eChampions League knockout stages. As it stands, this result from Lukonewa is going to be enough to send him through in his first eChampions League. If he was to score another goal again now, there has been a technical pause in that one. Let's jump over to Johnny against Rijkaard. 15 minutes left. Just a goal back for him would do something. Pedri, Mbappe. I know we've got a lot of attention on this group in particular, but there's just been so much movement in there. Of course, Graverson, there's also a couple of other games in Group E, isn't it? Manny Bashir looks like he's running away to top the table.
Yeah, but at this moment, Thomas has just equalized 4-4. So, I mean, he was losing 3-0, I think. Everything to play for. I mean, production, sorry, because you're going to be crazy about this. But everything is happening everywhere.
4-all I'm hearing now, Graverson, that Thomas game.
Yeah, that's it. Pretty much everyone can go through.
What on earth is happening there? We'll give it to you as soon as we can, but Group E has had some crazy, crazy endings. Right. Nervin, as we said, is out the tournament. He had nothing to play for, but he's chose to make this into a really difficult game.
At the moment, Thomas is out of the competition because of goal difference against Di Fernandez, but if he scores one more goal, he'll be through, and Di Fernandez is out.
It also depends, Di Fernandez, how much he's losing by. And he's losing by just enough for the goal scored to matter for Thomas.
Oh my days.
Oh my God.
You are really seeing this enter the Group E table as it stands now. Manu Bashir, he's running away with it. We already know that. Fuma in front in his game against Ilvan Nielsen. But that third spot on both groups is really up for grabs.
Let's see if Johnny manages to score one more goal. But I think Reicher in a way has listened to you. Damage control. I mean, he's just passing the ball back and forth because in a way it feels like 4-0 is coming quicker than the 3-1.
Manu has just scored again.
Again?
It's over. It's over. He needs 2 goals or he needs Thomas to lose. So I think Di Fernandez is in a very tough spot. I don't think you're scoring 2 goals in such little time. And your only hope is for Nerven to obviously do your job in this case.
Well, over to this one now. 6-3.
The thing is, Nerven is constant pressing. He's going for the win.
As we jump back to what's happening in Fuma's game, he's conceded 3 goals as well.
Wow.
Well, Fuma, as we know, is on his way through. If he can hold on to this 9-point gap to secure himself in that second spot. Or has Ivan Ilson got other ideas? Mbappe looks to squeeze it in. Donnarumma 1-2 shots.
If I'm not mistaken, if Di Fernandez does the impossible and scores 2 goals, we're tied on
6-6-6. Oh, 7.
We're tied on all 3 tiebreakers, and we might go to a direct game for the spot.
Wow. We gotta confirm that with production, but I mean, still 2 goals, so a long way. But it could happen.
Big if. But we had a very similar position yesterday, where Andreas was hoping for games last round to go his way, and there was a scenario of a deciding game being played.
I swear he's just conceded again.
Again?
Thought it was 6-3 when we joined it.
It was. Yeah, no. Di Fernandez is out unless Nerven manages to get 1 goal and get the win against Thomas.
It might be on for 8. It might be getting even worse for Di Fernandez. It's going to be a tap-in.
Wow.
It's a cruel ending to the group stages in the eChampions League. But for Manu Bashir, he's having the time of his life. 30 goals scored in the group stages. 15 points from 15.
In the EDBZ?
He doesn't realise, Ivan, the pain he's causing to everyone else in this group.
Guys. I don't want to say it, but something has happened in the Nerven against Thomas match. I guess we'll see it in a second, but something has happened over there.
Right, let's see this last chance here. It's wasted. Again, this is Group F. This is the Group E table as it stands. Full time there, Luca Nuegua is through to those eChampions League knockout stages by 1 goal, a 1-0 win, our lowest scoring game, I'm pretty sure, across the whole weekend. It looks like another shot you could argue in the competition has happened as well, and he doesn't know, but Rickards is hanging onto this ball and 3-0 down. He's got no interest to get the ball forward. Referee, just blow the full-time whistle is all he's saying. On goal difference, he'll be squeezing through.
He's managing to keep possession, and this is going to be it.
Full-time result there. Let's see if he knows.
He knows.
He does know.
He does know.
Through to the knockout stages in Group F.
And again, if we could have the replay of the Thomas match as soon as possible, because right now, Reicher is through, Lukonewa is through. And again, Lukonewa had to win the match against Lex, and he managed to do that. So props to him, because that's not an easy match to play.
It was a 3-way tie. It was a 3-way tie in this group. Could have gone either way.
Yep.
3 more in the knockout stages. That's 15 in total. Of course, we've still got another 9 players, of course, to find into these knockout rounds next weekend. We're going to get our next match back underway very soon. There's a small technical pause in that one with Fuma and Ivan Ilson. Is there more to unfold, or is it pretty sure of who's going through in this group?
No, not really. I mean, there's stuff happening, I think.
Right, this is it. It's the Thomas Owen.
I think the match has ended, yeah.
We've just seen that one end. Both players shaking hands and walking off at the back of the stage.
The thing is, now Fuma is winning the game. He has, what, 10 minutes left, I think?
Fuma is through,
yeah.
I think.
I mean, he has to... Yeah, because of goal difference.
Goal difference, even if he was to lose, there wouldn't be any more turns or twists to this group stage by the looks of it. Manu Bashir, 15 points from 15. He's just had a full-time result there. He has looked incredible. I mean, all the players from the Eredivisie, Ivan, have been mental.
I think that's arguably one of the best leagues in terms of the top-end competitors.
If not the best.
Exactly. The top 4, which are here, all top their groups. Incredible level, and we've seen that in the FC Pro Open. We've seen that previous year, so it's a very, very, very tough competition for the future years as well.
Why do you think there was a couple of hiccups this weekend from big names?
I think it's statistically inevitable. Obviously, you have pressure when you're a top player. You have pressure with the newcomers, but it's a different kind of pressure. One is because it's your first tournament, it's your first event, so it's inevitable. And when you're a big name with so much expectations on you, contracts on the line, and people out to get you. For example, Nico. Everyone's out to get Nico. He was a goal away from going out in La Liga.
Yeah, goal difference.
Chosita,
Yep.
exactly. And then he comes back, does the double. And all of a sudden, Nico is again one of the favorites to win the competition. So people play these guys and they play for their lives.
I wanted to ask you about that because Tex is out of the competition, and back in 2019 you were the one to eliminate him as well. What does it take to eliminate a player like Tex?
A bit of luck, inevitable, but you also have to take the little chances you get. Because a player of that level doesn't give you a lot of chances, and if you don't use them, you're going to lose. And even if you use those chances, more often than not, they will prevail, but again, it's about getting that moment and being able to seize it.
Well, back to this one now. It's our only game left to conclude. Even a draw, even a loss, it's still enough for Fuma to find a way through to the knockout stages. He may have lost his last 2 games on the bounce, but those 6 points that he got at the start of the day will be enough to see the 4-time French champion into the knockout stages. It will be Manu Bashir, Di Fernandez, and Fuma going through from Group E, and alongside that, Johnny Avessi Paderborn, Luca Noega of Torino, and Ricard representing the E-Liga Portugal. 6 more big names, Gravison, into the knockouts next weekend.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we have some big names out, like the likes of Lex. That's a power shot coming in from Drogba. This is it. And Thomas, who was just 1 goal away from qualifying. His opponent, who wasn't playing for anything really, constant pressing, score a goal, knocked him out of the competition. But again, it's tough to play those situations because you know you're fighting to get through and your opponent's pretty much fighting for nothing. But again, you have to be professional and you have to play for everything.
Of course, it's fair play. Even if you're out, you know that's the round robin, that's the group stages. You want to play even if your life is not on the line anymore. You would feel bad if that happens to you, so you just do your best.
Ivan, absolute pleasure having you here on the commentary desk. Before you go, one name who's winning the eChampions League this year.
Fuma.
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 Oh, Fuma.
Fuma.
We'll get that down. We'll get that down.
We'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway, that is it from us on the commentary desk. There is still one more round to be played, but for now it's to Rachel, who is joined by one of those players that will be back next week for the knockouts.
Indeed I am, and that player joins us now. Luca Negua, congratulations on going through there. 1 goal was all you needed over a pretty tricky opponent, though, in Lex. Going into that one, how did you prepare yourself mentally, knowing it was going to be so tough?
Lex is an amazing player, so I knew there will be some difficulties, but I thought I had to really practice on my defense, and I think I did it because maybe he deserved a little bit more, but in the end I managed to win.
When you score early like that, is that all that goes through your head? Just defend, 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 or are you still trying to press and get a couple of more goals? Because 1-0, that scoreline, it isn't much.
Yeah, 1 goal on this game, on 9 per half match. is not very much.
It's tough. It's tough.
It's really difficult to defend with 1 goal of advantage, but I did it. It was important. So I risked it a little bit, but I did it, and it's enough.
Yeah, you didn't start the day off as you would have liked. You had 2 draws and a loss in your first 3 games. You had a gap, though, in round number 4. Do you think that helped you just to rest, recuperate, come back into it? Because you had to win that last game to go through.
That break was really important because I calmed down. I thought about what I could do more, and I did it in the most important moment of the day.
Yeah.
Well, let's revisit that goal. It was only 1 goal, but it was our MasterCard moment of the match as well against Lex. You can relive this moment with us. If you can just tell us what was going through your head at that point.
When I hit the ball, I hope.
Hope and pray.
I hope. I pray, and it went in. Also in the match versus Johnny, I did like a better corner, but it didn't go in. But this was the important corner, so I'm really happy.
Tell us how tough that group was as well, because you were all sharing points left, right and centre there, weren't you?
Yeah, that was really equilibrated. I thought maybe I could do more points in the first 2 matches, but at the end I won against Lex, that is really an amazing player. Just this.
Amazing.
Yeah, you're through to next weekend, obviously, knockout stages. Are there any players you sort of want to avoid, or is there someone that you sort of have like a vendetta against? You want to play them, you want to try and beat them, or is it just anyone?
I think at this point, all the players for me are the same, because I know that I have to play my level, and then I see who I'm against.
Exactly, well, you are through to next week. Your English was perfect. Yeah. We didn't need the translator. Thank you very much for joining us. Nonetheless, we'll see you next week in the knockouts. Congratulations. Right, 1 more round of fixtures to go. It's going to be tough. It's going to be exciting. Group G and H coming your way for a place in the knockouts next week.
Ready for something new? Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Good one, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
PlayStation
everybody joining us at the perfect time because it is the last round of fixtures here at the group stages of the eChampions League, and it is, Case, all to play for. In both of these final groups, we've lost one player each, but there are 3 spots and 4 players still vying for those 3 spots. It is so close.
It is so close, and the pressure is on. Nicholas and Sarah, unfortunately, out of the competition today, but like you said, 4 players from each group are still in it. It might come down to goal differential. A couple players are in a must-win situation, so a lot of pressure.
Well, we can see this in Kenadilo. He actually has Nicholas, doesn't he, up next. Nicholas could spoil the party a bit. He wants just to get some more points. But Kenadilo, he's not going anywhere. He's going through come what may. Where he ends up is up to him. Levi Finn, this could get interesting, couldn't it?
It could. He could go either way. He could possibly go down, or he could fight for the top with Dilo as well. And so there's so many different ways we can go here mathematically, and it's all going to come down to these last couple games and how many games are scored. I'm actually curious, are they going to be looking around them to see what's happening, because every goal will count?
I feel like we need that kind of updated graphic next to them so they can just take a peek as well, because it gets so confusing here. There's so many goals, so many games going on at the same time. Well, let's look at the final group then as well, because this is super tight. 6-6-6 cannot be separated there. Seron, like you mentioned, he's out of it because he cannot play in this round. He's done all of his matches. But Marley, still in with a chance. He's up against Nacho Abella, but the goal difference is going to be crucial there, Case.
Correct, yeah. So he is currently on 3 points. It is a must-win situation for Marley. But Nacho is a fierce competitor, and Marley's going to have to somehow get back some of those goals because he's currently at a -4 goal differential. But for the top 3, it's anyone at this point. So Marley could bump into that position, or they could switch around. This table could look completely different at the end of this round.
Nacho, he looked like he lost his head, though, the last round against Encante. Do you think he's got that calm, composed self back like we saw on the desk? He was so excited then. And you can just see how much it changes. He then went raging out of the arena, didn't he?
Yeah, the thing about this setup, though, is he's had a bit of time to calm himself. And I saw him on the sideline over there. He does look like a different person than what we saw at the end of that game. And so I think he is a little bit more composed, knowing that he has to get the job done in the last round.
Mark Marley, we've seen him, haven't we, so many times in the E-Premier League. Can he score enough goals if push came to shove? He's under that pressure?
Yeah, I mean, I saw him play in the E-Premier League, and they gave Man City a very, very good game in the final. And so he does have what it takes. He does perform well under pressure. But again, this is a whole different situation in the eChampions League, but we'll see where his head's at today.
Can you predict the table toppers in these 2 groups? Last 2 groups was pretty easy, wasn't it? They've both gone undefeated. This is a completely different kettle of fish.
No, it's a whole new ball game. I cannot give any type of predictions. Ask me at halftime, and maybe I'll have a better idea.
Umit then as well. He's on 6. He's leading at the moment due to the kind of goal differences. What can we see from him in this last game? We know what a fierce team they are, not just him, but his coach as well.
Yeah, I think that they work so well together, him and Daniel. They've played together for so many years. They have a very, very good dynamic. And the thing about Umit is that he is in the game from start to finish. From his first match to the last match, he's ready to go.
I'm just looking around as well because it feels tense now.
It does.
It's pretty quiet in here as well. You wouldn't think that. It's the last round of fixtures here. Everyone's locked in. Everyone's chatting to their coaches. Headsets are on. That means Richard Buckley's jumping around. We're ready for gameplay here. Right, Umit. He's up against Encante. That's one of your matches. And then we have one more feature matchup as well. Levi Finn there, shushing the crowd. Will he be shushing his opponent, Brandash, there? Let's have to wait and see. The boys are dancing. They're ready. Where's your dance move, guys?
It's quiet, but it's not going to be quiet for much longer because the final round of the groups is upon us. What a game this is. There's so many permutations on the line. There is so many outcomes that could be about to play out over the next 25 minutes of FC action. Myself, Richard Buckley, Gravison in the commentary booth. This is going to be electric.
You know, Casey didn't want to give any predictions, which is completely fine, but I'm going for it. For me, Umut is going to top the group because of goal difference, because of the way he's been playing, because I think he has a game style that fits really well against Encante.
You see the players getting into their matches. Games that are about to be getting underway. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on Mark Marley in action versus Nacho Abella. That's a huge game. If a goal swing goes in
Umert's favour in this particular matchup, and Mark Marley was to beat Nacho Abella, he could find himself sneaking in third place in this group.
So at the moment, it's a 4-goal difference between Encante and Mark Marley, but for example, this could...
A 2-0 and a 2-0.
It could happen. Like, it's not a crazy thing to say at all. So we're gonna look at those score lines every single time because, I mean, the previous round, everything happened. I mean, X Thomas was out of the competition because he was losing 3-0. Then he came back. Then he scored a goal to go to lead the game 4-3. Then he conceded again. Anything, as we just saw in the previous round, anything can happen. So I'm gonna go crazy looking at all the screens.
You can see how Mark Marley qualified for the eChampions League. It was a runner-up position. He lost in heartbreaking fashion against Manchester City back in March. And he has got a lot to do if he wants to find himself into the knockouts of the eChampions League. But we're underway in our featured game. It's going to be Umert versus Encante. Encante getting us underway from right to left in that PSG strip. And from left to right will be RB Leipzig and Umert all in white.
Yeah, I had the pleasure to watch Encante play for a long time in the A-League 1 because I'm a big fan of the competition. I've seen pretty much all the PSG games. And it's curious because he's used to playing in the League 1 without the playstyles. So I do think we're not going to see a lot of crosses coming up from him. We're not going to see probably, I don't know, abuse of playstyles because of the way he plays. And I think all the E-League 1 players play in a similar fashion. They like the twist and turn, they like to pass it around, pass it to a striker and then look for a skill.
And that's why maybe Montax had so much success.
Probably.
Because he's not French. Came in with a different play style. This is an early goal for Branche. His chance in this group is in his own hands. If he wins his game, he overlaps Rip Torek. We'll bring you all the updates on that live table. You're going to be seeing a lot of that live table throughout this next match.
Yeah, I mean, every single time we're going to see that. But let's see the way Guardiola is making that run. We are going to see a ball into Cafu. Do you think those are the best options for fullbacks?
Yes, more than likely. That's Levy Finn getting one back.
I'm talking about Cafu and Guardiola.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. That is that live table right now. Curta Diallo, 8 points. Levy Finn, 7. Rip Torek on 5 and Branche on 4. A draw doesn't do him much good.
Yeah, but if he wins,
he's in.
We could have a camera just capturing Rip Torek in every single motion.
We actually should get a camera on Rip Torek because the result of that game impacts his eChampions League campaign.
And his season, pretty much.
Yeah, absolutely. Chance for Gavardio to get forward here for Encante. Driving into the box, hits his shot across the goalkeeper and a good save from Donnarumma.
Goalkeeper movement was on point in there, and he managed to save that good chance. It's taken short. Very lucky to the first post. Out. Cleared by the defender. Mbappe passes back to Kroos. He's going to recycle the play. Modric passes it to Cafu. Maybe a potential cross. Don't think we're going to see it. Yeah, we see it, but it's not happened. And in the other game, Levy Finn has managed to score another beautiful goal, passing to Mbappe with a green time finish, which leaves Branche out of the competition. And Rip Torek, I'm sure he'll be happy about that goal.
Moving and grooving, just as Encante is, and he goes 1-0 up against Umert. It's not good for Mark Marley in this particular occasion, but if he wins his game, there could be a huge goal swing. Is there a world in which Umert doesn't come out of this group?
I mean, it's a tough chance because I think the goal difference for him in this instance is +6, +7. So I think, I mean, it could happen for sure, but
not only has there been moves in the table, there's been moves in the commentary position as well. Ryan Pessoa joining us nice and early for this matchup. You wanted to get in, you wanted to see it from the commentary position. You can see the goal difference there.
Look how tight that is.
So Mark Marley right now, he's on 6 points, which means
he's winning.
He's winning his matchup. He's 1-0 up versus Nacho Abella. It's a world in which Nacho Abella falls out.
It's the goal difference. The goal difference is key in these moments. Obviously level on points, the tiebreaker. And Kante on the attack again.
That's beautiful.
Just a lot of noise.
At this moment, I mean, Nacho has a good chance, as we can see it right now. We're seeing a lot of screaming in the building. Dailo scores a goal against Nico, which makes him the leader of the group as well.
Yeah,
flying through.
2 goals in quick succession that we just saw in the bottom right of your screen. You would have seen it.
The corner kick taken in from Encante, played short, whipped in. Tony Kroos, Drogba at the near post, and he gives him the 2-0 lead.
If Umut does lose heavily here,
I don't see him.
I mean, he has to lose by 7 goals, and then Barley has to win by 4 goals.
It's not happening.
Yeah, but Nicholas is also bottom of the table.
No bod.
Nicholas is bottom of the table and Tech's got grouped.
This is
the
different.
table right now. Mark Marley 3 goals behind Nacho Abella as it currently stands. We're talking about if Umut beat Encante, but on the other side of it, Encante could go through, Umut could go through, and Mark could just catch Nacho Abella.
Yeah, I don't think Umut is thinking about qualifying. He's thinking about the first.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe he should start thinking about qualifying. Mark's 2-0 up now versus Nacho. Chance here for Umut, strikes the near post, just gave him too much space.
Play styles, but it makes sense because if we have a chance to analyze it later on, the thing is you gotta try to cover the possible cross into Drogba because of the play style of Cancelo.
Controlled sprint here as well.
Yeah, I mean when we talk about play styles being such a factor, it's not because we like those play styles, it's because they matter a lot.
Yeah.
Change the style of play.
Everything. I mean, in this instance, it was a 50-50 situation for him. He decided to cover the possible cross, but then the Pirlo, as you mentioned, with the control sprinting. Sometimes it's a 50-50 situation.
The importance of winning the group as well, Ryan. You go straight into that first knockout game.
Yep.
You're then 4 games away from an eChampions League title.
It seems like it's in touching distance. It sounds so easy, but the players they have to overcome, and it just makes it that little bit easier. The dream seems in touching distance when you just eliminate that round that you have to play.
That
if you
first
finish
round's
top
gonna be
spot,
brutal as well.
It's so important.
When you look at some of the players, Grav, who did finish 2nd and 3rd yesterday.
Oh, you don't want to play them.
You don't want to play that.
Yeah.
No, you don't want to play that.
Got Matthias there, waiting from yesterday again, top performer you've seen today. Fuma as well. Pezzers, unbelievable.
Umut comes forward once again here. Tony Kroos, the catalyst for most of the attacks. Pirlo linking into Mbappe. Good little bit of defending there from Vincent Kompany to step out for Encante.
As you were just mentioning this, well, I'll talk about this in a second because I don't think, Drogba is stopped. For example, Matias Bonano will be playing tomorrow, well, not tomorrow, next week against Rijkaard. So Rijkaard got through with 4 points, and he must be happy about that. But what about going backstage, someone telling you, you're playing Matias next week?
Yeah.
I don't think you're as happy as you should be.
Gives you a bit of time, though. It gives you a week to develop a game plan. Levy Finn up against Brancher. This is a goal from a whipped cross to the back post, and Drogba with a diving header. 4-2.
6 goals in 27 minutes.
Just open up the floodgates.
Yeah.
Speaking of goals, good keeper movement, can't get the rebound as well. It's fallen back to Pedri, driven past to Henry.
What a save!
Huge save again.
And now we're going to see Umut with the set piece. What do you think, Buckley?
Goal.
Going to move the keeper? He's not. Still doesn't have to come out and claim it.
But again, those are the mistakes you cannot afford to do because Encante did move the keeper in a really good way, but then he panicked, I think, with a couple of X-passes. And sometimes you just got to go control the ball and go to the wing. Because if you go middle, I mean, especially playing against 4-3-2-1, you have so many players in the middle. Guardiola is so quick.
Onto the edge of the box here for Pedri. Tony Kroos once again. That Barca Real Madrid link-up play. That's beautiful into Pirlo. What does he have in the locker? He's already scored one for Umut. Mbappe back to Pirlo, but a good
defense.
tackle.
Yeah.
Didn't dive in, jockeyed backwards, made sure he didn't commit to a tackle, and just in case he missed it. We've seen that yesterday. A lot of players, we saw it even today. Nicholas, rash defending, trying to mistime a tackle. Led to a penalty or a goal conceded, but great defending.
Speaking of Nicholas, 1-1 now with Curtadilo. Mark Marley still leading by 2, and Levy Finn 4-2 up versus Brancher.
Yeah, that puts Levy Finn top of the table as it stands right now. Curtadilo in 2nd place.
We said Nicholas could have an impact on this group even though he's out, and he's deciding who finishes top. Rip Torek, can we get the Rip Torek cam? Because right now, he's 45 minutes away, there or thereabouts, from qualifying into the knockouts, and he will probably go in and buy an RB Leipzig top, saying thank you very much to Levi Finn for beating Brancher.
Nice pass. Offside. It's really interesting to see the clash of styles when we're here between a player that competed in the E-League 1, a player that competed in the Virtual Bundesliga. Do you think the Virtual Bundesliga kind of plays much more direct, and the E-League 1 likes to keep the ball, attack by the byline, try to look for that
speed boost? In fairness, when we watched the domestic league, Rich, when we were there in Paris, there weren't a lot of crosses, if any.
Barely any.
Yeah, Virtual Bundesliga, complete contrary to that. It's just dinked balls in, crosses.
That was also because of the players available.
The aerial plus. Yep.
You had Mamouche in the Virtual Bundesliga.
You got who?
Mamouche. In the E-League, and I think the only attacker with aerial plus at the time was Colomwani.
Colomwani, just him.
Dicked into the back post. Speaking of aerial, that's Didier Drogba, but it's just headed wide from Umut.
And that's the beautiful thing about eChampions League. I mean, it's just a clash of different styles. You never know what's going to happen.
So the question I've got for you two, I'll bring it up at half-time, and I want everyone out home to get involved in that conversation as well. Good defending from Umut. Which style of play in-game is the best? I'm not talking play styles, I'm talking looking for crosses, playing tiki-taka, going a bit more direct with over-the-top through balls.
You need everything.
Eredivisie, which is a clash of everything.
I think the Eredivisie, they have the top players. You've seen they've got 3 players that will finish top 4 of the FC Pro Open. You've got the players that have topped their groups this weekend as well.
And Marley has scored another goal.
Marley's now 3-0 up. And with the games going as they are, this was the replay from Mark Marley.
Oh, beautiful.
Left-footed strike across the keeper. I think that was Adam Ryan behind him.
Loves a raw, Adam Ryan.
That's the table.
Oh my goodness. One goal.
A 1-goal swing.
Come on,
to level it up.
Wow. One more goal for Mark.
This is the game we've got to follow, surely, right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, everything could happen now. And I do think Nacho said when he lost against Encante, he didn't shake his hand. He was a little bit out of it. So maybe his head is gone.
That's good work from Nacho Ebeya, forcing the block from Gvardiol. Chance still alive. Ruud Gullit on the edge, looking for
tackle. But yeah, when it comes, I respect Nacho Ebeya a lot. Right? I think he's been incredible this season. He's on the brink of retiring to now performing at the top level, but he hasn't stuck to his word in terms of his emotion.
Look at the 2 camps there as well, by the way. There was sort of a, when Mark Marley turned around, Adam Ryan was smiling a little bit. I think they're saying, we've got him right here.
Yeah,
we have got him, and Nacho Ebeya looked furious. You might have heard a roar, and it wasn't too far away from us, which if you put 1 and 1 together, it was Encante opening up the second half with Didier Drogba at the back post. Look at that.
The E-League 1 guys don't cross really. Yeah. You're right, Gravison, you're right.
They got the players to cross now.
It makes sense because of play styles again. But Encante has been playing a really strong match at the moment because we gotta remind people at home he's playing against Umut.
Yeah.
Former world champ. And one of the best players in this competition, and he's not backing down.
Even Umut going through, if let's say Umut goes through 2nd or 3rd in the group, you can see the table as it stands, it would be 2nd currently. To me, I'm still disappointed. I know that's crazy, right? I always just think Umut as like the #1.
That's not disappointing at all. That's disappointing, yeah. I agree with you. Let's see this chance.
Loads of space at the back post.
No! Oh my goodness.
Let me rephrase, I agree with you 100%, Ryan. When we're watching Umut playing,
you expect
brilliance. Greatness.
Yeah, exactly. I want flawless. It's my world champion. He's been incredible over the years.
That's what I expect when I watch you in 2018, Ryan.
Yeah, a long time ago. Long time ago.
Rich, come on, 6 years ago, really?
Put me in a game against Rich right now. you think it's 2018? No, to be fair,
I'll call Fabio Danuso.
You did get rank 1 this weekend.
I did.
You did.
I gotta watch that stream next weekend of you playing.
You can watch it anytime you like. Let's get back into the action. Thierry Henry, this is Umut coming forward. He's like that left-hand side of the pitch. Could have been a penalty, but didn't go down to ground. Where are we at with Marley watch? That's the question, because that game
still 3-0.
Lots on the line. It's getting a little bit nervy right now. This is where we are, 50 minutes on the clock. if you're Nacho Abella, is there a world in which you just think, is it too risky to just play defensive and try and hold your goal difference?
I think that's it. You could have played that way
at the start.
But now, no.
Now you're in the game. R9. It's a free kick against Mark.
With one goal in a 9-minute half, you've got 40 minutes. To rest on your laurels is craziness. I think he has to play this game in
Look
a
at the
normal
press
way.
from Mali, though.
Yeah, Mali knows he has to score. So if Nacho Abella sort of just plays the same way, just slightly risk-averse, spaces will open up. Mali has to go forward.
He's using Xavi, which is a curious pick.
Drogba will win that header into R9. Xavi. Might be a curious pick, but he's creative in that midfield. João Cancelo back to Xavi. Toni Kroos, player look, faked it all the way from left to right. On the strike, and it's wide from Schneider.
For the guys watching at home that always watch the ePrem as well, the Brighton special.
Yeah,
those player locks.
It's a long ball forward. Everything is going Brighton and Hove Albion's way right now. Everything going Mali's way.
We can see Ramirez running, keeping possession for a bit, passing it to Kroos, and
wow, that's a beautiful ball. Drogba, he slotted it home.
Hold on a minute.
Mali. We had to be a huge goal swing to send him through. He is 4-0 up, but he's levelled up on goal difference right now.
He's ahead by one.
Wow.
Nacho comes down when Mali goes up. Look at this for a first time. It was Xavi, that's why he's in the team.
What a finish.
Drogba, sensational from Mark. You got to think, he started the day 0-2. He had a poor start. Nacho Abella speaking to his coach behind him.
What's
they have to reset.
I mean, Nacho, the thing is, and I know Ryan is 100% with me with this. 6 points, just beat Umut, you are on the top of the world. Exactly. You go to an interview, and you're thinking, I'm through. I'm through. There's not a chance in the world.
He was on smoke. He didn't
6 points.
He was talking
What did I say
crazy.
today?
And Nacho
6 points puts you through.
Yep,
yesterday.
you did.
So now you fast forward 2 hours later, you're against the ropes. And the mental roller coaster, it's impossible to handle.
He was talking about Umut being scared. He's scared now. Nacho Abella is in this position where it all seemed so well. It seemed out the question that he couldn't go through.
He's not only on the ropes, Grav. It's round 10, and the ref's thinking about jumping in and stopping it. The coach has got the towel. But is it for Nacho or is it for Mark Mali? That is the question. Drogba into Stoichkov. Oh, great save from Donnarumma. Nacho Abella needs to show that experience that got him to the dance. There you go, that's a big goal. And it flips it back on its head to Nacho Abella right now.
Nacho Abella is really a really good friend of Matias Bonano, and this really looks like a Matias Bonano corner.
It's a huge corner.
Roars everywhere. What's happening?
I tell you, there's been a big goal between PSG and RB Leipzig. And we said there was no chance that Umut could potentially go out.
The live standing of that group, because no, there isn't.
But
a
it's
way.
a goal that's gone the way of Encante. You can tell by the reaction on the face cam right now. We'll show you that replay very shortly indeed. This is it. Drive to the byline. Pedri with the head back.
Oh, what's going on there?
Nardo with the goal. That's a 3-goal swing in Encante's favour. That will put him top of the table right now.
So at the moment, Umut is with a +4 goal difference, and Marley's with a -1. So
with a 1.
With a 1.
It's impossible, basically, unless Umut has to score or concede 4 more goals to go behind, behind Nacho Abella.
It's impossible. Yeah.
Mbappe.
It's offside.
Good line. I can guarantee you one thing. This is going all the way to the 90th minute.
Something gonna happen last minute of the game, Rich?
I feel like it does.
It really feels like it.
It would be very poignant for Mark Mali to lose the E-Premier League in the last kick in extra time, to then qualify for the eChampions League knockouts in late dramatic fashion. Switching the play over to Ramirez. Floated into the box. That's a lovely pass. Xavi nods it down. Big chance. Mali back in front.
He didn't mean the ball for Xavi there. You know what? He aimed for Drogba. However, the way just look how the sequence unfolds here. Ramirez in. Xavi's in plenty of space.
What a pass that is.
Oh, it's up the chest.
Nacho's all over the place with the player.
He's trying to play
the ball.
He couldn't. It wasn't intentional, the first pass, I'll be honest. maybe even the second pass. But it looked nice. It looked nice. And that's a huge, huge goal in the game.
And the player lock was a mistake. I mean, when you have Sule and he's running with Xavi, I mean, you gotta trust him.
Yeah.
Let's go for it. And at the moment, Nacho is out of the competition by just 1 goal difference, but he's attacking. Pass it to Hullet. No, he's not playing good.
For me, Garrison, you can explain this a lot more. You played this year. When having Hullet as a choice in midfield, for me, obviously, we know how good he is with his stature defensively. For me, offensively, with how good headers are, I'm using him as just a little triggered run into the box and trying to play over the top to knock it down. He's another option. You don't just have to rely on Drogba. That's the reason for me why I see Hullet in the team.
In a way, it's what happened with Marley in the goal by Xavi. Oh,
hold on.
Found its way through to Mbappe. Power shot. Good save from Donnarumma. He moved him to the near post, and if it was further angled into that far corner, it would have been a goal. He's already scored from a set piece, but that's way too close to Donnarumma.
Yeah, I don't think he aimed well enough with Mbappe, because I do think he didn't go for the near post. But again, he's attacking well. I don't think he's defending well at the moment.
Big goal here, back for Umut. Doesn't change much in the complexion of the table, however. He would want to go out in a winning way,
especially
the former world champion, and try and get top of the table as well.
I mean, it's just 2 goals. Anything can happen, really, especially with 9 minutes half.
But the story of this match, that's Umut going straight from kickoff pretty much. Mbappe in on goal, and does slot it home.
A minute.
Cross
that top spot, it's not done yet.
The top is not done yet. You can see that live table right now.
Wow.
A draw.
Puts Umut top.
Umut goes top because he's got a superior goal difference. However, the match that we have turned our attention to is Mali versus Nacho Abella, because a huge, huge result has fallen in the way of Mark Mali, which we said he needed a 4-goal swing, and look, it didn't. He's not shown us today that this was in the offing.
No.
However, he has saved his best performance till last, and he's 12 minutes away from knocking out Nacho Abella. Mbappe to the byline, Donnarumma dinks it over for a corner. He's already scored from a corner from this exact point in this game, and it's whipped into Drogba, who wins the header. And that is Mali down into 4th through 1 corner kick.
Do you know what it is? It's that dinked ball across. It was going to nobody, but then the keeper puts it out for a corner, and then as a player, you just think, oh gosh.
Oh gosh.
It just feels like I've conceded, you know.
The thing is, before he moved the keeper to try to take it, it didn't work. Now you don't move the keeper, it doesn't work.
Yep.
What do you do, really? There's no way you can stop this, really, because, for example, if I'm Nacho, next chance I have, maybe I'm going for a power shot.
Yeah.
Just taking the corner.
Yeah.
He's also, I don't know if this is just an observation or there's some fact behind this, he's much better on the corners on the outswinger than he is the inswinger.
Yeah, because I think Stoikov takes it with the left foot, so that's why it works. But I'm gonna ask Ryan about this, because he didn't celebrate the goal.
Yeah.
And you know, when you are this close to bottle the qualification and you are kind of ashamed of yourself.
Exactly.
And you don't celebrate things.
Honestly. He can still concede again. Mark's not giving up.
Certainly can. Ousmane Dembele down the byline, cuts it onto the edge for Toni Kroos. He scored a late goal at the near post with Toni Kroos earlier on today, did Mark Mali. Xavi into R9. That left-footed strike cannons off the crossbar.
Bit too much power. He just needs to get the ball to the 5-star skillers, Mark. That's what he does. He does best. So R9 couldn't find the back of the net. This is as it stands, and Kante's still leading in his game against Umut. Few moments left in that. It's so close, as we say, a 1-goal swing in this game. Mark Mali scores. He'll be put into 3rd spot in this group. As it stands, though, Nacho Abella.
It's very simple, isn't it? Mark scores. If he wins the game by 4 goals, he's through.
Yep.
If Nacho Abella can concede less than 4, he goes through. Mbappe, edge of the box, couple of step overs, brings Cancelo into it. Attacking the byline, he's dangerous in these areas, is Mali. You wanted the 5-star skills on the ball if you are Mark. Just as Ryan said, as Schneider tries.
Rushed it.
Through the gap. Mbappe picks it up. Xavi with a green time shot. Drogba's going to get there.
No! Oh my gosh.
Wow, that's a... Whoa. I thought I was in.
It's like time stopped. When the ball was just in the air, I just
rolling across the line. Is that his last hurrah? Will he get one more chance?
He's got one more.
Have a look at this.
Here, it's that. Oh, it just froze. Oh,
I'm begging him to go with the head. Diving header. Aerial plus, it activates anywhere.
And now 5 minutes left to play, and it seems like
Nacho's in despair. Look at him. Just the player cams, he's all over the place.
I mean, the way he defended the 1v1 situation with Mbappe,
yeah,
he looks out of it.
He looks distraught right now. He can't focus. But as it stands right now, he goes through to the eChampions League knockouts. What a couple of months it would be for Nacho Ebeya. What a weekend for Spain.
Yeah.
As well.
But Umut has the chance to try to come back
Here
in
we
the
go.
other game.
That's a mistake.
It's an interception from Marley. Does he play for last attack, Ryan, or does he try and force a couple of chances?
No, I think you got to go.
Drogba out wide. Ousmane Dembele gets past his man. Referee blows up for a free kick, but he plays the advantage. Soulé in the box. It's a little bit scrappy, but with 3
minutes.
3 additional minutes. Marley has to go. It's a dink ball line. It's really good from Nacho Ebeya, just keeping hold of the ball. One of those 3 has elapsed.
What happened?
Wait, he just thrown him the ball.
What happened?
One final chance for Mark Marley. Toni Kroos into Gvardiol. Xavi into Haaland! Mark Marley from absolutely nowhere has turned this group on its head. He will go through with a minute left to play.
What happened?
Can we talk about
what happened on the
1
throw-in?
second. He has a throw on.
We've
There's
got
2 minutes left. What's gone on? He's given him the
we
ball.
have to see that.
I don't understand
I don't know
happened.
what has happened.
He's just thrown him the ball.
Maybe he spanned to skip the repetition
Yeah.
and the replay?
But
I don't know.
in these moments, you
No
got
one's panicking with 2 minutes left to play. Here we go.
Oh, it's unforgivable. That's crazy. We watched the whole clip unfold here because the build-up here is great. He's triggering runs. He's got players running into the box, into Haaland on the turn, and he puts it away. And
We've barely seen Haaland this weekend, by the way.
We haven't. This is a person that's put a dagger in his Premier League journey. Stopped
now
him
he's
get
come
him to the
back.
World Championships, and now it's the man to put him through to the knockout stages. What? Let me not speak too early. Let me not speak too early. But it looks as if he's going to send him through.
Nacho Ebeya to break Scottish hearts, to break Brighton hearts. Ousmane Dembele wins the ball, and look at what it means. Mark Marley, silent.
I think Adam Ryan's looking at him like, why? Maybe Mark doesn't know. Surely he does, though.
He's
I don't know.
He's through.
Adam's screaming. He's thinking he's through. Why are we not celebrating? Mark just sat there stoic, turning around, trying to see if
Just
he's
not in the head. The coach just not in the head.
I love it.
7 hours on the train for nothing.
I don't know what he said.
Someone get a mic in there.
Maybe a bit unsavory from Adam Ryan. Wow.
He was 4 goals back. Nacho Ebeya is out the building. I don't think there was any handshake there.
Up he goes. He's done. The mind is he's flown. His head has flown, and it's crazy. Just everything from the moment when I'll just go back to the interview.
Yeah.
The way he was speaking, it was like, you know what? I'm through. Don't worry about me. It's okay. I'm through.
I really want to
on the bounce.
I really want to see the throw-in replay, because it was. Why did he put the? What was he trying to
The
do?
only thing I can think is he
spamming.
thought the
There would
throw
be
in was further up the pitch.
Nah.
And the ref pulled it back further.
That makes sense. I mean, the thing is that I don't know if it's that. I don't know if he tried to skip the replay.
I do that. I'll be honest. Sometimes I'm just spamming, but then that's on foot champs. That's on foot champs. That's unacceptable. That's unacceptable.
That's unacceptable. Yeah, for sure.
And that's to the goal. Toni Kroos. Gvardiol into Xavi. Xavi into Haaland. And the finish.
It's just poetic from Mark.
Really
you
is.
spoke about it.
I did.
You spoke about it, Rich.
For the people watching at home, you gotta try that Xavi item, because the way he just changed the whole game. Wow, the scenes.
Wow. Nothing left to say.
You know who has something to say? Marley, because he's joined by Casey. What happened? Really, what happened? Tell us.
Yes, I'm here with Mark Marley, who just came over to the interview spot saying, I'm not even sure if I'm through. So this is the official confirmation you have made it to the next stage. Walk me through those last few minutes of the game because they were so exciting to watch.
Yeah, I actually tweeted maybe like an hour ago that 90th minute, I don't know, seemed to come alive. You know, he's seen an ePrem, I should have won it in the last minute as well. So he got the goal back late, but it was like just one goal we had yesterday. One of my other coaches telling me just one more.
So throughout the entirety of that game, were you just trying to get as many goals as possible and trying to do the math in your head at the same time?
I think going into it, I knew that if I beat him by 4 goals that I'd replace him, but we were counting on Umut, maybe it'd help me out. I could hear the shouts for the PSG boys, so yeah, at half-time I was like, let's just score as many as we can and see what happens.
So how much does qualifying mean to you going on to this next stage?
Yeah, it's huge. You know, I played in the ECL during COVID. I actually went 0-3, and then I started 0-2 today, and I was like, it's going to happen again, but no, that means everything. You know, it keeps the season alive, and we'll see what we can do in the knockouts.
Well, Mark, fantastic job today. You had a fantastic finish. So proud of you. I will see you next week, and I'll send it back to you guys.
Someone else who's proud of Mark will be this man here as well. Come on, Seagulls.
Up the Albion. Come on.
He's a fan, if you didn't know already. That's exactly how we love kind of an eChampions League group stage to end. Absolute scenes for Mark. I mean, commiserations, though, for Nacho Abella.
We said about it yesterday, Rachel. We didn't maybe get to see the most exciting ending to the group stages, but goal difference, every goal means so much. You've seen it there as the guys are commentating. 1 minute Nacho's in, 1 minute Nacho's out, and that is how the table ended for a -1 goal difference for Nacho Abella. We have to rewind it, Rachel. He was standing here next to us.
I know.
He was waving off the competition. He thought he was through on 6 points. We thought he was through on 6 points. This is the Champions League, and it's just completely turned around.
He was ecstatic about 2 hours ago. Umut, though, in second, totally dejected after losing to Encante there, because we know what it means if you top the table, you go straight through the round of 16. He just means you've got to play another game. He can't be too disheartened, can he?
No, I think just he's got such high standards. We saw it when he was sitting there. He was sitting there when he was losing games. The game finished 5-10 minutes ago. He's sitting there watching the replays again, and in his mind thinking, why has this not happened? Why have I not clicked this button? So I think it's just the expectations that he has for himself.
Sign of a former world champion, of course. That's how much it means to these players. They want to finish at the top. Levi Finn did just that as well with his final win there, pushing Keledilo down at 7 points in second, and then Rip to Wreck as well. Nicholas, though, because he did pay Keledilo, he did get the win there, got himself a few more points. I know it didn't matter, but still it looks better on the table.
It does, and look, fair play to a player that's already eliminated out of that tournament. You haven't got anything to play for. The prize pot doesn't change for if you finish 4th or 5th. So fair play to him. Got his head down. So look, I'm here to do a job. I'm here to represent Sevilla. He will be back for the FC Pro World Championships, but we have to see a very different Nicholas there. I think that was one of the biggest shocks.
I always think if Nicholas had done that maybe one game earlier, that would have changed things around. He wanted that mentally a little bit earlier in the day, didn't he?
He needed it. He was desperate for it. He starts off with a loss, was 3-1 down, comes back and scrapes a draw, then has an hour break to just dwell on it, and then, as we saw against Levi Finn, just lost the point and lost his tournament.
Well, let's not dwell on that too much then, because we have something exciting to bring you. Oppo goal of the day. We have 3 goals to show you now. I'm going to get Brandon's thoughts on them, and then you guys can vote for them during the break as well. They come from Johnny. Johnny gets 2. Of course he does. He tops his group.
I mean, this is a goal we've seen a few times today, Rachel, and it's this new sort of area on the pitch where the animation's been coming out from Didier Drogba, showing he doesn't just score headers. It's another long ball over the top. Surprise, surprise, it's Johnny again, who's loving these 30-yard plus long ball plus passes that we're seeing from the play styles of these players. Then we see Rip Torek, who does find his way through in that group of death. Whip cross into Drogba. There's no surprise that Drogba was probably our top goal scorer here at the Champions League.
You can't pick Drogba, but you can pick Johnny or Rip Torek.
Rip Torek, goal number 1.
Goal number 1, Rip Torek, is what Brandon's going for. I teased you a moment ago. You guys at home can now vote for the Oppo goal of the day as well during this final break. But come back and join us, because we can open these, because it's our Pepsi post show on the other side.
ready for something new. Just eat. Oh, you thought it was just burgers and fries. They got more flavors than you tasted or you heard in your life. Ooh, this is what the app do. It ain't only fast food. Switching styles like opera to rap too. I'm a bad girl, but my takeout better. What you need, dude? I could cop a taco platter. And my sushi train is on loop. When you're this slick, what you gon' do? Did somebody say just eat?
Yeah, possible.
Looks like whoever drops the ball buys a Pepsi. Go on, Jack. Sonny! Saved by Leah Williamson. Wow, Vinny Jr., game over.
Wait, there's only one Vinny J.
Pepsi, thirsty for more.
Welcome then to our Pepsi post show, where we get to talk about every single thing that's happened over the course of the weekend. Who's going to crack their Pepsi open? No takers today. Goodness me, guys.
2 days in a row then, go on.
Leaving me hanging otherwise. Take a sip of that.
Cheers.
We need it after what we've been through, and I think this man as well may need it. But let's quickly tell you about our Oppo goal of the day. It does go to Rip Turek. He goes through, doesn't he, in Group G as well. We'll see him next week in the knockouts. This is the goal of the day. You didn't go for that one, Brandon.
I didn't. I see why the chat may have taken it, because it's a bit of an acrobatic effort, isn't it? It's the whip cross into the box. Not ahead of this time from Drogba. He can also score a bicycle kick.
You can indeed. Well, you might see that we have a guest as well. Manny Bashaw, welcome.
Thanks.
You did top your group, and you're also our FedEx top goal scorer. 30 goals, guys. Give him a round of applause for that. Awesome job. Yes, round of applause. Everybody here. 15 out of 15 as well. You had one of the best days I've seen you have probably since winning the world title last year. Would you agree?
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting back to that level. I'm improving, and I was happy to show it today. I told myself before the tournament started I had to play with a lot of personality, a lot of courage, and I'm happy I did, and yeah, it worked.
Do you feel like you are back to your best, back to kind of world champion winning Manny Bashaw?
Today, yeah, but it can be different next week. Never know in FIFA, or in the AFC, sorry. And yeah, but now I'm working really hard since, of course, I suffered the defeat in the FC Pro Open, which was tough to take because people expected a lot from me, and me myself as the first one who expected more. And yeah, I kept working, qualified for the Champions League, World Cup, so I've got lots to look forward to this season, and yeah, I hope to do well in the Champions League first.
You mentioned how your mindset changes from week to week. So how does it change from the group stage to next week, which will be a lot more added pressure?
From the group stage, yeah, no. For me, the group stage was the most pressure, to be honest, because I've played twice in this competition in my career. It's the third time, and I must say the first time I think was the top 32, and last year I got Swiss, so it was top 64 in the end. So I'm already in top 16. I've done better than last 2 years, so now it's only can get better.
Yeah, I don't want to touch on a negative, but you turn it into a positive. But I remember seeing how down you were at the FC Pro Open earlier on this season. You've done well to bounce back, performing well in the Eredivisie, and of course this year, or this season in the eChampions League. What does it mean to you to progress and still keep your season alive?
Yeah, it was of course a big blow for me, the FC Pro Open. I expected more from it. And I must say, seeing Levi and Emre do well, of course, makes me happy, but also that healthy competition we have between each other motivates you to keep doing well, to not get behind. And I've worked hard since the Pro Open, like every day. I haven't stopped working, and it's nice to see that today. Today I played well. I played back to the level I know I can. But yeah, I have to stay focused, don't get carried away, and next week a big challenge there again.
Well, you get to skip around next week. You get to just sit there and watch everyone else sweat, because we'll see you in the round of 16. Congratulations for topping the table this weekend.
Thank you very much.
Righty. Well, the boys, we're missing a couple of guys here. That's because we have Grav and Richard over there ready with some ECL showtime for us.
Yes, we certainly do, Rachel. It's time for hashtag ECL showtime. Grav, we've seen some unbelievable goals today, and right now we're going to look at the skill moves. I've picked out 3 that I want to show you. This one first from the man we just heard on the desk, Manu Bashir. It's a beautiful play.
It is a beautiful play because of that ball roll. He wanted to use the Trivela, but he didn't work the angle well enough, and that's why he ball rolled.
You want a Trivela?
We're in a Trivela world, really.
I get you a Trivela if you want a Trivela, Grav. This third goal, it is a work of art. I just want to stop it as he just play it on very slowly. When he takes the ball here, firstly, this defender, who was originally selected, he's out the picture. He's gone. He's off. He's been knocked out of the ECL. You watch Cruyff just take this space here from Di Fernandez. The couple of step overs, you think he's going to shoot? Nope. Fake shot around the goalkeeper. It's just beautiful. And that was really the dagger for Thomas OM.
I mean, it was just beautiful. It was some beautiful FC play there. You didn't have to say the knockout of the competition, because Thomas was indeed knocked out.
I know he was, that's why I said it.
Oh, come on, man. But yeah, the Trivelas were good, but I think the thing we gotta learn from these situations is not only the skills, but you gotta work the angles. And in this situation, they both worked the angle with the ball roll, and in the last one, I mean, sometimes the keeper is pulled out of position, maybe a fake shot, maybe a shot cancellation. Anything can happen really when you're in those 1v1 situations. And come on, say sorry to Thomas. He didn't deserve that.
Sorry, Thomas. Grav, it's been an absolute pleasure. That was your hashtag ECL showtime. Back over to Rachel on the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Love your work as always. We'll see you 2 next week as well. OK, well, we've got to award as well our PS5 Player of the Day, and that goes to, drum roll, Johnny. He was absolutely fabulous. He topped his group as well, didn't he, in Group F. 12 points out of a possible 12, and he only conceded 3 goals as well, Case. He was on fire. We expected that, but it's kind of one question to expect it and then to deliver, isn't it?
Right, that's exactly it. I think that we chatted a lot coming into this competition about how great he would be, and he did not disappoint, especially coming off of those massive wins from the Bundesliga, coming in here strong, and he continued that momentum throughout the entirety of the group stage.
Yeah, 14, wasn't he, unbeaten in the Bundesliga, now adding 4 to that one. 18 now matches unbeaten. That's kind of unheard of.
It really is, and we said about it, the FC Pro Leagues, the timing of them being so important. He really is coming into the peak of his season at the perfect time, because if he does well here, then he takes the momentum into the FC Pro World Championships later this year as well. It couldn't be a better moment for him.
Yeah, and like we just saw from Manu Bashir, he also topped his group, so he skips, doesn't he, the knockouts and goes straight to the round of 16, which we can bring up now and show you exactly who is through to next week. The knockouts, 24 players, right? I know you've just seen this for the first time. You can see round of 16 there, PH, Johnny, Levy and Kante, Manu, Yilmaz, Levy and Neat. But let's go to the play-ins. Which one excites you the most?
Oh my goodness. Maybe that's why Mark weren't celebrating. You've seen he's got Montaxa, and even if he wins that, he's got PH in the round of 16. It's, oh my goodness, huge games. I would say Fuma up against Danny Pitbull is a massive, massive game.
And for you, Case, I'm looking like Bonanno as well. Whoever gets Bonanno is going to be going, oh, I should have got a few more points.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough one, definitely, for Rijkaard. But I'm also looking at Umit versus Ekman. I was pleasantly surprised with how Ekman performed. going to be a tough one against Umit, though.
And you're kind of looking, aren't you, at the knockouts, but then you're also looking further ahead to who you might face there, aren't you? Who's got the toughest kind of run as it stands, do you think, Brandon?
I think, just off the back of what Kay said as well, that Umit Ekman, because you play against Manu Bashir, and we all know that Manu Bashir just won 5 out of 5 and he's on 15 points. But I think a game that deserves a mention, Kurt Adalo Hezers, 2 players that are in the top 6 of the Champions League last year. They're matchbin of play-ins. But I also think there's a few favourable ties in there as well. I mean, we haven't seen the strongest performances from Ricard. Matthias Bonanno, I think he licks his lips coming into that game.
Oh, well, we'll have to wait and see. Anything can happen. We've got a week now, haven't we, to wait until we see these players back on this very stage next week. It all kicks off again on Saturday. We'll have 24 players back here trying to make it through to our grand finals on the 29th of May. And talking of that, you can be there as well because tickets are on sale. We'll be at the Magazine next to the O2 in London. You get to see us, but you also get to see the FC pros. They're who you want to come and watch in all their glory. It is going to be epic. Righty, that has been a long couple of days, but a super enjoyable one as well. Guys, thank you so much. Loved it. Finish that Pepsi off, please.
What, right now?
Right now, damn it! No, I'm joking. Doesn't need to do that. Doesn't need to see it off. Right, calm, because we guys get to do it all again next week, where 24 players will become 8. Cannot wait for that one. We'll see you next weekend. Bye-bye.
Back in the air! It's a 3-3! I think that's a 13-minute comeback! Screen time!
Brilliant. A sensational start from Levy.
A powering header. That's job done.
It's good.
No, it's in! We have just had an absolute eruption.
It's a great goal.
Oh, he's got in! And his unbeaten streak continues. Fuma's 3-0 up, we'll leave him to it. It's all over! It's a cruel ending.
I don't know, I just playing for my life.